They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Swatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate, I know. They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate.
Yeah.
Why they wanna bring me down?
Yeah, J Cash. Devontae Rich in the building. Devontae. Salute King, AK Crowder.
I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right.
It's gonna be a good one tonight. It's gonna be a good one tonight.
I might just pull up before it. Watch
it's gonna be a good one tonight.
It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah. This the highlight for the few.
I'm trying to tell y'all this.
You get to have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate.
Yeah. Salute everybody in the building. You know, we creep slow in the building. I know everybody everywhere. Everybody running a content tonight. I know the space. Look, man, the space been talking about what they've been talking about. We're gonna talk about that too, but we're gonna talk about this boxing. I mean, somebody gotta talk about it. Yeah, AK, we definitely somebody gotta talk about this boxing. So I guess we'll be the one to do it. You know what I mean? We got a long list of stuff to talk about tonight. Hope we get through it. What we don't get through tonight, we'll do tomorrow. You know how we carry it. You know what I'm saying? We got the Diego Pacheco fight. Hold on a second, guys. I think I forgot to do something. There we go. Let's get that even Steven. You know what I mean? Oh, but we definitely got to talk about that Diego Pacheco fight this weekend. Excellent fight. It wasn't a great fight per se, but it was a great performance by Diego Pacheco, right? And shout out to Maciej or whatever his name is, Sulecki, you know, who gave Diego that look he needed so Diego can get, you know, the performance he got. But Diego putting that 168-pound division into perspective, right? We've removed David Morrell. We've removed David Benavidez. And we're looking for the next guys coming up in the game to see what it's going to be. And Diego made a statement. He threw his hat in the ring and said, I might be the one. Shout out to Jose Benavidez Sr. We'll talk about him as well, because just when Canelo thought he got out the way, he got him out the way, right? He said, man, we got David Benavidez out of here. I ain't got to worry about no 25-pound, you know what I'm saying, rehydration. He thought he got away. And then what happened? Jose Benavidez had something up his sleeve and said, hold on, I got a Diego Pacheco. I got a number one guy in the WBO rankings right now. We'll highlight him later on next year, though. Let's see what Diego Pacheco got plans, though. What does Eddie Hearn have planned for Diego Pacheco? We're going to talk about it because he definitely got some contenders he has to get through to get in that conversation in the right way, right? Let's talk about it. And you already know it, AK Crowder. You already know it. Now, I'm contemplating actually doing a live. I know that might sound psychotic. Don't hold me to it. Yeah, we definitely going to talk about Monster Inoue fighting Doheny tonight. That's a fact. That's a fact. He's going to be fighting in the morning, right? Definitely going to talk about that fight. A tune-up for Monster Inoue. Definitely a tune-up for him. but a well-deserved tune-up. I think most of us would agree. He's been a pretty busy fighter, defending his undisputed titles. What is going to be his third defense of his undisputed titles, second or third? I'm not sure, but he deserves a tune-up. He's had a busy past 2 years, right? Past 24 months have been pretty busy for him. So, but Dohany's still not a lay down, but should be a good performance. You know what I mean? I think Dohany's is gonna stand in front of him. He's gonna, put that work in, test him, but we know how it's probably gonna end, but we'll talk about that as well. And of course, we're not gonna let the night go away without talking and getting that perspective, because although the whole entire boxing space has been talking about this for the past week or so, we haven't had an opportunity to come together as a community we are to talk about this Brian Norman and his Jerron Boots and his situation. Definitely got to give our perspective on that. It looks like those negotiations are dead in the water. Looks like Brian Norman has somewhere to be November 8th on an undercard. We'll talk about it. He passed up on what a lot of people would consider a lot of money, but who are we? We here in the low area of the world trying to survive, and for us 1.7 million might be everything, but clearly to the Normans it wasn't enough. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Boots Ennis and his future in boxing. What do we see him doing? Is he going to stay at the 147-pound weight class division and work it out down there? Is Eddie Hearn ready to pay to play down there? Because it looks like it's going to cost premium dollars to get Boots what he wants at 147. Is Boots going to stay at 147, or does he make a move to 154? And if he makes a move to 154, what's the best way for Boots to do it? Because Boots doesn't want to start the same way he was at 147 to be at 154, getting ducked again. He has to come up there. He has to come up there with a little bit more than a smile, a Coke and a smile, right? Shout out to Richard Pryor. Shout out to Eddie Murphy Raw. I mean, he got to go up there with a little bit more than a Coke and a smile. We're going to talk about that. How does Boots move at this point? Realizing that even with the backing he has with Turkey Al-Sheikh, with the backing he has with Eddie Hearn in Matchroom, with the machine he has behind him, these fighters is still ducking him. Ain't they? Ain't they ducking him? Ain't they ducking him? We're going to talk about that as well, of course. And we got to talk about Edgar Berlanga, of course, Canelo Alvarez, which is about less than 2 weeks away at this point, right? Less than 2 weeks away at this point. We can talk about this. Let's get some real perspective on that as well. And we got so many other things to talk about. And of course, they talked about the biggest upset of the year. They said it was Virgil Ortiz and Serhii Bohachuk. They said it was the upset of the year, but I disagree. I think the biggest upset of the year was definitely O'Shaquie Foster versus Robinson Conceição. We saw a lot of politics play out in that game. Looks like he has a rematch coming sooner rather than later. I believe around November 2nd. Don't quote me. I believe he's anticipating a rematch. Let's talk about how that fight goes. We're going to talk about how that fight goes. What are we expecting from O'Shaquie Foster? What does O'Shaquie Foster need to do? Is he going to be able to trust these judges? Because he pretty much won that fight hands down damn near every round, and you saw how they did it to him. So we're going to talk about how he needs to go into this fight, what kind of game plan he needs to carry out in this fight to walk away with a win, right? And we'll talk about everything else boxing and probably open up the panels a little bit towards the end to get everybody in the building up. That being said, my co-host, Ray Davis in the building. Salute, Ray Davis.
What up, world? What's going on to the people in the building? You know what I mean? The real fans of boxing. Salute. You know what I mean? I had nothing but good things to say about y'all. Missed y'all over the weekend. You know what I mean? Wish y'all had more time to spend with y'all. I was on vacation, so I ain't really get to be myself a little bit. You know what I mean? I was in a little secluded area. You know what I mean? Enjoying the family, but had to tap in. You know what I mean? And I'm on these topics right now because boxing is, as always, has more than what people were talking about, Clay. You know what I mean? It's more than just a Tank Davis, a Devin Haney, a Shakur Stevenson versus who he's next, and Boots and money with Brian Norman. Yeah, we could talk about those things, but it's a lot much more than that.
Oh, yeah.
So as long as there's something in the sport, we always going to be here to talk about it.
Yeah. That's a fact, man. And of course, almost forgot, we definitely got to talk about TEO. TEO got a new look right now. We talked about TEO. I said TEO's a special fighter. Matter of fact, we could just address this real quick and get this out the way. Let's get TEO out the way. TEO is a special fighter, man. I keep telling you guys, right? But I understand, you know what I mean? He's dysfunctional with the relationship with his father, therefore dysfunctional with the relationship of his training regimen. And we said he needs to get some organization to make some adjustments. TEO's been out the ring ever since that performance we saw with Steve Claggett, but we recently seen TEO posting up little shorts of him and Eddie Reynoso working out, him and Canelo Alvarez working out. Is this a good move? I mean, what are you looking at when you see this? Is this giving you any type of good feelings about the future for TEO? Can TEO benefit from what he's doing right now? Is he answering the bell by addressing the real issues? Did that fight with Steve Claggett really open his eyes to some holes in his game that it looks like he might be addressing?
Good.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to say no. My point is it's not Steve Claggett. I think what's happening is TEO has the same situation as all the people in their 20s and below. They listen to the fans. They're subjective to internet and they listen to these people and these conversations that people have about them, and they believe that people know what they're talking about, which a lot of us do to a degree, but we're not, we're not trainers, we're not professional coaches or anything of that nature, but we are people that love the sport, so we know certain things that should happen. We see that the basics are not being performed by TEO, and I think what TEO is doing is he's recognizing that if he's going to move up and make challenges and make headlines again, that he has to work on certain things that he has left in the past, including the jab, which I also seen him working on in those videos. The problem is he's still doing the same thing. The jab is not him coming forward. The jab was more so him trying to hold the person on the ropes and set up a big shot, which he was doing with Canelo, in essence of he's looking more like Canelo. Canelo also abandoned his jab. He abandoned his footwork. Canelo's more of a come forward fighter. Punch me, I'll absorb the punches. I'm just going to hit you when it hurts, and you're going to fold, or you're going to feel the pain, and you're going to slow down. TEO looks like he's taking some steps towards that, but he still seems to try to put on power. He also looked like he put on a little mass, so the 147 thing may be truthful. He may be going up to fight a Boots, to fight a Barrios or Stanionis or Brian Norman. He might see some blood in the water there, and he might think that he has an opportunity to make some waves. He does have the WBO title, so he can make a move for Brian Norman. That looks like what he's planning on doing. I think from what I've seen, TEO is definitely back at work on the basics and more aggressive basics at that. But I still have to see more. I need to see him coming forward. And I actually tweeted back to him on his things and said, I see you using a jab, but now can you apply that moving forward? Because you stopped doing that. Once we start seeing them doing that and cutting off the ring, we might have a new monster on our hands. And I mean, a whole new guy that knows how to box and entertain the fans. So, yeah, TEO could be that guy, but he has to make the decision to make certain things apply to his regimen.
Yeah, man, I agree with you. I think everything you highlighted is reasonable to highlight, right? And those weaknesses, I think the mere fact that you see him working on those things, right? That he's working on the jab, everything is, they're not going to show you the whole training camp. I mean, I'm sure he was there for a solid hour, 2 hours, 3 hours with these guys. Who knows what they've been working on? I think more so for me, I don't expect to see a lot in these videos, but what I did appreciate was that he is training with somebody who can help him deliver the kind of power he wants to deliver. Because I think one of the main things that TEO, some of the main things that TEO is missing out on is, number one, I think from his perspective, is his power is just not translating into the 140 division the way he thought it would. And if he's talking about going up to 147 to fight a Brian Norman or fighting any of the other guys you mentioned in 147 pounds, or challenging a Terrence Crawford, if this is something he's truly still wanting to do, he has to find a way to get that power to translate, and he hasn't been able to manifest it. Number one. Number two, he looks like he fell back away from his fundamentals. He fell back away from the jab. He fell back from those things because he was able to get away with those with the power that he brought. He knew that he had that ability to have that equalizer, but he's not finding it, right? He's not finding it. And what's happening is he's taking a lot more abuse than he probably normally is used to. And he's also, when he's dealing with those boxers, having a hard time cutting the ring off on those guys. So to see him make that move, to pull in Eddie Reynoso, a top-level trainer, you know what I'm saying? And working with a Canelo Alvarez potentially to face a boxing, I think that's a good sign overall. Interested in seeing what he's doing. He hasn't announced who he wants to fight yet. The man is called out Terrence Crawford. He's called out Brian Norman Jr. I've even heard him call out Jerron Boots Ennis, right? So everybody who he's called out is up in weight. So I think it's fair to say that TEO is looking to transition into 147 pounds and looking to be, one of those top guys up there, and he understands what it takes. So I like him. I like the look of him working with a Canelo and an Eddie Reynoso. early, man. Keeping in mind, of course, that he did turn down a fight with Brian Norman. He wanted to be in California. Brian Norman's going to be in Virginia November 8th. I think that was supposed to be actually the fight, right? I think TEO and Brian Norman were supposed to headline that card, and because that fell off, they ended up giving Keyshawn his own card in Norfolk, Virginia, and we see it manifesting the way it is. So, man, good luck for Teofimo. Let's see what he does. I don't want to get too deep into it because what do we know except a couple of shorts that we saw? But like I said, a good sign that he's making those adjustments in his regiment. You know what I mean? And bringing in that Eddie Reynoso is going to do a great job at getting him some consistency in his training camp, giving him somebody who can look up to, who has a track record of success, training some of the top boxers in the game, obviously one of them being Canelo Alvarez. You'd have to think he's going to be humble in that situation, open his ears, take more instruction, and not be dealing with that dysfunction he got going with his father. And shout out to his father. Shout out to CEO, Senior, you know what I'm saying, for getting out of the way of a situation like this and allowing Teo to get the help that he probably needs. So I'm looking to see some great things from him, man. I don't know what it's going to look like, but I think this is going to be a positive. I'm looking forward to seeing a positive influence from this and seeing that turn into something, good in the ring. You know what I mean? But that being said, let's get into that Diego Pacheco fight, man. I'm in the mood. I want to talk about the Diego Pacheco fight. Great fight, man. I know going into this fight that Diego really needed to have that statement fight. His last fight against, I think his name is Sean McCalman. Don't quote me. A slick black fighter, got in the ring with him, was able to smother a lot of his power. Also was able to be very slick, had him, missing a lot of shots and was able to connect with his own shots. Ended up being a very competitive fight, but it was one of those fights that I knew that was either going to make or break Diego, right? Diego looked like he had an off night, but those are the nights I think where these fighters get to come up. When they get, that's why fighter development is so important. I say this like a broken record every other show we're doing, talk about this fighter development, right? And how important it is for the matchmaking aligned with his development. And I think Eddie Hearns hit it right on the nail with this one by bringing in a Maciej Sulecki to come in that ring, a boxer, Eastern European boxer, but somebody who's going to stand there, who's not going to be running from him, and giving Diego Pacheco really an opportunity to show everything he learned in that last fight he had, bring it over into this fight, and was able to neutralize him very quickly, neutralize him very quickly. And I think the way he ended the fight was stellar, right? He hit him with that shout out to Greg Hackett. He hit him with that perfect, right? That shot, that left hook to the liver was so nice. It wasn't even that hard. It was just right on the button, shut down Sulecki's body, had him curled up, right? Like some sauteed shrimp, had him curled up in the corner, and that was all she wrote. What'd you think of the fight?
Well, I like the fight. I like what I got from it. Again, he was in a mediocre fight last time with I think his name was McClellan or McClellan. McClellan. And I think that fight there was shown to be mediocre, actually possible worst fight of the night, even though I think when he fought
Sean McCalman, right?
Yeah, right. It was even funnier because even though the fighter that was with the main card was a bad fight, I think this actually really didn't help him. I think we also have to get Sean McCalman some grace because he was undefeated in the prospect on the rise, jumping into contention. And being that he is Pacheco is also coming off a prospect. I think he has a few fights as a contender. He was baby steps in, and it was a good fight. It shows where his growth is. It shows where McCalman's growth is. Not taking away anything from that fight as a mediocre stage. What I am going to say is that he's the first guy to stop Sulecki. Big medal for that. We got to give him credit for the stoppage. This does turn and taking shots, like real hard punches and hooks to the face too, from Sulecki, who's known to knock people out. And be a hard puncher. That was also a good look for Pacheco to be able to show that he can withstand some punches. So I credit him with the fight on that and being able to stop a guy that's never been stopped before. In a tough fighter like Sulecki, we got to give him credit where it's due. As far as him going anywhere else, I don't know, but in this fight, he was definitely a showstopper this night.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you, man. But look, man, it's like Diego Pacheco has made his way up the rankings right now, and Eddie Hearn kind of spoke to it. Like whether he's ready or he's not ready at this point doesn't make too much of a difference. The division, the division has opened up right now that the two of the biggest hitters in the division, David Morrell and David Benavidez, has moved out of division. He's there right now, and naturally, it looks like he's one of the top candidates to be a challenger for the winner between Edgar Berlanga and Canelo Alvarez late next year, of course. So at this point in the game, Diego Pacheco is got to be getting ready for that, right? And Eddie said that. He said, look, I want to keep him active. You know, I want to keep him active because I understand that even if he's not ready, if we get that phone call, we're taking that fight. There's no turning down an opportunity to get your biggest payday against Canelo Alvarez, especially, right? But even against Edgar Berlanga, being able to be that guy, to be that guy to get an opportunity to be a unified champion in that division, you just can't let that slide. So Diego Pacheco looking probably to get lined up with one of like 4 or 5 fighters, right? Obviously, you have the most common ones that we're all aware of: the Christian Mbillis, the Jaime Munguias, the Caleb Plants, and the Eric Bazinians that are the top guys in the division, right? But at the same time, he doesn't want to go down, but he wants to either stay at his level or go up because we need him to get better. Eddie needs him to get better, right? Diego Pacheco has to get better because Diego Pacheco, as good as he was in that ring Saturday night, that guy, I don't see that guy beating the Canelo Alvarez, right? And the version of him that needs to be there to beat Canelo Alvarez, I don't even know if he has enough time to get that version there, right? But he better do his damnedest to try his best to get there. Now, I think the future holds that Jaime Munguia and Eric Bazinian are supposed to be fighting in the coming month, right? In either October or towards the end of this month. I don't have the date down in front of me, but they're supposed to be getting it in. Now that Jaime Munguia is a top-ranked fighter, him and Bazinian are supposed to get it in. And then obviously we have Caleb Plant, who's going to be fighting September 14th. He's fighting against, I never can get that guy's name, so I'm not going to rock my brain trying to get that one going. But I think the guy who he's fighting against, I can't remember his name, I think it's going to be a real good fight, right? And then obviously Christian Mbilli just coming off a pretty decent performance against Derevchenko, very sturdy Russian or Ukrainian, I can't remember, Ukrainian fighter, right? What do you see future-wise? What makes most sense for Diego Pacheco at this point that Eddie Hearn needs to line up to get this kid ready? Because he wants to get at least 2 fights in before Trevor McCumbee, for sure, Ray. That's his name, Trevor McCumbee, yeah. What do you see in his future? What makes most sense? You know what I mean?
I think right now Pacheco still needs to take a few more fights to get into that conversation. If he's going to take a leap, he needs to leap into somebody like a Caleb Plant or maybe a Boo Boo Andrade if he's available to fight. I doubt he'll get that because that's a top ranked PBC fight card. But the zone PBC fight card, and the way that things are looking in the fan world, that may not be a fight that we may get. So we could probably see him with somebody like a Luka Plantic coming into fruition, and then soon after maybe trying to make that Munguia fight sometime next year, or even moving him into a whole point where maybe he's fighting Sergey Derevchenko, which could be a nice stepping ground for him. Putting him in a limelight, you know what I mean? Testing him really into a situation where he can be somebody. Because the fight with Christian Mbilli showed that Derevchenko still has it, you know what I mean, with the bicep issue and everything. That's still a good fight for him. We can see that happening, and that can even put him in the rankings of an Mbilli. But I think we see Mbilli and Munguia actually having a fight prior to that, because I think being both on top rank, that seems to be the way that pyramid is going over there. So we can have the winner of that fight and whoever the winner is from the DAZN card, and maybe taking a shot at getting a shot with Canelo if Canelo sees that one of these guys are not worth his time, but not capable of causing a threat, and he can get a payday out of it because they're ranked high. I think we'll see the Caleb Plant fight first with Canelo, the rematch, and I think we go in that direction as it branches off. So there's some fireworks over there, but I think he has to get in the way first, and we have to figure out how is he going to get in the way. That's the next thing.
Man, I agree with you 100%, man. Development. I keep preaching it. I'm going to keep on preaching it. That's what's needed with Diego Pacheco. Eddie Hearn seems to be very aware of that. So I'm expecting to see him fighting some top dudes now. You know what I mean? Sulecki was one level. And you know what? I like the Derevchenko fight. I do. I like that. You know what I mean? that gives him a fighter who's sturdy once again, and got a little punching power on him. He's got some punching power on him, and if he can put on another dominant performance like he just did against Sulecki, that that cements the argument, and of course puts him right there available for one of those top 4 fighters that we spoke about. So yeah, man, looks like good things for Diego. I love the way, I'm real quick, just the way Diego Pacheco approached that fight, him and Jose Benavidez Sr. What a great game plan, understanding that Sulecki was a smart boxer and that Sulecki was going to come in there and try to smother those punches of Diego Pacheco, right? He knew, he read him very well. Diego Pacheco arguably won that first round, just pressing Diego Pacheco, right? Sulecki really pressing him, getting underneath his punches and attacking that body. He wanted to attack that body, and he wanted to neutralize Diego's ability to establish that distance. And obviously Diego knew that was going to be his mission, right? He knew, like, my responsibility tonight is to establish this distance. My punches, my power on my punches are there at the end of my punches, not on the inside. So he did a good job of getting that respect from Sulecki. I think around like the end of round 2 or 3, the beginning of 3, you saw Sulecki start respecting that right hand. The right hand was finding its home, and because it was finding its home, and I think it was around the 4th or the 5th round where he actually got stuck, and his legs got kind of lost his legs from under him a little bit. Looked like he was about to go down, but it caused him to stay up in that high guard. Started protecting himself, started staying back, and really just put himself in a space where Diego Pacheco was able to just let his hands go. But who would have known Diego Pacheco? What I loved about it was a setup the whole time. They knew what they were going for. It was like slow motion, perfect when he hit him with that liver shot. It was just like right under his right arm, right up in there. It wasn't even that hard, and it just stopped him, man. It just showed Diego Pacheco's ability to execute a game plan. It showed that he had that he bought into the process between him and Jose Benavidez, what they came up with, and that's a powerful combo, right? You got a 6'4", 6'4" guy with an 80+ arm reach, and you got a coach that he buys into the process. He's not leaving the game plan. He believes in what they're doing, and I think that makes him a real good dance partner for anybody in the top of the game. Even Canelo Alvarez, do I think he's going to win? I'm not ready to say that, but I think he's going to be a great dancing partner, man. He brings those attributes that Canelo would have dealt with if he was fighting a David Benavidez or a David Morrell, right? Maybe not IQ wise, but physically, he uses every bit of his physical attributes to deliver his best performances, man. And I'm excited to see what Diego Pacheco got going on in the near future, for sure. Let's see what Eddie Hearn got going on for him. So next on the list, let's see here. I mean, Eddie Hearn is a busy guy, man. I hate to dedicate a whole section of time to Eddie Hearn that way, and not to say, respectfully, but, as a promoter, this year, Eddie Hearn's been one of the most busiest promoters in the game, right? Let's just be honest, the fights that he's been involved with. He's just been across the board, a very active promoter, keeping most of his fighters as active as he can, multiple cards, all across the world, from England to Riyadh to Los Angeles to Vegas to Philadelphia with Jerome Boots Ennis. This guy's been a busy guy, right? He gets a lot of flack too. Anytime something goes wrong, they want to point at Eddie Hearn. But when you look at Eddie Hearn this year, man, he's got to be like promoter of the year, bro. Like, who's been more active than Eddie Hearn? And keep in mind that Eddie Hearn doesn't just do the cards. He's the guy promoting the fights. He's the guy sitting there on the press conference. He's in the middle of the fighters, interviewing the fighters. He's selling the whole entire experience, right? Selling the whole entire experience. Let's think about what he's got going on this year. Obviously, he's got for the rest of this year, he got Anthony Joshua, right, and Daniel Dubois, and we got to talk about that fight as well. It's going to be a crazy fight this year, and it's coming up sooner rather than later. It's coming up towards the end of this month, and I'm hearing that place is supposed to be selling north of 90,000 seats. 90,000 seats in the building. I mean, that's probably going to be one of the biggest record-breaking events of our lifetime, right? Like 90,000 plus seats sold. That's crazy out there in Wembley, I guess, right? And then he has obviously the Edgar Berlanga and Canelo Alvarez, another huge fight. He's got the Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev fight. I mean, Jesus, bro. Let's be honest, man. He's part of the biggest events of the year. Am I bugging, Ray?
No. And not to mention all the co-promotions he did with Canelo. I mean, I'm sorry, with Top Rank, PBC.
Right.
Which everybody keeps giving PBC credit for, but you need fighters from the other side to make the fight, right? He's not afraid to cross the road as they say, he doesn't believe in parallel lines. He just believes in walking straight. And he don't mind putting his guys there. Even with the 5-on-5 with Queensberg, the guy has no problem putting his fighters to the test, and that's what you want from a promoter, from a manager, and a matchmaker. They're not afraid. You know what I mean? They want to see the best. They want to bring the best out their fighters. If they lose, they lose. We'll put them in there with somebody else to get them back on their feet. We see a lot of fighters. A lot of matchmakers that want to pull their fighters away. I still don't even know if I know Devin still works some degree with them, but I heard they're even trying to work out a deal because Eddie Hearn is growing and the money's going to be there. So I heard that they're even looking like, hey, we're going to work with Eddie. We're going to get in here with Eddie. We're going to rock with Eddie. Eddie's sitting there crossing the streets now. Why do we need to leave to go sign a 3-fight deal with Top Rank? Why do we got to go sign a deal with PBC? Why do we got to sign a deal with Queensberg or any of these other promotional companies? Oscar, when we can stay right here and do the fight. Now we can sit there and get this money. And I think we're going to start building relationships and more fighters going to Matchroom. He called it out at the beginning of the year when he said he was talking to 6 or 7 pound-for-pound fighters to get them on cards. Right. And he already got 3 of them, if not 4, if I'm not mistaken, on his cards. Usyk, let's count again. It's about 6 of them right now. But to sign them, let me correct that, to sign 4 to 5. So I want to make sure I correct myself because we say he got 4 or 5 on the cards. He got more than that. We already seen that with Shakur. We got Usyk. We got Bud. We got Devin. We got Tyson Fury. We got AJ. Well, AJ's not pound per pound.
But Tyson Fury, some of these fighters ain't Matchroom fighters.
Oh, Tyson Fury?
Tyson Fury's Queensberry.
Oh, he left. He left Matchroom.
Terrence Crawford is not Matchroom.
Well, I said on his cards. On his cards.
Okay, on his cards. Okay, fighters on his cards.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So he got him on his cards. So I mean, having all these guys on his cards is what I'm talking about. So right. Being able to get the exposure of all these fighters, including the Canelos and all these guys that are all pound for pound. Even I mean, no, he didn't. But I was gonna say Benavidez. But they were talking about Benavidez fighting on one of his cards in Saudi at one point. So that would have even been a credible thing. Being that it didn't happen, it's okay. He's still talking to other fighters. He's still trying to get these guys in. Eddie Hearn is making the right moves, the right decisions. He's showing promotion. Boots Ennis. How can I forget? He's in pound for pound, but he's sure will be, right? But he's going to keep these guys going. He's going to keep these guys flourishing, and he's going to keep moving the direction it needs. Believe it or not, even Oscar's jumping on board with some of the stuff that Eddie's doing and talking to him more, where they didn't even talk, and they're on the same side of the street at the zone. And now they're starting to work together and make different venues and plans together. And it's good for that because now that brings more fights to the table of Oscar because Oscar's stable is not as strong, I don't believe, in each division. He has 1 or 2 fighters that he doesn't even pin against. He goes out to search fighters and cab drivers from the islands and things of that nature. No disrespect to people from the islands. Pop, I love you. But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? When you got those guys like that, and we seen the guy that looked like he just got out of Gypsy's cab in New York, had the long shorts on like he's playing basketball in the 90s. You know what I mean? Getting his head bopped around with the dreads flying everywhere. Nobody knew who he was, but he was in the fight, right? I didn't want to see that fight, but it was on Oscar's card, and it was on part of the main event. So we want to see more fights and better fights, and I think we're going to start getting that. And I think Eddie is he's a prime example of what's been going on in 2024. PBC has been doing their thing, but I think PBC has found a competitor with that. And now that Turkey's talking to DAZN and Eddie Hearn of lower prices of pay-per-views to try to get more people to subscribe and buy, this might even be a more credible thing. You might start seeing more people subscribe to DAZN.
Right. No doubt, man. Let me shout out a couple people in the chat. They've been stacking in, saying what's up, and we've been running our mouths. So we already shout out to the AK Crowders, Devontae Richardson, Jay Cash, the Money Man, Adam Hurley in the building. Salute, Adam Hurley. Adam Hurley says he thinks Pacheco's better than Berlanga. I agree with you, Adam. I think he is, man. It'd be a great fight, honestly, to see them two guys get at it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Right-Handed Downtown Brooklyn. Salute to you, King. Shout out to Silv. What do we got? Silver Stress a lot. Hey, shout out to you, Silvs. Shout out to J Pitt City. Definitely grassroots J Pitt City in the building. Mr. Big Play Bray. Shout out to you, King. Teach in the building. building right now in the chat right now. Yeah, you're right, man. Eddie is keeping his guys active and paying them. Yeah, people hate him for no reasons. It's as if they're threatened by him. 100%, they got to be threatened by him. I think there's just a movement going on in America right now, especially amongst the urban community, right? And that's another way for me to say the black, community that does look at Eddie Hearn as a threat, right? They want to break him down. They don't like the idea of UK boxing, intermingling with United States boxing. And if they see any boxing here, they feel like it's not credible unless it's under the PBC flag. You know what I mean? And any kind of success, as soon as you see Eddie over here bringing over Conor Benn into Vegas, or you see him bringing events into Newark, New Jersey, go ahead and working with Shakur Stevenson or getting Boots Ennis, Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia, all these other events that he's part of here in the States, they do feel threatened by him. And see all these fighters that he's grabbing right now, fighters that, let's be honest, if they didn't go to Eddie Hearn, it was reasonable to argue that they probably were supposed to be PBC fighters, right? Like Jerron Boots Ennis, like Jalil Hackett, like Shakur Stevenson, right? These fighters are fighters that 9 out of 10 times would have been on that side of the conversation. But, just them being over there with Eddie Hearn kind of throws shots at the PBC, because, if they're not with the PBC, it's probably because the PBC got some things that they need, some wrinkles they need to iron out in the way they're building up their fighters right now. It's just a sign, right? So Eddie Hearn's success in this market represents a little bit of a lack of success from the PBC to a lot of these PBC fans. So you're going to see that, that's just part of the game. It is what it is. Let me see. Teach said it. It's always them guys who love the PBC and Al Heyman to keep it a buck. We know what it is. We know what it is, man. You know what I mean? And like I said, what's funny to me is to see the PBC communicating with Turki Al-Sheikh and working things out and having these conversations. We got to assume Al Heyman's involved in those conversations. A lot of these PBC fans want to paint this picture or narrative that what's happening is it's Turki Al-Sheikh against the PBC, and that's the headline for all their content and all their thumbnails. And I have this funny feeling that's not what it is in real life. I think in real life, those guys are building with each other. You know what I'm saying? I think in real life, there isn't a competition. There isn't a threat of one guy taking out the other guy. There's actually hope that one guy can help another guy get back up to where they were, being that one of those guys haven't necessarily been able to keep up with what they did last year or who they've been as a company that we know them to be, right? Their events have been few. Very good when they come out with an event, but it's been a few. And we know there's so many fighters on that roster. I think there's more than likely a lot of open communication going on and a lot of big plans for the future that's gonna look crazy when we see how these fans have been kind of talking about Turkey. It is what it is, though, right? Well, let's see what happens. Let's see. J Pitt City said Boots got head scared. Yeah, we definitely gonna talk about Boots, man. We definitely got to talk about Boots. CJ Esperon in the building. Salute, King. Salute.
Peace.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but definitely, Ray. What Eddie's doing is amazing, man. He's doing great work, and what he's doing with Turkey, helping Turkey navigate through this space, and Turkey taking his lumps too, right? Like Turkey's definitely taking his lumps and making some mistakes. You know what I'm saying? He's kind of overstepping some boundaries from time to time. He's doing some things, but ultimately a learning process. He's only going to get smarter of it. But at the end of the day, the intention and the vision is something that any boxing fan should be able to align their vision with. Anybody who's not seen that, it's just, they just are where they are, that they're playing the game the way they want to play. Shout out to J Pitt City putting some color in the chat. Thank you, J Pitt City. Salute, King. Norman Jr. going to try to unify against Stanionis and Barrios, 2 PBC fighters. Good luck. I hear you, brother. I definitely hear you, man. We got to talk about that, man, what the future looks like. Because I'm going to tell you, as much as I'm a fan of seeing Boots Ennis at 154, he has to go into 154 the right way, or he's just going to run into the same walls. He's going to run into the same situations, you know what I'm saying, at 154 that he's running into his 147. There's a lot of PBC fighters at 154 as well. I think most of the champions, or most of the big guys that he would want to fight at 154 are PBC fighters. So Jerron would have to enter that space very strategically, right? Eddie Hearn would have to really watch. Yeah, we are, CJ. I definitely am, for sure. Jerron has to watch how he walks into that space, right? Like, hold on, let me just make sure, because I know this is going to be the long one. Pause. This is going to be the one that we're talking about for a little while. Let me just make sure that we covered every other thing that I wanted to cover. Let's see here. Tiafimo, Brian, let's cover O'Shaquie Foster real quick. O'Shaquie and Robinson Casasio. What say you, Ray?
Yeah, that's fine. I can rock with that. I can lead off with I think it was a terrible decision. I thought that I think Oshaki needs to go out there and definitely make a statement. Don't leave any questions on the table. Even request certain judges from certain areas. Put more thought into the fight and see and make sure that he wins this fight clearly. Even if it's by not knocking out Kasekiao. Kasekiao has been a hard fighter to knock out. I think I've only seen him knock down against Navarrete. So shows that he's a very durable fighter. But it looks like that Oshaki's going to have to go in there and he's going to have to go hell's bells and whip ass on this guy. So we'll have to see how it goes in the ring. As far as what's going on with the Top Rank situation, I don't know which way they're moving. I mean, I do think that there was some play on getting a rematch and bringing two countries together to make a big fight and get viewerships on ESPN. I think Bob had a plan, or the matchmakers or whoever's behind the scenes had a plan of doing this, and I think it was wrong. It shows politics in boxing are wrong, and they allow things to happen. Just that being said, to jump off topic real quick, you can even see the situation with Brian Norman Jr. He was not supposed to win that fight, and now that he's won that fight, they have their hands tied because now who is he going to fight? How are they going to pay him? What I mean? Bob doesn't want to pay him, so how are they going to pay him? So all these things are coming to play. We're starting to see it. So with Oshaki Foster being who he is, maybe it was the money. Maybe they told him, hey, you think you're worth that much money, you need to go up and win belts at the other division. You've been in this division for a long time. Yes, you're a reigning champion. We're not letting you unify with these guys over here. So I don't know what's going on with you, but it ain't going to happen. So I think that there was some little disagreement, and this is the last fight on this card. Don't be surprised if you see him moving over to Eddie as well after this last fight that he has.
Right,
anyway.
right. Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. Everything you said. You know, this is his last fight on the contract. Now, I wonder if there have been some kind of negotiations or some sort of agreement, some sort of exchange of commitments that that locked him in with that rematch. Because I don't think they wanted to give him that rematch and give him an opportunity to get that belt and then potentially walk away, leave Top Rank with that belt. I wonder if there's some sort of understanding of a mutual understanding amongst gentlemen about, listen, we'll give you this chance, but we need some confirmation as well that once you get this title, what are you going to do with it? And something that people aren't thinking about a lot is once these fighters get these titles, usually extends. Top Rank is very notorious for extending contracts after they win the title. So that'd have been also a nice chess move to take that belt from him, openly knowing that we're going to put him right back into a title fight. And when he gets that belt back, if he gets that belt back, kind of locking him in for another 2 years, just off the strength of him getting a belt. You know what I mean? They can count it that way. So I wouldn't be shocked at all if that wasn't part of the strategy. But look, man, in this fight coming up with him and Conceição, yeah, he definitely has to put his foot on Conceição's neck. He can't count on those judges. He has to really at least put Conceição in his pockets once or twice in this fight if he plans on going to the judges. I don't see how he can go into the judges against these judges confident without really putting an actual statement out there. So I'm expecting to see some old school Shaki Foster in the building. I'm expecting to see him take some risk. He's like what, 35 years old, 36 years old. I don't know how old is he? Like 30?
I think he's early 30s.
32, 33?
Yeah, I don't think maybe 31.
Something like that.
Something around 31. I'll let you know in a second. Sorry. Yeah, I'm looking it up.
So wherever he's,
of course.
Wherever he's at with his age, he's getting to that point now where it's barbecue and mildew time. He has to either look at being unified at 130 and really
30. Yeah, he's 30. He'll be 31 soon.
Right. So he has to be looking at getting into some unification title fights, or if this doesn't work out for him and Conceição doesn't work out, then I think it's a legitimate argument to say that we should be seeing Oshaki Foster make his debut at 135, right? Leaving that division and competing up there. So this is going to be a huge fight for him. Everything on the line. If he really wants to stay at 130 and he thinks he really can sit there and beat the Navarrates, beat the Lamont Roaches. Lamont Roach at 130, 126. He's at 130, right?
He's 130.
130, yeah, right? Lamont Roach, right? These are the conversations he wants to be in. Then he needs to make a statement. And like I said, going against these judges, getting burned as bad as he did, I can't see him being confident going in there dealing with no judge scorecards. So I'm expecting to put put his foot on Conceição's neck and try to really just get him out of here. Be the first guy to stop Conceição. You know what I mean? Potentially fight of the year, by the way. I always keep saying that, right? These are arguments. So far, we have Virgil Ortiz and Serhii Bohachuk, I think, is in the conversation. I do believe that that this fight coming up with Keyshawn Davis and Gustavo Lemos is going to be in that conversation, right? I thought that Brian Norman and Jerome Boots Ennis would have been in that conversation, but we saw how that turned out. Right there, Better Beef and Bivol, I think, is going to be potential fight of the year candidates right next to the Usyk and Tyson Fury fight. So many fights this year that have just been these great fights. You know what I mean? So I think this is definitely going to be one of them. When you got somebody like O'Shaquie Foster who feels like he can't depend on the judges, we know how exciting it can get. And Conceição gave us a very exciting fight. He was part of one of the fights, candidates for fights of the year last year with him and Navarrete, right? That was another fight. So Conceição is not above him, or should I say, yeah, it's not beneath him to give us an exciting fight. So I think that fight right there is going to be a great fight in November 2nd, man. Right. Real good fight.
I do believe he takes more chances in that fight too, Clay. All right, go ahead. You want to touch on something? I'm sorry, I was going to finish up.
Go ahead. No, go ahead for sure.
I was going to also make a statement on O'Shaquie in this fight. Is that the fact is that you were talking about unifications. The fact is that they didn't even want to help him unify. They did the same thing with Shakur at 126 as well. They refused to let him fight. He had to force the fight on Oscar Valdez. And with that being said, they wouldn't allow the fight happen with Cordina at the time when he was IBF champ. They wouldn't let the fight happen with the WBA champ. Was not was the Latin dude. I forgot his name. That
at 130.
Yeah, that what's name just beat. He just beat him. Other cat. I don't know why I just forgot his name. Lamont Roach just beat. So you know what I mean. So when Lamont Roach won his title.
Hector Garcia?
Yes, Hector Garcia. Thank you. When he beat Hector Garcia, you know what I mean, that says something. And remember, Hector Garcia also lost his title to Cordina. So there was a couple of title losses around the way that people just don't show respect to these fighters there. But Bob Arum has never been a good guy of letting these guys fight for all the titles. He wanted one guy to fight for the title. That was Navarrete, or he thought his cash cow was Oscar Valdez. He thought Oscar Valdez can wipe the division out. Wait for Shakur to move out so he can go and make other unification fights until Navarrete and Shakur ruin those plans. And then move him up into the 135 division and have him try to make an appearance there and move into some fights, because that was supposed to be his superstar. So with that being said, I could see O'Shaquie even winning his title back by stoppage and maybe making a deal to get, hey, you're going to give me a fight, the winner of Valdez Navarrete, or I'm walking after this. You have no choice but to give me the fight, because even Mauricio Sulaiman co-signed the wrongdoing of O'Shaquie losing the belt, and he was a disgrace to boxing. So that shows that, you know what I mean, he was all for it, and he would have took the title away from him and made them fight again. Either way, he was going to make that fight happen. So he put that into the works too. So if he doesn't sign a contract or extension or any measure, maybe they do sign some type of deal where he gets a fight after that with one of these other three fighters. And I know Lamont Roach has been really big on his cards. Oh, not to mention, there's another fighter in the mix of this, Raymond Ford. He can come up and Bob Arum could be asking him to fight O'Shaquie Foster if he wins that title too, just to give somebody else a break in that area to say, hey, look, I got a fight for you. You just got to give me one more, because we promised, you owe me one because I gave you the rematch. How about you fight Raymond Ford? So there's a lot of things out there that in ways this can go, and a lot of ways this can move.
Man, I agree with you 100%, man. And also, let's not forget Steve Fulton. Let's not forget Stephen Fulton is fighting on the September 14th card, and he said that this is going to be his last fight at 126, that he's moving up to 130 pounds as well. So, the division is going to get real interesting. I think O'Shaquie Foster has a lot. I think he sees himself taking, doing some unifications and doing some real dominant things at 130. This fight against Conceição has a lot riding on it, man. A whole lot riding on this fight, and I expect to see one of the best O'Shaquie Fosters that we've seen in a while, bro. You know what I mean? He's definitely going to put it on the line, and you could just see it written all over his face. These judges, he's not depending on these judges. He's not going for that. I don't see him going for that, man. So looking forward to see what's going on. Yeah. Who's Fulton fighting? Who is he fighting on that card? On that
Fulton is fighting Guy is a top. He's really dangerous fighter.
Yeah, he is. But I think Steven is going to deal with him. I ain't gonna
Yeah,
lie.
well, I hope so. Let's just say we hope so because everybody's not everybody. You know what I mean? He's fighting Carlos Castro,
Right.
and that's not an easy fight at all. Not an easy fight. Guy's very high. He's a very quick knockout artist.
Salute, Blaze. Salute 2 cents.
Yeah, he's a piece, y'all. He's definitely has some skills. He has some solid wins on his resume. He is a seasoned fighter. He's nobody to be taking a look at and looking past. So at the end of the day, he is somebody to be reckoned with. I'm not saying Stephen Fulton can't beat him. Stephen Fulton has went up against Brandon Figueroa and showed that he can fight somebody at an elite level and win. Of course, he went over to Japan and it just didn't look right. We don't know if it was water. We don't know if it was the gloves. We don't know if it was just a jet lag, whatever the case may be.
Anyway, it was just better.
Or I was going to say, anyway, one. Look, it's so funny. Anyway, right? Anyway, just outperformed him and showed that he was a better fighter that night. So maybe he's getting the conversation to that again. Shout out to Stephen Fulton, cool boy, Steph, so he can get back in there and make some moves. I wish they kept him active. A big thing is with me is seeing the activity there. Him being out for almost a year plus is kind of scary to me. That's what scares me about this fight. But I think he'll go in there and get the job done. He does have a reach advantage, and he does have the skill set. The problem is,
year plus,
and he's not a power puncher, so that's a problem. You know what I mean? So him not being a power puncher is an issue. So it comes down to that.
No, 100%, man. I agree with you 100%. Looks like this Carlos Castro guy is on a rebuilding phase himself. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest with you. You know what I mean? They set him up with some tune-up fights. It looks like he took that loss against Brandon Figueroa, lost by TKO, and that was back in 2022. But then immediately after that, got in there with a Castillo. This guy was like 27 wins, 13 losses, and you know what I mean, 2 draws. So it was a lay down fight. He TKO'd that guy though. He didn't play with him, but he did take him into the late rounds, ninth round stoppage, and then went into an Angel Luna fight. Another 16 wins, 13 loss guy. You know what I mean, 1 draw. Not really that. You could tell they were tuning him up. That they had some. He's only had 2 losses in his career, and they were back to back. Right, it was Luis Nery and then Brandon Figueroa back to
great
back.
Fighters.
Great fighters, right? But you can tell that the way I look at it is he's a promising fighter that they wanted to build back up. They were like, all right, we got these 2 losses back to back. Let's get his confidence back up. Then he went into a fight with Belmar Preciado. This guy had 22 wins, 6 losses, and he was able to take that, but it was a unanimous decision. So now this fight is going to be a big deal for him going against Stephen Fulton. He should be motivated. This is everything is on. All the cards are on the table for this fight for this kid. It's barbecue and mildew time for him. If he takes this loss, it's just going to set him back again. So let's see, you know what I mean, what he's able to manifest. Great challenge for Stephen Fulton. And like I said, he's talking about going to 130 at the end of this fight as well. A lot of times that gets dangerous too when these fighters are talking about moving on the weight. They kind of don't commit the way they're supposed to. So once again, I don't think Stephen Fulton is going to take a loss, but I think it is important that he shows that he's back. And the way he shows that is by dominating this kid. This kid is there to be dominated. His power, 14 knockouts. He got like a 46% knockout ratio. Stephen Fulton should be able to do something with this kid and make it happen. You know what I'm saying? So
let's knockout ratio, bro.
That's
bad. So he can get clipped. But look, we'll see what happens when they get in the ring. You know what I mean? Like it's a couple steps here and there. I just think it's still a dangerous fight. You've been out again. Inactivity is a big thing. You know what I mean? And it's a big problem over there. So as the world turns, I'm starting to see what people are talking about what's going on. I'm not going to really go into that. We talked about it earlier. I'm not going to go into that. You know what it is. I kind of came to the realization that there's a situation, and this is why these guys are inactive, and it's crazy.
Yeah, man, I agree with you 100% on that. 100% agree with you that on Ray. So look, let's jump into this Brian Norman Boots Ennis situation, right? Last time we left off on this topic on this show, we were talking about there was a negotiation that was at the last time we talked. There was actually a negotiation on the table still, right? It went from Eddie Hearn, and it started off with Boots Ennis basically communicating through an interview with Jamel over there at YSM, saying that, you know, there was an offer sent over to Brian Norman's camp, and that it was rejected, right? And Brian Norman Sr. came out immediately, addressed it, said that was nonsense. You know what I mean? They sent the counter offer, they never got a response. They're not the ones who jumped out of negotiation. It was Eddie Hearn. So Eddie Hearn responded with, listen, man, I tried to make a deal with this dude. This dude, you know what I'm saying, made some crazy counter offer, like he didn't want to fight. If he really wants to fight, we can still make it happen, because obviously what's on the line for Boots Ennis is looks like he's gonna have to deal with a mandatory in a Karen Kukadachian, right? That nobody wants to see him in, including him and his team or anybody else in Philadelphia. So you know, Boots probably sent Eddie Hearn right back on a mission, like, listen, they want to fight, let's get this fight set up. Shout out to Legacy Over Currency Defined Mindset. I love that name, man. That Legacy Over Currency Defined Mindset. That name right there just motivates you every time you say it out loud. Salute, King. But yeah, so what did we end up going with it? What ended up happening is Eddie Hearn made a couple of counter offers. I think they got it all the way up to as high as 1.7 million on the table for Brian Norman to make a fight, to come to Philadelphia. And obviously also Brian Norman Sr. was doing a lot of interviews, a whole lot of social media. You know, not only talking about how open he was to the fight, but, you know, kind of, you know, talking down to the Ennis family, you know what I mean? Making them sound like they were hype train, like they weren't what everybody thought they were. Like they've been completely, you know what I mean, padded up to look like something that they wasn't. And, you know, he was saying he was going to expose them. I'll be honest with you. The talk had me excited. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, bro, this is going to be a fight, man. This kid they really want this fight. I was in shock, to be honest with you, to hear that they were talking that way, being that they have that history sparring each other. And I never heard about the rumors of what happened in the sparring, but I know that they have a history sparring each other. So going into that, I was really optimistic about this fight happening. I think they really had everybody believing that this fight was going to happen. And just to see that the negotiations fell apart at the end, as word got out that, look, Brian Norman was stuck on a number no lower than 2 million. I think he was going for as high as 2.8 million, from what I understand at one point, which I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, you'll tell me what you think about that. But I do think, you know, if Eddie Hearn started off the negotiations with $750,000, $750,000, and the response was, no, we want 2.8 million. That does kind of sound like a little bit of a price out technique to go that high in price. If you're interested in a fight, it's like, yeah, it seemed like, yo, what are you talking about 2.8 million? And I think that's what kind of made Eddie Hearn kind of like walk away from it in the beginning, right? I think that 2.8 million counter offer kind of had Eddie like, you don't want the fight. You just went back to Boots, was like, they don't want the fight, bro. They've rejected the offer. But then here, you know, Brian Norman come out and make those statements about how the negotiation was, they're waiting on a counter offer. So Eddie ended up making 3 counter offers, got it up to 1.7 million, but the Normans didn't budge, didn't feel like it was worthwhile for them. Brian Norman Sr. saying that he wants his son to walk away with $1 million, right? I want him to walk away with $1 million after taxes, after fees, this, that, and the other. This is what he said he wanted to see. Eddie Hearn wasn't willing to facilitate that. And we can get into that conversation as well, because a lot of people feel like Eddie should have just forked over the 300,000 or the 500,000. That is nothing to Eddie. But we can talk about why he maybe didn't do that, why he wasn't going to entertain that, right? But at the same time, Brian Norman, talking as much as he was, being the most vocal part of this whole entire process, it did seem like he was more motivated to make the fight, and towards the end, it looked like he didn't care about the fight being made anymore. So we're going to talk about all that. What do you think about the scenario, the situation?
You know what I say? It's a flip of a coin, man. A lot of people are really kicking Brian's back in. I'm gonna start by playing devil's advocate on this. First and foremost, I want to say that, you know what, when you sit there and you get that hand from the dealer, and you playing poker, and you show everybody what your cards are, you have no play. When you tell everybody that you only want undisputed and you're staying there just for undisputed, guess what you did? You just laid the foundation out that, you know what, this guy gonna do whatever it takes to become undisputed. I'm gonna price myself out, and if he really serious about it, he gonna pay me for it. So I think the Normans definitely played a part into that. I think that played into a lot of other fighters' heads. Like, look, this guy's going to have to pay to fight. He's going to have to play to pay. I'm pay to play. My bad. I gotta get that right. You know what I mean? You got to pay to play. And once he gets all this done, we're gonna have to see what he's doing out there in his business. So I think it went from there to why he's not his manager saying, look, these guys aren't worth this fight. Are you really want to do this? Why don't you just unify, find anybody? We'll pay one person to do it, but we're not going to pay everybody. I think and then when we flip the coin now, boom, to the Brian Norman side, them trying to take advantage of it because they know that's on the table, overprice themselves. They put a big number out there to reach high. It came down to a point where it was like, okay, we really only want this much at the end of the day. We really don't want that much. We just threw the number out there so we can come down on price, and we have a high starting point. But Eddie Hearn is like, look, this is where we're at. Take it or leave it. I think we were going to see the fight at that price because tomorrow's the deadline. It's 9/3 is when they said it's going to close out, and they have tomorrow to answer. Exactly. If they don't answer, it's over. So at this point, I think we're going to see them take the 1.7, maybe even squeeze a 1.8 out of them. Just to say, okay, we'll take 1.8, let's call it even, and we'll walk away from here. That might work. So if it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. They still overprice themselves. They still, I don't consider it a duck. I just call it strategy. Playing their hand against them. You know what I mean? They had all aces. I had a couple of jokers in my hand. So you know what? In order for them to beat me, I got to play poker back, right? I got to bluff a little bit. I don't think you play with jokers and poker, by the way, but anyway.
Yeah, I had
to think about that. I'm thinking spades. You know what I mean? That's spades. But anyway, had to throw a little bluff out there, and it was like, look, either you're gonna have to understand that this is real or it's not. And I think they tried to play it and they played themselves. You know what I mean? There ain't nothing wrong with playing yourself. So like I said, it goes both ways at the end of the day. It's a shame on both of them, but not really as much as Boots as it is on Brian Norman because he knew that he only made a certain amount, and 750 should have been more than enough to satisfy the sweet deal. But you know what I mean, because he already had a price in his head and whatever they negotiated over there, he tried to bring more to the fire. And I think if he loses this fight, he loses a lot because next in line is going to be a couple of other people, and I think we just talked about this. God forbid he does take the fight with Jalil Hackett.
Right.
And if he takes that fight with Jalil Hackett, guess what's going to happen? The first thing they're going to do is they're going to try to outprice Jalil Hackett because he's a champion. And Jalil Hackett is a fine fighter, so he's going to raise the bar, right? And then he's going to embarrass him because when he says, no, we're not paying you $1.2 million for Jalil Hackett fight. How about we just give you $300,000? And he's going to say, fine, cool, done. Now we're going to take the belt. What that mean is, this is what you should have did when you had the opportunity to fight Boots. Because now Jalil Hackett's going there and he takes the belt. Now Eddie has two, and he can make that fight without any worries, any price costs, any problems, and Boots gets his unification. It all works out for him at the end of the day if that does happen. So they should play smart and they should play by the rules and try to figure these things out before they get out of control and they lose the control of what they have. So, hey, it is what it is. That's why I'll take it.
No doubt, man. Yeah, once again, you know what I mean? Great minds think alike. You know what I mean? I think a lot of the stuff that you're thinking, you know what I mean? I definitely my mind is running parallel to a lot of that. You know, I think the important thing about this whole thing, and you know, you play devil's advocate, so obviously I'll go on the other side of the argument and kind of like take it up on Boots' side of the game. You know, the most importantly, the boxing space has really not been accepting none of this Brian Norman explanation as to or justification as to why he's approaching it the way he is. Most fans I'm watching Brian Norman get interviewed by Mill City. Shout out to my brother Mill City. You know what I'm saying? We talked yesterday for a little while about the situation as well offline. Most of the boxing space, most of these chats, most of the fans are not looking at this as, oh yeah, man, business. Nobody cares about business that much to care that much. It just looks as if at the end of the day, you don't want to say that anybody's ducking, right? But I do believe that at the end of the day, Brian Norman Sr. does look very motivated to walk away from this situation, right? He seems very motivated he wants to defend himself. He wants to justify his action. He has this presence all of a sudden in social media that, once again, a lot of these fans are talking about these fathers in boxing, right? The Floyd Schofields, the Bill Haney's, the Teofimo Seniors, and now Brian Norman Sr., who's been in the social media like every other day, it seems like, defending his choice on what he's deciding to do and how he's choosing to carry out this mission to get his son the most money that his son's ever gotten, right? To give him an M, right? But at the same time, what is he doing? He's preaching that the money makes no difference to him, right? At the same time, he's saying we're not hungry for money. We're not looking for money like that. We're good. I got a business. Brian is living good in his own place. He gave a tour of his house the other day. You know, he got into it with somebody and showed the bedrooms in his crib and the cars in his garage and how his money's super straight. But at the same time, every time this guy gets on social media and he's talking to one of these content creators, he's talking about money. He's talking about how he wants him to walk away with 1M. He's talking about how the money, you know what I'm saying, if his son is going to get involved with something like this, the money has to be right. So it's kind of weird, you know what I mean? Outside of seeing Brian Norman Jr. perform the way he did against Santillan, outside of just, you know, wanting to believe Brian Norman Sr. because they've been straightforward, sounds like a good guy, you know what I mean? Always talking the right talk, always speaking the right way. Outside of that, it does look like duck talk. It does look like he's getting himself out of a fight that he doesn't want to be in. It does look like his son is taking the biggest risk, that he doesn't have faith in his son to win this fight. He's factoring in the loss too much for me. He's factoring in what if he loses? What if this happens? He's very nervous about the setback, of the potential setback this fight's going to give him if Jaron Boots Ennis does, in fact, execute the way that a lot of people are anticipating that he would execute in a fight like this with Brian Norman, right? So to see him doing all that and then, you know, letting the fight slip away for $300,000, it does. Yeah, Sonny. Yeah, for real. It is starting to look like Norman Sr. is capping Sonny Augustine. It just doesn't look right, right? You can only make so many excuses for somebody. You want to be unbiased. A person like myself, if you guys know me, you know I'm not quick to call nobody a duck. I'm very particular about using that word. And I don't know if I'm going to call him that right now at this moment. But what I'm definitely comfortable at saying with Brian Norman Sr. is that it does seem evident that you are not as interested in this fight as you sold everybody, as you gaslit everybody to believe you were. How much you wanted to prove that Boots wasn't him. You know, you actually watching the fight from a trainer's point of view. Like you said, you watch his old fights from a trainer's point of view, and you saw all these holes in his game and just knew what your son was going to do. Well, if you know what your son is going to do, then why aren't you guys betting on your son? Why aren't you guys taking a short? And in comparison, it is looking duckish, 2 cents. Why aren't you betting on your son? Why aren't you taking that 1.7 million, or like you said, Ray Davis, saying, listen, let's meet in the halfway. It don't got to be the 2 million. Let's do 1.8 million. Let's set this fight up. Why aren't you bringing that up? Why aren't you pushing for this fight to happen? And why are you more so looking like if you ain't going to pay, you're so ready to have your son go and get a fraction of the money, $200,000-$300,000 to go fight on an undercard for Keyshawn Davis, somebody who doesn't even have a title. You are going to be defending your title on an undercard rather than fighting one of the biggest, most anticipated fights in that division right now. Probably the most interesting fight in that division from the outside looking in. Brian Norman Jr. versus Jaron Boots Ennis is probably the fight to make in that division. Why don't you sound as motivated as you did when you first were responding to Boots Ennis putting out there that you guys rejected the offer? The energy has changed. It's changed, and we all can feel it. And what does it look like moving forward at this point? Now, from Boots' side of the argument as well, you have to ask yourself and ask Boots, and I've said this in a little video I put out there, there's a balance of morality and reality, right? The morality is Brian Norman should really be addressing this in a different way. He looks like he's pricing himself out. And, you know, we can point fingers at him, call him all these duck words and everything like that, but it doesn't change anything, because if he's not going to fight, he's not going to fight. But what did Brian Norman say? He said, listen, you give me $300,000, we make this fight happen. From Boots Ennis' side of the argument, does he go ahead and put that money out there? Does he take it from his money? Well, what's Boots looking to make anywhere? Anywhere from $3.5 million to $5 million probably on this fight. Does Boots Ennis benefit by going after that WBO title, taking the pay cut like Errol Spence did to fight against Terrence Crawford? But we did see how it ended up between Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, right? Not to say that Boots would suffer the same consequences, but is this a moment for Boots when you look at the fact with Stanionis and Mario Barrios also rejecting offers that were made to them for unification title fights. This is the one guy in the division with the title who has shown signs of wanting to make the fight. He just wants the right amount of money. So does it benefit Boots Ennis at this point to go ahead, concede to the money, although he doesn't think that, although he knows Brian Norman doesn't deserve it, but, you know, clear out your mind. Don't look at Brian Norman. Look at that WBO title. Put that $300,000 on Brian Norman's books. Make this fight happen and become a unified champion at 147. What do you think?
I think if he doesn't, I could say that's duckish. Just like other people have used the word duckish, right? Salute the 2 cents for that word, because it can go both ways. Because if you're not willing to go for your title when you just have to pay a little bit chunk change out of your belt, out of your pay, to go get it, which is your dream, then go chase your dream. I've seen many people sacrifice. Devin Haney sacrificed going over, sign a 3-fight deal with Top Rank to become undisputed. I've seen other fighters go do other things to become champions in other ways of doing things. Other than that, I mean, Shakur is trying to get fights that people keep thinking he's calling him a duck, which is weird. I don't even see that, but they're saying the same thing. And you say he just would move the goalposts. Well, then let him move the goalposts. That's why you calling their bluff, right? If they, and I'm with you on that. Listen, that's right. Give him the $2 million and see where he goes from there. Because if that's what he said to Bozy, that's what it was that he was looking for. That was the number he put out there, and everything else was just to see if he can get more. If that's the $2 million and that's all he wants, let him do it. Because if he doesn't take it, then he is considered a duck at that point. Because now we've satisfied every need and every request that you had, and we met you there. Now you're running away. But at the same time, if we're not going to offer you that, we're going to stay at a standstill. We're saying, hey, I really want that belt, but I'm not willing to pay. Then you got to look at it on the other side too, saying, guess what? What's up, Thomas Hill? We got to look at the other side saying, look, well, he don't really want those belts like he's saying. So if he don't really want those belts, because there's an opportunity for him to have it, right? He could have called out Terrence Crawford, like literally called him out instead of saying, well, if he fights me, he fights me. If he comes down, you know, he doing this. He had the opportunity to get all 3 belts then. He never called out Terrence Crawford. So if he really wanted all those belts and that was the case, then he could have did that too. He could have made an offer, a big offer to Terrence Crawford at the time. But none of these things panned out. None of these things worked out. So at the end of the day, you got to look at both sides. I'm not saying that Brian Norman Sr. is not just selling wolf tickets. He is. He's selling a lot of them. But at the end of the day, we have somebody that has a dream, and the dream is the ultimate goal here for Boots Ennis. That's become undisputed at 147. If he's not going to become 147, undisputed at 147, this is going to be the standpoint that we talked about last year in January. Matter of fact, it was November of last year. I apologize, when I was on other panels, and I said Boots Ennis needs to move to 154. No one's going to fight him at 154 at 147. People don't have to come up and fight him at 147. I heard names as Devin Haney, Teofimo, this person. None of them guys even moved up yet. Josh Taylor. None of them guys are even there yet. And the other champions have already declined fights with him. So what is the point of him staying there? Then he was almost out a whole year before his next fight. Why? Because he didn't have a promotional deal. He didn't work with this person. It's Cameron Duncan that passed away. Showtime closed the doors. He was never a PBC fighter. He had to go find a network and somebody to sign him. All those things came to play. So all that took time. So he gets back in the ring finally with David Avanesian. People crapped on his performance. They yelled at him about it and said it was shitty, even though he had inactivity, right? But he got back in there. He did what he had to do. He won the fight. Now he made a defense of his title. Now we're in a situation where he has an opportunity to fight a champion, which he's been calling for a long time, and now he has a chance to showcase himself against a champion. And if he's not going to pay that little bit of cash, then you got to ask yourself, what are we really doing here? Why are you calling that why are you saying you want to be undisputed if you're not willing to pay that little bit of change to go get it? Take it out of your pay. So what? You lose a little bit, but you gain a lot. Because at the end of the day, now you can ask for more, and whoever your next opponent is, guess what? They're going to do the same thing anyway if they got a belt, right? Barrios is going to ask for more money. Stanley is going to ask for more money.
They've already asked for more money, right? They've already turned down offers and wanted more money.
The bill's going to go up, right? The bill's going to go up. What's up, Dusty? It's going to go up. What's up, Eastside Easy? It's going to go up. And as it goes up, it's still going to be the same thing. So Boots has no, if he wants undisputed, he's got to be willing to play. That's what I said, right? At the end of the day. But at the same time, if these guys are considered ducks, if you want to call them ducks, and they're ducks. That's your opinion. I don't have that opinion. I just think they're smart businessmen and they know what they hold. They hold the golden ticket to Boots becoming undisputed. And as long as they hold that ticket, guess what happens? He's got to pay. So they're going to ask for whatever they want. If they get it, they don't. If you want to call them ducks for being smart, then that's on you. That's how I look at it.
Man, I agree with everything you're saying, man. I said it before. Eddie Hearn had to anticipate these difficulties signing Boots Ennis. He knew that Boots was in a situation where a lot of fighters weren't trying to fight him. I mean, he's gone into it trying to make some of the impossible fights, like him and Terrence Crawford, right? He knows Terrence Crawford doesn't, but he's still pushing for it, right? He knew that getting Boots unified and becoming undisputed at 147 was going to cost some money. And granted, listen, I want to give Eddie Hearn some grace here because he did make an offer. He did counter offer and got up to the 1.7 million. And you know, it's hard to do something like that when you honestly don't believe that a fighter's worth that much money, right? He's sitting here like, dude, I'm going to offer you this money, but bro, you're not worth this money. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't earn this money. You made less than $200,000 on your last fight. I'm offering you $1.5 million, north of $1.5 million, and you're still coming at me like I'm underball, like you know what I'm saying, like I'm lowballing you. It's ridiculous. But at the same time, in the spirit of making a fight for this new acquisition you've made, arguably one of the future pound for pound fighters, if not one of the pound for pound best fighters in the space right now, you kind of had to anticipate making these sacrifices and making these concessions to these champions. You had to factor in that two of those titles were sitting over there across the street, let's say, right? You had to know that it's sitting there with PBC with Mario Barrios and with Stanionis, and anticipated the amount of difficulty you was going to have to face in order to make this fight happen. So in many ways, it's just like, man, $300,000 away. Why not make it happen? There is a bottom line. There is ROI concerns. Return on investment is very important for Eddie Hearn this year. I can imagine he spent a lot of money, threw a lot of money at Devin Haney, trying to put Devin Haney where he was supposed to be, anticipating making money with Devin Haney, to see him take that loss of Ryan Garcia, but still like, damn, reporting back to his to his partners, or maybe his boss, however you want to look at it, in the zone, and his investors in Matchroom, to explain to them how this loss makes sense. Keeping in mind that years ago, Eddie Hearn took the hugest loss with Canelo Alvarez, right? Lost like over $1 billion messing with Canelo Alvarez, right? So now going into a situation where he's got to show some returns for his company, and this Boots Ennis situation looking like it's got to turn into some sort of like another toilet bowl of money, like flushing a whole bunch of money away. Boots Ennis has a 3-fight deal with Eddie Hearn, right? So if you really put it together, just to put some perspective on it, guys, right? Let's put some perspective on it to say that if Eddie Hearn spends the money and he pays Brian Norman top dollar, and he pays Stanionis top dollar, and he pays Mario Barrios top dollar, that's 3 fights, right? That he's probably not going to see the return on it. He's probably going to take a loss in the long run. Is Boots Ennis going to extend and say, listen, I'm going to re-sign you, give you 3 more fights, so that he has an opportunity to recoup that at 154 by making some big fights up there? Or is Boots going to say, you know something, 154 is mostly PBC fighters. I appreciate you, Eddie Hearn, for helping me get this far, but I'm going to go ahead and move on to the PBC now and go get these other fights, so I don't run into the same problems I ran into at 147. It's a rock and a hard place for Eddie Hearn, right? It's like, I'm going to invest in this fighter, but there is a long run goal, but there's also right now instant gratification situation where Eddie needs to start seeing some profits on these fighters that he's making big investments in. Even with Shakur Stevenson, he did a quick 2-fight deal, right? He's not making a long fight deal. He just wants to be in and out. He put him against Joe Cordina. That's good money for Eddie Hearn. That's good money for him, because he's probably not paying Cordina a lot of money. Turkey Al-Sheikh is paying, Shakur Stevenson that $5 million. He's walking away with a profit there. Then boom, Williams Zepeda. We got some cross promotion there, but once again, we got Oscar and Golden Boy involved, and we still got Turkey involved in that, so he's making some profits there. So now it's like, if Shakur wants to leave, go make that fight with Tank, he's up, he's okay. But with this Boots Ennis situation, it looks like it might be a little more sensitive. Eddie kind of showed his hand a little bit in this one, kind of showing like there is a limit to what I'm willing to spend with this situation. I'm not willing to you know what I mean, go up too far and above beyond my means to make all these fights happen. It needs to make sense. And for Boots Ennis, it's profitable to get him at 154 and make those investments, because you're probably going to see those returns. Those are going to be big cards in comparison to a Brian Norman, all right? Or you know, obviously a Stanionis or Mario Barrios. So there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of moving parts to this whole entire situation. I think it's going to take some concession from Boots, right? I think Boots is going to have to accept the fact that he's going to have to take some lower purses to have some money to pad those payouts to these fighters in order for him to achieve his goals, which is to become undisputed, right? And so let's see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow's the date, right? 9/3. That's the date where they have to go to either purse bid between him and Karen, or
I think they pushed that back to the 5th, though.
To the 5th, maybe the 5th.
Push back to the 5th. The deadline for the fight is tomorrow.
Right.
Brian Norman. They're taking it off the table tomorrow.
Yeah. So we got to see how that turns out. Shout out to El Near in the building. Not familiar with you, but shout out. Thanks you for you know, speaking in the chat, man. Let's see what he said here. What up? Eddie got the 300K, man. Tell him come up off it. He trying to pocket that. Next time AJ fights, they should have Boots, Shakur, Cruz on the card. The make Shakur versus Cruz, money. Agreed, Clay. Bet on yourself. Let's see here. 2 Cents says let Norman just build the fight, then he can get what he asking for. That too, you know what I mean? Let him build the fight, maybe build a little bit of demand.
But not bad.
Yeah, build a little bit of a demand there. I feel you, 2 Cents. You know,
I would say at that point, would Boots even still be there at that point?
And he's probably going to ask for more money at that point, right? Now he's going to, if he builds it up anymore, he's going to be asking for more than $2 million. He's probably not going to go nowhere for less than 2.5 at that point.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If Boots is going to be there, if he doesn't lose to somebody like a Jalil Hackett or somebody else at the division, it's anything can happen in that time trying to build a fight up. Like I said, and what if he gets a rematch with the guy that had the no contest against him?
Against who? Brian Norman.
Yeah, Brian Norman. Pacheco or something like that. If he gets a rematch against him, then guess what happens? You know what I mean? Then we're going to sit there and be like, okay, well, now this guy already put him on his pockets in the first round. Does this guy turn around and beat him? Like, you know what I mean? And take the title. And then he becomes a guy at 147. So there's so many options and things that can go wrong. There's so many things that can go wrong here. Remember, he was not meant to win this title. He was not set up to win this title. He won the title for being a great fighter, yes. But they wanted this dude, Centillion, to win the title. He was supposed to be that guy. Brian Norman was supposed to just be on the path of greatness underneath somebody else, basically. You know what I mean? He's supposed to be somebody else's greatness. And unfortunately, it went the other way.
Right. Yeah, man.
Well, not unfortunately. Fortunately for him, let's correct myself, because Brian Norman actually showed that he was the champion. So I'll give him credit for that. But yeah, if it's only 2-3 million, man, let it happen. Boots, take it out of your pay. You know what I mean? Pay the 300,000. Let the guy have the 2 million, man, and call his bluff. You know what I mean? Now you put your deck, you put your cards out. Now call his bluff. He put his out too. 2 million is the answer. Let's ring the bell. You know what I mean? That's the only way you can look at it. Yeah.
Shout out to the Casanova pugilist in the building saying Boots should have gave up the 500K. He doesn't really want to shoot it like I thought. Man, wow, man. The Casanova, man, I hear you, brother. And I'll be honest with you. I think that's what it comes down to, right? Like you're going to get tested in life. When you want something, you're going to get to a point to where you get to that door, and the sacrifice is going to be great. And that's going to really improve and separate, you know what I mean, the people who really want it versus the people who kind of want it. I don't think Boots Ennis has one doubt in his mind that he can get Brian Norman the F up out of here, right? But now he's confronted, I think, with maybe for the first time in his career where he's getting a lot of money. You know what I mean? He's getting a lot of money right now. I think Eddie Hearn paid him somewhere around $3 million for his last fight. And in this fight, I heard that it was anywhere from $3.5 to $5 million that's on the line. So he's a prize fighter. He's officially a prize fighter. And if you guys pay attention to Jerron Boots Ennis's interviews, and especially with Bozy, they always make it sound like money's not the big deal. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That legacy is the big deal. But here you are in a situation where you're getting paid the biggest bags that you've ever gotten. And what's on the line right now is as a half a ticket. A half a ticket will get you where you want to be.
No,
Are you willing to give up that half a ticket? Are you willing to give up that half a ticket to make this happen? Look at what Casanova Pugilist said. You got to respect where he's coming from when he says, listen, man, if you really want this undisputed, how are you not willing to give up that 500K? I think that's a fair assessment, man.
Right.
I don't feel like he's ducking, but I do think it's a test. It's a big test. Now, what comes with that concession, conceding to give that 500K, is you open the door now to your future negotiations, representing your willingness to concede to these type of this type of negotiation tactic, right? Where they're going to starve you of your opportunity to get your belt, and you're willing to pay whatever to make the fight happen. So look, man, you guys made it about these titles, and shout out to my co-host who said it many a times. Never let the right hand know what the left hand is doing. Once you put on the line that you want something, that there's something you want more than anything, the person you're negotiating with on the other side of the table is going to factor that into the way they negotiate with you. They're going to factor that energy in. They're going to factor what you want and how bad you want it in the way that they negotiate it with you. And you end up in these situations. But once again, the light at the end of the tunnel is, for the first time in Boots Ennis's 147 campaign, he has a fighter who's actually has a price point that if he hits that price point, they're actually willing to fight him. This is a big step forward. This is a victory within itself, to be able to have a fighter across from you with one of the titles that you need to become an undisputed champion, saying, listen, I've got a price. I'm willing to fight you. I doubt he's received that type of response from Mario Barrios. I doubt he's received that kind of response from Stanionis. So this is something he needs to be careful with, really take into consideration, have some real thought about how he's going to approach this, and put himself in the best position to accomplish what he's trying to accomplish. Forget about Brian Norman for that minute. Forget about what he's worth and what he got paid in his last fight, and start thinking about your goals. Start thinking about what you want to get done, and focus on that WBO title. And let's find out how bad you want undisputed, how much of a difference it makes to you, man. You know,
right, 100%. I couldn't agree with you more. And like I said, now I'm gonna play devil's advocate again, and I'm gonna flip it to the other side. So like at this point, I don't see why. And Tu says you'll probably like me more for this, because I'm going to agree with you on the other side of the fence, because like I said, you can flip a coin on this. Brian Norman is over exaggerating prices, and he knows his value. Him doing that is just only making it worse for Boots. So if Boots does this, it's just going to hurt Boots later on, because when he does go to negotiate, he's just hurting Boots for future negotiations. If there's a rematch clause, now your rematch clause may ask for more money. In that case, and you don't even deserve it, because maybe you get knocked out in the second round. Do you even deserve a rematch at that point? Do you think you have a better chance of rematch this guy winning? If you don't feel that way, why even go into that point of asking these questions? There's so much to be asked of why you would put yourself out there and ask for certain amounts of money when you know you're not worth that money, to only concede and confide only in the Boozy Ennis before Boozy even got to talk to Eddie Hearn that you want $2 million, and that's the price you're willing to bet on. I take Boozy honestly as a respectable, honest person, and I don't think he puts anything out there that doesn't need to be led. And he said, I'm not going to put anything out there, but since this guy's out here running his mouth, let's talk about it. Boozy put it out there like, yo, this dude is really, really wilding. You know what I mean? He wants $2 million. We knew he wanted $2 million. Eddie Hearn didn't know, because he made an offer with him at the time. And when he came back and he wanted to add to 2.8 and all these deals. Well, I know what he's asking for, but his initial thing, Boxing Hacker, was he talked to Boozy privately. If you actually listen to the Boozy interview on YSM, he told Boozy privately before it was all announced that he wanted a $2 million deal. So go back and listen to that. That actually will tell you. But at the end of the day, you will understand that that's what it was. So if he agreed to that, he was like, yo, and I think Boozy was at that point was like, yo, $2 million ain't nothing. But I think Eddie Hearn, on the other hand, is saying $2 million is a lot coming out of my pockets. You want to put some of that money up, no problem. Right. And I think, and also not to mention that Brian Norman, I think, is trying to get into Boots' head. This is another problem, because if he's just doing all this nonsense and all this money talk, making this guy think about money, what he should do, how he should do it, and he might end up taking the 1.7. You know what I mean? He said he'll see him in November, right? That was a quote that he said. So saying that he'll see him in November, and that's, again, another thing that Boozy said, means that, hey, we're going to get as close to this $2 million as possible. And once we get there, we're just going to accept it and move forward. But here's where the gameplay is. Now, how does that affect Boots going into the fight and how he reacts in the fight? You know what I mean? That could be something that's that could be challenging to him. So we have to see how this all plays out at the end of the day, because it could be a game. It could just be a play on mind tricks, because sometimes that affects you in the fight, believe it or not.
Yeah, definitely. Yo, shout out to Michael Ford in the building. Shout out to Here for Boxing, my guy in the building. Richard Sampson, salute. Shout out to Boxing Hacker for sure. Boxing Hacker,
yes.
to the content. Always appreciate you guys being in the building. Let me read some of your some of these things here in the chat. So it said Michael Ford said Boots don't have anybody else to fight to get paid as much. Fighting someone else, he'll lose that $500K anyway. I agree with you, Michael Ford. I don't know if there's anybody else, but look, you know, I think Boots is going to make money as long as he can unify these belts. He has to look into his bag that he's getting and be ready to pay out something in his bag, to concede something to get these fights. I think, you know, the mantra for this division and the mantra for the rest of Boots' career until he's able to get the leverage he wants and maybe deserves is going to have to be, you're going to have to learn how to be ready to pay to play in this division. Shout out to Here for Boxing. Here for Boxing said, I was told by someone with inside knowledge that they met Norman's asking price 2 to 3 times, and each time they met the number, he changed it and asked for even more. I don't know if that's the case. I mean, maybe I think that maybe the counter offers were there, but Brian Norman's been pretty clear that he wanted a minimum of $2 million, and if that number hasn't hit $2 million yet, then you know it's not meeting where Brian Norman wants it to be at. Let's see here. The final offer is a number Norman asked for. Then he went over $2 million, and they had enough with playing with him. Yeah, man, it gets to that point. Maybe Eddie Hearn feels like that's what's happening. Maybe he feels like no matter what, you're going to keep going up. I'm not too sure. Shout out Richard Sampson. Peace and blessings to you, family. Appreciate having you in the building. Guys, if you are just coming in here, please remember to hit the thumbs up for us. Help us with the algorithm. And, you know, definitely, if you aren't subscribed, definitely subscribe to the channel. I appreciate you guys. Boxing Hacker said, did they say 2 million or 2.8? Yeah, so it looks like it started off at 2.8, and a response to Eddie Hearn's 750K was 2.8 million, which is why I believe Eddie Hearn really walked away from that situation immediately, didn't even offer a counter offer, and just went and told Boots Ennis, look, they're not interested in the fight, which is what I think pissed Brian Norman off. I think the 2.8 million kind of had Eddie Hearn like, these guys ain't serious. That's when the miscommunication really began. But once Brian Norman came out and made that whole statement, and it was like, all right, if you want to negotiate, I'll send you a counter offer. We're not doing the 2.8 million. Here's where I'm at with it. Probably like 1.2 or, you know what I mean, or 1.5 million. And then Brian Norman came down to 2 million, said he needed that 2 million, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You already went through the story. So now it's at 1.7. And from what I understand, the agreement right now is that Brian Norman Sr. is saying, shoot us 2 mil, make it an even 2 mil. We'll go ahead and come get you in Philadelphia, no problem. You know what I mean? The goal being, from what I understand, he wanted his son to walk away with $1 million after expenses. Let's see Here for Boxing. Salute y'all. Boom. Let me see. Casanova Pugilist says the Normans were going to take the fight. Were never were going to take the fight. They were just clout chasing Boots' name. Had Boots offered $500K, they would have probably just asked for something else. Yeah, but you know, in these situations, calling the bluff, it's kind of necessary to kind of put all the doubt to bed. You know, you don't want to be going to bed at night thinking about what if.
Right. And also it's public now, so it's bad on him. You know what I mean? It don't hurt Boots if that's the case.
Yeah, man. I think Bob told them to play with him because he has a TEO fight for them next year. Maybe. Big Dre, salute. Bob a grown man though. Them 93-year-old, those 90-year-old guys, bro, they don't got time for too many games. They're usually pretty straightforward.
Bob Arum does play a lot of games with people, bro.
Maybe.
What he did with Loma and Tank. He been on the table. He was at the table with Loma and Tank. Paul, right? Nah, we want this much. Well, if that's true.
Yeah. Let's see here. 2 Cents says, hell nah, I'll just move up. Yeah, look, man, you're preaching to the choir, 2 Cents, because look, at the end of the day, for me, I've been said, me and my co-host been saying, go up to 154, man, make it happen. People thought we were giving in, and we're always trying to convince these fighters to go up and wait. Nah, man, activity is important, but also having the right dancing partner is important. And, you know, look, guys, we've seen Boots Ennis kind of get bored of the 147 division with the way he fights, the chances he takes, and how much he plays in the ring shows how much of a lack of a challenge he's getting inside the ring. And let me tell you something, man. We're all creatures of habits by nature, man. What you do, the smallest thing in your life, is usually what you do with the biggest thing in your life. We build habits, and we're creatures of habits. And 9 out of 10 times, what you do some of the time is what you're going to do most of the time, which can translate to what you're doing all of the time. So if you see Boots Ennis getting these bad habits, letting things go, getting hit with shots you wouldn't normally see him get hit with, taking these chances, dancing in the ring, this is all expressing how bored he is with the division and how excited he's trying to make the fights. That within itself, for me, I feel like a smart move for him is to go up to 154 so he can be more honest with himself, so he can still develop in the right way in that ring and be a disciplined fighter, because that's what's going to get him where he needs to be, right? So a 154 is where those challenges are for him. At 147, he has a handful of challenges, and that's the people holding the title. So I have no problem with him moving up. No help. I mean, no problem at all. Let's see. Dub, we're gonna get with you in a minute, man. We're gonna open the panel in a minute, bro. Let's see. 2 cents. Just keep moving the goalposts. I heard from a reliable source it was 2.5. Yeah. I mean, a lot of inside source talking on this one.
Well, you know what? I had some inside sources too, and I know what they told me.
Wait, hold on one second. Let me just shout out to Donnie D in the building. Shout out Donnie D in the building. Salute, King. Great to have you back. Boxing at Claymore Ray. Norman Sr. said yesterday on Mill City that they will take 1.8 if it's not in Philly. That's another thing to entertain, right? Doing it somewhere else. But you know,
I thought he said 1.7.
Yeah, he said he would do it for 1.7 is what I remember. He said he would do it outside the city. I say go down to Atlanta, man, and go do him dirty in Atlanta, bro.
You do that.
You know what I mean?
Take it to Miami. You can take it to Vegas. Vegas will sell out. They'll make money of it. They can go pay-per-view in Vegas. That'll be a big fight there, because they can bring some fighters on that card. Some big fighters, especially from out west, and put them on that card. That'll make a huge fight.
Well, connected to that 154 first.
We said, oh yeah, so yeah, you can cross promote that whole top rank and matchroom card. The whole thing you can cross promote it. So it'd be a good card to work with.
Yeah. Richard Sampson said Boots Ennis should just go to 154. No need to stay at welterweight, in my opinion. 2 cents. That's not a Vegas fight at all.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There's this unification fight. What do you mean? It can't. You just. I mean, is it because of Brian Norman? Because if I'm not mistaken, even me hearing you saying that Brian Norman was a beast when he won and he was a threat, he may be a guy to fight Boots, blah, 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 blah. Like a couple months ago, it was a good fighter. But now, because he seems to be ducking Boots in a lot of people's opinions, he's not a big fighter. He's not a good fighter because his dad's talking. Listen, I get it. Y'all don't like the dads that talk. It shows. We get it. Bill Haney, Teofimo Lopez, what's his name? Garcia, Danny Garcia's father.
Angel.
Freaking Angel Garcia, thank you. Freaking Floyd Schofield. Brian Norman Jr. Y'all don't like him. It's okay. But you know what? It's part of the game. See, we're so used to the internet now that we can just say things to these fighters directly. We don't hear the talks that they used to have in the interviews and jumping into the rings all the time that they used to do back in the day. And the interviews after fights when they calling people out from the ring. Those are things that happened back then. That's how the fights were made. They don't do that anymore. And I'm not saying, I know you from around the block, you know what I mean? So I know, and I'm saying it to a lot of people in the chat, not directing it to you, 2 cents. I'm saying generally. So being around the block, you know how these things work. So now we're in a technology stage where everything's being done through the internet. People are voicing themselves on the internet. They're going on TV shows and being interviewed by people and saying things that are ridiculous because they want exposure. They're only building the match. Regardless of how you look at it, they're building the match because that's going to mean somebody's going to tune into it. And the more you tune into it, guess what? The more views they get. Whether it's pay-per-view or not, they're going to get the views. And that's going to help sell the fight, whether it's in person or else. So you got to look at it that way. What'd you say? Remember when I asked him why so much with his no defense? No, elaborate.
Yeah. Shout out to Marcus M in the building. Eddie's pimping Boots. He knows he wants undisputed and is letting 500K get in the way. He has other plans for him. I don't think he's pimping Boots. Look, man, we got to understand the responsibilities of a promoter. You know what I'm saying? And also, Eddie Hearn has loyalties and responsibilities to other people involved in the conversation outside of Boots as well. Although Boots is a priority, Eddie has every right to be concerned with the return on the investment. He's not supposed to just throw away money that way. You know what I mean? And I also hear people talking about Turkey Al-Sheikh. Where is he at in the situation? I think people have taken his Turkey. People look too deep and too hard to throw shots at Turkey Al-Sheikh. It's kind of like, I mean, we got to be grown-ups, man. Like, I don't know. I'm just a grown-up, man. I'm not on, you got to think about what's being said when you're saying what you're saying, right? Like, number one, Turkey Al-Sheikh didn't sit here and say he's going to pay for every single damn fight on the planet, right? And also, although he said he's going to support Boots, that doesn't mean that he's going to support Boots in a way to the detriment of himself, right? If he's going to be paying for what's going on with Boots, it's going to happen on a Riyadh card. It's going to be something that benefits Turkey Al-Sheikh and benefits his country. We have to just be a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? We got to process and use our critical thinking skills a little bit better than to just think that Turkey Al-Sheikh here is just here to facilitate the best fights for all of us to watch. He is there to do that, but he's there to do it in the spirit of promoting his country, in the spirit of promoting his cards and making it work for him, not only financially, right? Financially, he may not be that concerned with it right now, but he is concerned with how these fights look. He wants them to be Riyadh season fight cards. He's not just trying to sit there and fund a Golden Boy fight, fund a PBC fight, fund a matchroom fight. He's there with purpose. Although we see Turkey Al-Sheikh spending the money the way he's spending it, we sometimes may be misreading his organized confusion as just pure mayhem and confusion, to where he's just spending money out of his ears in every single direction and not caring what he's doing. He's got an agenda. He's got a mission that he's trying to accomplish at the same exact time. So him paying for Boots Ennis to make this fight happen between him and Brian Norman on a matchroom card that has nothing to do with him, just off the strength of helping Boots become a unified champion, doesn't necessarily coincide with what he's shown in the past as his mission. Look at the fights he's done and look at the fights he's made. They've benefited him. They've been on Saudi cards. They've been Riyadh season cards, right? He's not paying for fights outside of his promotion, outside of what he's trying to do. He has an agenda. So I think people just look for a reason to throw shots at him, and he's looking for reasons. People just look for reasons to throw Turkey Al-Sheikh under the bus and just expose him as somebody who's not who he says he is, or expose the people who support him as, see, the guy you're supporting isn't who you think he is. He's not just here doing that. He's not just here doing that. You know what I mean? Even with the spared expense term that I get tagged with, that everybody thinks means something. I wish you guys could just look in my face, the grown up that I am, how beneath me those statements are. Like, beneath me. Laughable. That's why they don't get no responses from me, right? Spare no expenses to be taken with context, right? Spare no expense means that he's shown that he's willing to pay premium more than the average promoter on the fights that he wants. That being said, have an open door policy with him. If he calls your phone, answer the phone, because you never know what the offer is going to be, what he's willing to pay for a fight. Use your brain. It doesn't mean that he's going to pay nobody $1 billion to make a fight. He's not an idiot, right? Spare no expense is the same thing as me saying, I might go on a vacation. I might go to take my family on a vacation and be like, yo, I'm willing to damn near spare no expense on, but I'm not going to spend everything in my bank account and go broke. You know what I'm saying? To go on a vacation, it just means it's up. We're going to have a good time. Everything we doing, don't worry about the money. I got the money. Let's just go have a good time. You know what I'm saying? Everything has a limit to it. So, I mean, people just got to kind of like calm down a little bit. Get your critical thinking skills down. Be a critical thinker and be able to put some context to what you're seeing. Be able to process the information you're getting and not be so quick to want to jump off the boat to prove a point or win an argument or debate or whatever they call those things.
Exactly where that's taking me after you read your super chat.
Okay, hold on. Let's see, Donnie D. Shout out to Donnie D for putting some color in the chat here, saying critical thinking, not thought anymore. Yeah, man. The critical thinking skills. I mean, I just got to stay quiet a lot of times, because I see a lot of people trying to win off words, technically hang on words and hold people to every single word. And in the sense of a victory. And, you know, that's why I always say, and I've been saying it for a long time, this boxing space, especially this channel, this is about building, man. Trading information, trading ideas, coming up with better ideas and coming together on some common ground at some points, even if it's to agree to disagree. But everything got to be a constant argument. Everything got to be a constant debate, quote unquote. Come on, bro. I'm 47 years old,
I'm
bro.
there right there. I'm with you. And you know what? I'm sorry to do that to you. I'm gonna let you get to that super chat in a minute. But 2 says I'm sorry to disagree with you, but it could be a fight made in Vegas because you're in a pay-per-view fight at that. But there's no way you're gonna tell me that Keith Thurman and Tim Tszyu was a pay-per-view event. Absolutely not. And it was in Vegas. So we're gonna go there. We're gonna go there both ways. And it's just because it was a PBC doesn't make it normal. That fight is just as much more of a better fight and because it's a unification, better fight than Keith Thurman versus Tim Tszyu. And it wasn't even for a title, if I'm not mistaken. That was just the most dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It was a catchweight fight. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, come on now.
Well, everybody knew that. That's why that fight
was worth money for pay-per-view. That was the worst one of all time. And they tried to sell that to us. I'm glad that dude got hurt, maybe. And got up.
He got hurt. I got inside information. He did get hurt.
It's cool. Inside,
I knew about it before they got canceled. That he got hurt.
Cool, but I'm just saying. Regardless, I'm putting quotations on that anyway. But I'm saying it was a terrible fight. So I'm glad they put Fedor on that card to make it juicy and put the other title on the line because that made the fight worth watching. Because other than that, they was going to get stolen like a bad habit with a fire stick. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm lying. But anyway, I wasn't going to watch that fight at all. That wasn't part of my plans if that would have happened because it was terrible. So you're telling me this fight is more terrible than that? Absolutely not. I think this fight is pay-per-view worthy. It may not be $79, $80 worthy, no. But I definitely think it's pay-per-view worthy.
I don't know if I think it's pay-per-view worthy. I ain't gonna lie to you, but it is. If
it's in Vegas, they're gonna bring fighters to this table. They're not just gonna bring just Boots and Brian Norman. There's gonna be big fights on this card. Anytime there's a fight in Vegas, you have big cards in Vegas. Always.
I mean, I would think they would, but at the same time, they're already. I mean, just to push back at it a little bit, just to say that Eddie Hearn's already making the payment. If they're gonna pay this man this money, they're not gonna spend a lot of money on the undercard, bro. They're going to need a turkey or somebody to get involved in to pay all these big fighters to get on that card. I don't think the card would be that big on a fight like this. I think they'd spend a lion's share of the money they have on making that fight happen, and I think the undercard would suffer or potentially could suffer for it. So a pay-per-view, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. It just seems like
I agree. I'm just making a statement and a counter argument to the not being a fight in Vegas. It can happen for 1.7. He takes the loss. He takes the money down. And whatever the case may be, it can happen. And whether it's pay-per-view or not, let's just say it's not pay-per-view and it's just on the Zone channel, it's still worthy fight of Vegas. It's still a fight worthy of Vegas.
Yeah, I definitely think it could sell like in a building, like seats wise. I think a lot of people would show up to the fight. Hold on, let me just read this right here. Right-handed downtown Brooklyn. What do you say? Edgar, 1,000 to win. 5,000. Yeah, man. 5, yeah, man. Listen, man. I think the Edgar Berlanga fight there's some money to be made there potentially. I think people sleep on Edgar's ability to deliver that shot, right? His ability to mix up those shots. Edgar's is got a pretty decent amateur career, you know what I'm saying? He knows how to fight, you know what I'm saying? It's just that he got cursed with all those early knockouts, and it seemed like his development stunted a little bit in that process. It just seemed like he got stunted a little bit in his development, and I wonder how much he's been able to catch up to where he's supposed to be to compete with a Canelo Alvarez. Like Canelo said at the presser, you think you got an IQ like Cotto? You think you got an IQ like Caleb? You think you got an IQ like Floyd? You ain't gonna be able to outthink me in that ring. And I think that was a statement within itself because he said mistake 1 for the 10. Oh wow, yeah, bro, damn, yeah. They really not giving much of a chance at the odd makers. Ain't giving them much of a chance. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Is what it is. It is what it is. But so look, moving forward here, right? Boots Ennis. If he does, I see a lot of people in the chat were like, listen, man, I want to see Boots Ennis move up to 154, right? All right, if he does move up to 154, he's still dealing with a lot of adversity at 154. He's not just going to walk into 154 and just get all these great fights lining up for him. I mean, he'll get a Virgil Ortiz. He'll get a Virgil Ortiz fight. He'll get an Israel Madrimov fight, right? He might get an Erickson Lubinson or Jesus Ramos, you know, even though these are, you know, top-ranked PBC fighters, but how's he going to get into title contention? Because that's where he deserves to be, right? That's where he wants to be. He wants to be in those conversations. He wants to, Turkey gets involved in at that point, right? Once Boots Ennis goes to 154, this is where Turkey wants to see Boots at. This is where Turkey wants to put the money up to make the big fights with Boots, right? But once again, a lot of cross promotion, and more than likely going to be fights that are probably going to be on the Riyadh season side of the game, right? But it puts Eddie Hearn in a position to make money, because now Eddie Hearn doesn't have to fork over the money no more. He doesn't have to come up with the bread to pay for these fights, because Turkey's willing to take over. And this is where, I think, somebody was saying that, and I said it too as well, is Eddie Hearn pressuring and pushing Boots into 154. And people are like, why would he do that? Well, he would do that because that alleviates a lot of the money he's spending. Like, as soon as he gets up in that 154, Turkey gets involved in the conversation. But now he's not getting those fights on the Matchroom card no more. You're going to see Boots doing a lot of fights on the Riyadh cards. You know what I'm saying? But this is where Boots sees the 10 million, the 7 million. You know what I mean? The big guarantees. This is where Boots sees his money. This is where the title fights can be made at. This is where he has the financial backing to make the big fights. And let me tell you guys something. I know a lot of people want to go on record and say that cross promoting, that the PBC would never work. Blah, 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 blah. The PBC has already shown that they're willing to work with Turkey. They had fighters on the Riyadh season in Los Angeles. They might not be willing to work. They might not be willing to work directly with Eddie Hearn to have it on a Matchroom card, but I think they're a little bit more open to have fights on a Riyadh card, on a Turkey-sponsored card, right? So we can see those unification fights happening on a Riyadh card because Turkey's willing to pay that premium cost. What do you think, Ray, at 154? You think Turkey's able to facilitate those big fights?
I think he can make a lot of those fights happen. Absolutely. It does change. It does change the perspective and the way that the things are being pushed around and moved at 154, because there's a lot more chances and better fights there. From 1 to 15 in the top, in all sanctioned bodies, he has opportunity to make his name and prove himself. But him owning the IBF title, there's a guy that's fighting for the IBF right now that can possibly win it, that just lost the WBO, has a strong chance of fighting him. He get in that conversation right away because he was calling him out, telling him to come up here because he'll knock him out. That guy is easy to make the fight with because he already worked a deal with Turkey, even though he bailed out a few times. But he also made a deal with where he said he'll fight him. He'll fight Boots. So that's not going to be hard to fight because he's not officially with PBC. So he doesn't really have to worry about that. They can they just get PBC out the way and just make the fight themselves on the Riyadh season card, fly halfway around the world instead of all across the world to make a fight with Boots in the United States, or Boots fly to Australia. That could be a really good fight with Tim Tszyu if that does happen. Or he can try to just pay the money for the Brian Norman fight, get directly in the way of the WBO title, which would be either Terrence Crawford if Fundora drops the belt, or Fundora holds on to the belt. That can be another possibility that he can just call up right now, like, hey, you know what? Why don't I fight somebody for the WBO right now? You know what I mean? I'm the champion. I want to move up. I want to get in contention. That can pose a different opportunity. So we can see a lot of things move in different directions, and however that works. So yeah, it puts a lot of perspective on him moving to 54, and getting in the way is the key. And that's what he will have to do. Turkey Al-Sheikh sees this. He sees the possibilities. He sees the entertainment value in all these fighters, and he thinks Boots is a special talent. He also believes that there's a lot of talent in that pool, so it will bring the best out of Boots, which Boots wants to show that he's really good and he has more in his tool bag that he's not being able to display, and he can take a fight seriously instead of just having fun. So yes, it does make a difference at 154 if he moves up with Turkey.
Yeah. Listen, shout out to Boxing Hacker for the $5 holler, man. I appreciate you, King. Said, facts claim more people exaggerate what Turkey can do just to debunk him. They will say, why not pay Canelo $200 million? I thought Turkey money was infinite. Yeah, I mean, people are just so focused on debunking this Turkey movement. Like I said, credibility, man. Your ability to be an adult and use your critical thinking skills and not be a hater, and just enjoy the boxing that's available for you to watch and support that. Getting territorial with a sport that's an international sport and turning it into a mutiny to take something away from you that you've never owned. I don't know what the motivation is behind behind that, except for one thing, which is just fanatic behavior. People thinking that this is the way to be a fan of boxing, is to be a fan of a promotional company, or, I don't know. Maybe it's a United States pride thing. Maybe it's an American pride and American boxing thing. I don't know, but everybody has their thing that they do, and it seems like a lot of people have made it their mission to be like PBC first over everything. Like Donald Trump is like America first. People are like PBC first, and they carry it with that energy, right? Hold on a second before you go on in. Let me shout out to Donnie D in the building as well. Shout out to Donnie D, man. Appreciate you with the $4.99 as well, man. I appreciate you the $5 saying y'all heard Turkey trying to reduce pay-per-views. We'll sell 3 times as much. Donnie, great segue. That's another thing that Turkey's doing, which I'm sure a lot of people are going to say is some sort of power move, and he's undercutting. They're going to look at it as some sort of attack. You know what I'm saying? But once again, Turkey just showing again what he's willing to do to refine the product, to refine the delivery of the product. He wants more eyes on boxing. He wants less people stealing the pay-per-views and people giving people a price that they're willing to pay in order to get more eyes on the sport and get a lot more fans involved with it, where they could be like, you know what, I'm going to watch boxing. And also, I believe by him doing that, Donnie, I'm being honest with you, it makes room for another chapter of Turkey's approach to boxing that he hasn't opened up yet, which is fighter development. He hasn't focused on that yet. He hasn't focused on those young fighters who aren't there yet. The Abdullah Masons, the Xander Zayases, you know what I'm saying? The Emiliano Vargases, the Floyd Schofields, right? Right now, he's been focused on more so the mainstream big fights, right? That the fights that people want to see, the matches that are hard to make. But he hasn't actually opened up a chapter for the young and upcoming guys' talent that's going on there without making it on a super huge pay-per-view card. So now he can get more eyes and more people to hopefully sell, like you said, 3 times as much more pay-per-views now because it becomes more affordable. Maybe he's still able to make the money that he was making, selling the $80 pay-per-views, because although the $80 is more money, but if you're selling 3 times the amount of fights, and let's say you're selling it for $15 a fight, $20 a fight, right? Now you're selling for every 3 sales, that's equivalent to $60. I mean, we could do the math and just kind of see to where he can start offering a lot of these young fighters fights where they can start getting some points, right? Maybe changing a little bit, kind of picking up on what the PBC is doing, giving them some decent guarantees up front, but also giving them some back end on the ability to be part of a pay-per-view card, but also selling them to a broader audience and bringing back the pay-per-view thing a little bit. I don't know if it'll work or it doesn't work, because the Fire Stick Nation is very active and very, very much, you know what I'm saying, in the game, trying to get as many free fights as possible. But once again, Turki Al-Sheikh just once again showing that he's trying to do a lot for the game. He's trying to bring fights to the fans. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Shushu for sure. Shushu for sure, man. Let me see here for boxing. Said you have people literally saying Turkey. Let me see here. You have people who are saying Turkey isn't doing anything different than Al Heyman tried to do. Then they'll say Turkey is ruining boxing. By that standard, how can that person be pro Al? 100%, bro. They'll say, and I agree with you. He's trying to do what he's trying to do is what Al did, but at the same time saying he's bad for boxing. So was Al bad for boxing? I don't know. It is what it is, right? Like, you got to kind of watch what you guys are saying. You get caught up in the hype of discrediting somebody, getting too much joy out of it, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Right. Way too much joy in discrediting somebody. Way too much joy in, like, I mean, that's what you do. Like, I mean, look, I'm a Jets fan. I think Ray's a Steeler fan?
I'm a Steeler fan.
Yeah, he's a Steeler fan. You know what I'm saying? So, maybe we might go overboard being fans of our team. You know what I'm saying? When it's time for game time, and we might go over. I don't know. I'm not used to being fans of a promotional company. That's all.
No, not at all.
Fans of a fighter is even cool. Like, look, you be a fan of a fighter, but this whole promotional company hating on Turki Al-Sheikh giving us the fights thing, I think it's new for me. Go ahead, Ray.
Right. No, I was just going to say, so yeah, let's not mention that he paid for the Hall of Fame. Shout out to somebody who mentioned that earlier. But it wasn't that person that said it first. Other people have said it, and I think they're ridiculous for that. First of all, let's clear that up. He's honorary Hall of Fame. Honorary means that they just voted him in honor That doesn't mean that he's a member of the Hall of Fame. He doesn't have a statue. He doesn't get a plaque. He doesn't get nothing. He just got a little award he goes home with, and they're just saying, we're respecting you for what you've done in a short time. Point blank, period, let it go. The next thing I would like to say is touch base on what you just said, Clay, about how Turkey has made the moves in boxing, and the way he's making these moves is not sitting here to be subjective and disrespectful to the other promotional companies. He's worked with all of them. First of all, Turkey is just the event coordinator. He's hosting the event. He's putting the promoters in the fight. He's paying for these. He's paying most of the deal fighters for the promoters. The promoters are making probably some of the money back from these fighters because they're getting paid from their fighters for fighting on a network, and then you got to put money out of their pockets that much. They probably have to pay for small things like living quarters, things of that nature, travel, which they pay for anyway. Now they ain't got to do that, because now it's all coming out of Turkey's pocket. All you got to do is pay the small portion. Another, last but not least, hello, King Sakuna. I'm glad you watched Jujutsu Kaisen. That's pretty cool. You know what I mean? You sound, you got some good things on here. I like to read, but I don't think that was his biggest fight made. I mean, that was a big fight. And I mean, we have to see what the rest of these fights look at for the rest of the year before we say that's his biggest fight. But that's pretty cool. I'm glad you said that. Well, here, I think you said something about Here for Boxing. I wanted to tap in on the pay-per-view. Okay, so with the pay-per-view deals, here's what I think. I think with them moving to the pay-per-view and lowering cost of the numbers, it's not so much of them making 3 times the amount. It means that we might see less pay-per-views on the market because everything's going streaming. And when everything's going streaming, what's going to happen? You're paying for it anyway. So now the pay-per-view cost comes down because you're paying for a streaming service. And now you're going to be able to see more free fights, which we need to see because not everything's pay-per-view worthy. You get more fighters out there on the card. You get more opportunities to see more fighters. You get more fights weekly. That might be helpful to boxing. Let's look at it as an overall positive. Stop looking at everything as a negative because you think somebody's trying to steal something from somebody else. What can somebody steal that doesn't belong to them? You know what I mean? That's what it looks like. Y'all keep saying, oh, he's trying to take over boxing. He's trying to do this. Listen, we're good over here. We're trying to move our fighters over there. Listen, fighters fight all over the world. Mike Tyson fought in Tokyo. Last I checked, Muhammad Ali fought in Africa. He fought in Philippines, and he fought in England. So what are we talking about that we're stealing fighters? There's people. Joe Johnson fought in Australia. These fighters move around the world. They don't just fight here. Okay, so let's stop acting like boxing was made here, invented here, supposed to be here, and this is the only place for it. No, we just don't want to see our fighters lose to somebody out overseas, or we believe that they might get cheated. Let them fight. That's what they get paid to do. So if we're going to complain about that, then we don't like the sport. You know what I mean? Because I love when my team goes over to England and play, or they go down to Mexico City and play when the Steelers play in football. I love it. Because it shows that, you know what I mean, they bring a different element to the game. They're bringing the world in to watch. So look at baseball right now. Baseball international. It's international. It's all over the world. It wasn't at one point. It was maybe it went to Japan, and now they got baseball teams in England, Germany, Australia, and parts of Africa, Middle East, South America, all over. And there's players from all over coming to the United States and playing in the best program ever, which is the Major League of Baseball. And all these guys are pros in their own respective communities and states of their world. So what's the difference in boxing? They're all pros. The problem is you guys don't want to see these other pros because you don't know who they are. You guys talk about these guys being cakewalks or this and that, and you don't know them. And then you figure you watch 1 or 2 fights, and you like, oh, this guy just beat him because he's a bum. Then he comes in here and shows that he's better than what he is because he fought somebody that they're not used to. And then what do we get? Oh, Turkey set him up. Turkey's the reason why what's his name? Jared Anderson lost because he set him up. How did he set somebody up who said, give me whoever you want? That guy asked for that fight. He just said, hey, I got somebody for you. We're gonna see if you champ. You need to blame Bob for not getting that boy the fights that he needed to have instead of having him fight cruiserweights that got moved up at the end of the day and slumped over heavyweights that was old and out of the game. At the end of the day, we got to give Turkey his props for doing the right thing with matchmaking and all those other things.
Yeah, for sure, man. I agree with you, man. But one thing I know is time will tell the story better than anybody can tell the story. And I've said it before about the credibility that the fan base has lost. You know what I mean, with these fighters and with these promotional companies. They just learn to ignore you guys because of the arguments that you guys make. They don't listen no more. So shout out to you know what I mean, the content being there and the money being made with the super chats and attracting the crowds who want to kind of get in on that instant gratification, like gory, you know, I was comparing it. I don't know if I was talking to you, Ray, earlier about it. I think I was, but I was comparing it to the art of the hunt, right? The art of the fight. You know what I mean? The great fight, the significance of the great fight being made. People kind of got desensitized to that, right? And I compared it to hunting, right? There's a difference when you go out on a hunt and you're trying to figure out how to get your prey, right? You're putting deer piss smell on your clothes or on certain items to try to make them more comfortable, to cover your scent. You hunting them from early in the morning. You start off at dusk, right? Well, at dawn, you know what I'm saying? Like right before dawn, you know what I'm saying? That you're out there and you're waiting. You might be out there for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours before you finally see something you can knock down. There's an art to getting that kill when you get that prey in your crosshairs and you're able to knock that down as a victory in that, right? But now you have these people who want instant gratification so bad, they'll do one or two things. They'll either put up feeders, right? You got feeders where you put the food out there so the animals will just come out there and then you staying in the tree, you know what I mean, a couple of feet away, you just shoot them right from the tree, no hunt, right? Or I've even seen worse. You know, you got some people out there who get something tied to a pole, you know what I'm saying? Or trapped inside of a certain fence line. And just
exactly the word. They're called trappers, Clay.
Right. And they do it for the instant gratification, right? They do it for the instant gratification. But what else is it being exposed? That you guys have kind of become a little bit sick in the head, right? You guys are actually there for the death and not there for the hunt. You're there for the kill and not there for the art of the hunt. So you guys don't mind seeing a knockout artist in there with a fucking tomato can because you know you're going to see the knockout. You don't mind it. You just want to see the knockout. You don't even care about the fight no more. You're waiting on it. There's a lot of fans today who think a fight ain't good unless a knockout happens.
Yeah, it was a big fight. It was absolutely a big fight. It was for a championship. Just because you didn't know who Madrimov was doesn't mean he wasn't significant.
Yeah, I mean, look, a fight is not for everybody, right? Not every fight's gonna, you know, the fights that aren't for everybody, you know what I'm saying? But it was a competitive fight. It was a competitive fight, clearly, you know what I'm saying? And Madrimov, you know, showed that he was supposed to be in the ring with Terrence, that he earned, you know what I mean, that his skill set was there. It wasn't a tomato can versus, you know what I mean, this thorough fighter. It was a competitive fight. And it's another thing I'm going to give Turkey credit for. He doesn't give easy fights. He pays, but he makes sure you're in the ring with somebody who's going to be able to run it with you. You saw, like, I always use that Raymond Ford, Nick Ball situation, man. That was a fight that people really were thinking one way about it. And because they didn't recognize Nick Ball and his capabilities, slept on him. And look, Nick Ball ended up walking away with the win. But by the way, Raymond Ford being involved in one of the biggest fights towards the end of that year, right? That was one of the biggest fights of the year because that was such a competitive fight. Arguably, you could say Raymond Ford won that fight. It was like a 50-50, like it was a close fight, but a great fight for a fan to watch. A fan of boxing watched a very good fight that night. Congratulations to Nick Ball, you know what I'm saying, for earning that title that night, you know what I mean? And also gave Raymond Ford, you know what I mean, I think Raymond Ford developed in that fight. Those are the kind of fights that make you better. Like you come out on the other side knowing yourself a little better. A tough fight, but now Raymond, you know, arguably is going to be going to 130. I think we see a better Raymond Ford for it. I think we see a better Jared Anderson because of the Bacoli fight. A Jared Anderson who's been refocused now to either A, give up on boxing and go live his life, or B, get better, right? Understand that he had holes in his game, and because of that fight, the motivation that he needed to get better that he obviously didn't have before, which made him not get better. He walked into that fight an underdeveloped heavyweight. That people saw him doing a lot of stuff because he was in the ring with the right opponents. But when you saw him in there with the wrong opponent, you know what I'm saying? He had to got exposed to himself. And he even said it at the end of the press conference, like, I did that to me. I was doing stuff that I wasn't supposed to be doing. I knew it. But the eye opener came off the end of a Bacoli two-piece. You know what I'm saying? That's where the development came in. Salute. Right. You know what I mean?
Can I touch on this, Clay, real quick?
Sure.
So I just want to answer the question. Okay, so more competitive fights like who? Madrimov is better than Charlo? Question. Virgil's question. Boychuk question. No, he isn't. Okay, so here's the point. I can't say he is, nor can I say he isn't. See, here's the point of the casual mindset that you have, and I'm going to use the word casual, yes, because this is what casual fans do. You start throwing narratives out there and saying things. Did they fight? No. So we don't know who's better. The problem is you guys always make these fantasy fights in your head, and you have who's winning without them fighting. Just like you guys keep saying, Tank can't beat Shakur, can beat Shakur, and what do they need to fight for? If that's the case, all these fights that you guys say that Tank can win, and this guy can win, and this guy can win, and this guy's picking this guy because they're nobodies, but then they get in the ring and either competitive fights or they lose. So why do they fight? They fight because they have to prove that they can win. They got to prove that they can fight. They're all professionals. We're too busy trying to move the needle and try to make everybody else in this world, our favorite fighters, oh, that's my guy, so he can beat everybody. I know he can. There's nothing wrong with that. We just talked about root for the Jets and the Steelers. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, there's a thing called reality. And the reality sets in when you say, okay, what does this guy bring to the table? I would like to see that fight. This, and that. You say Mandible fought. Okay, I don't care what he fought. He still won the championship, and he made a tough fight for Terrence Crawford coming up from 147, who was supposed to be the fight, and his odds was crazy, wasn't it? Was supposed to be that close? Oh, okay, my bad. But then we don't look at that. Okay, he stopped him. Okay, so you talk, like Clay said, you guys want to see the knockout. So he didn't stop Terrence. So if he had beat Terrence, would that have been a better comment for you? Would you have thought different? Exactly. You probably would have been like, oh, yeah, he beat Terrence Crawford. He's definitely the best man in the world. He's an email champion. Guess what? Tank is too. Because he was elevated from the WBA in the email and then begged for it in the ring. They're all email champions. But I'm with you, bro. Just go ahead and sit down in the chat. You keep rumbling. Let the chat deal with you because you wilding right now. Go fight the dude from Jujutsu Kaisen, Yuji Ojidori.
Right. Yeah, man. Look, Madrimov had 10 fights, all the above, email champ. He was in there. You know who was tried true in that ring? Terrence Crawford.
Yep.
He's the pound for pound best fighter in the world, bro. And Madrimov showed that those 10 fights didn't represent his skill set, that those 350 plus amateur fights he had represented his skill set. You can take away from Madrimov and say he wasn't there. Maybe you could say he looked he had competitive fights with people you didn't think he was supposed to have competitive fights with. Look, styles make fights, but the triangle theories never work because look, he gets in a fight with Terrence Crawford and it becomes a super competitive fight. And we're not going to sit here and act like Terrence Crawford is and understand that when you guys throw shots at Terrence Crawford, you throw shots at everybody he's beaten. You feel me? So when you throw a shot at Terrence, you throw shots at Errol. You throw shots at Sean Porter. You throw shots at Kell Brooks. You throw shots at all these fighters, you know what I'm saying, that were used in the resumes of some of your favorite fighters to say that they were the greatest fighters, right? So at the end of the day, who did Crawford beat? Bro, he's a two-weight class undisputed champion. Clearly, you know what I'm saying, you have your thoughts about Crawford and you have your thoughts about Madrimov. It's all good. It doesn't really make a difference at the end of the day. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. But at the end of the day, for me, the fights were competitive. Turkey has been known to make competitive fights. So if you see somebody on a Turkey card, just because you don't know who they are or because you thought it's the art of matchmaking that's being brought back to the game. So you got the art of the fight, you got the art of matchmaking. All these different things are coming into play now that weren't there before to show you guys how a fighter. It'll be a fighter I remember when Terrence Crawford got asked before what he thought about Errol Spence. Was this going to be his biggest challenge? And he said, listen, man, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to know till I get in the ring because I've been in the ring with people who wasn't supposed to be a challenge that ended up being real challenges for me. And I've gotten in the ring with people like Errol Spence that was supposed to be the biggest challenge, but ended up being one of his easiest fights. You just don't know. You just don't know what it's going to be. It's about making fights. It's stylistically seeing these guys get tested by different styles and different looks and seeing what happens, bro. You never know, man. You never know. Let me see here. What does he say? King Sakuna getting with us tonight. He getting with us.
He tried. He can click the link though. I'm ready for it. I don't think he will. Listen,
Tank has a better resume at 30 than Crawford. Okay, Crawford is from the AB era. You didn't know him back then because he was fighting Ricky Burns and Diary J.
I think I did know who he was, but okay.
It's all.
He must be young if that's the case because I know fighters all the way back to the 70s, dog.
Let's see here. Let me see. Rolling with the punches. Salute to you. Rolling with the punches. What do you say? Most anticipated opponents: Canelo's, Tanks, Usyk, and Buds. Are you asking?
I think he's
who we think they're going to fight next? That's what I'm saying. Are you asking who
they're going
to fight next?
I think those are questions for them, yes.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely get at that. Hold on, let me see it. Donnie D said, if you don't know fighters, you're not watching enough boxing. 100%. Where's the link? We're about to be throwing it up. Crawford was at the bottom. 10 at 135. AB was at number 1 at 135. Look, bro, King Sakuna, you ain't gonna. I'm not gonna debate with you about Crawford being who he is, bro. He is who he is, bro.
Right.
And you don't know nobody who beat him. Period. So that's a fact. That's just is what it is. However you want to look at it, you don't know nobody who beat him. You know what I'm saying? What fight made me recognize Crawford? I've been watching Crawford since, I'll be honest with you, really since I think I saw his fight at 135, but really at 140 all the way up. I'm watching him for a really long time. I've been watching Crawford with the braids, with the dreadlocks in his hair, whatever he had in his hair. You ain't gonna get me to co-sign Crawford ain't Crawford, bro. You should just leave that alone.
Yeah,
we just agree to disagree on that. I don't see where you're going with this, but it's all good. Listen, man, whatever floats your boat, bro. You got it, bro. You got it. I'm not going to even debate you on that, bro. Trust me, I'm not. I'm not going to do it. It's not worth my time, bro.
Dog. I told you, don't pay no attention to this guy, yo. You bugging.
Let me see. Hacker, please don't get on and go over all the supposed be offered numbers all over again. Yeah, about this Brian Norman situation. You never really know until you know for sure. Yeah, legacy over currency. It's about the fights being made, man. If there's a fighter that you think was supposed to be the guy, get it, petition, campaign, get on his DMs, tell him you want to see in the ring with this guy, with that guy. You know what I mean? I don't know what to tell you, bro. But I can't do the fantasy fights. I can only do what's in front of me.
Right.
I think resumes at 30 is better. Okay, fine, King Sakuna.
Okay. You know how many fights Terrence Crawford had at 30? Can you name how many fights he had at 30? I don't think you can.
It doesn't matter. Let me see. Texas.
At 30? At 30? He had 0 at 30. Get out of here, bro. You don't need no boxing. Get out of here.
The PBC hoarded a bunch of B+ and below level fighters, put them all up against each other while freezing the A+ level Crawford. That's why the B+ fighters look so bad versus Bud. Church. Well, he's saying 30 years of age. He's saying
okay. All right. I'm just saying you gotta make that clear.
We gotta have more realistic expectations in boxing. 100%. 100%. Here, this is what I'm gonna do, man. I'm gonna definitely put the link out because we're getting to that close to that time. If guys want to come up here and build, it's all good.
Done.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. Word.
So I'm just laughing because he said that he was talking about his age, but he said he beat Postal at 30. Postal was at 35, bro. But it's okay.
In his 30s.
He beat Postal in his 30s?
In his 30s is what he's saying. Okay. In his 30s.
All right. Oh, in his
Tank hasn't fought nobody at 30 years old yet. But anyway.
Oh yeah. Oh no, he fought I can go down the list, Clay. Don't make me do that. I got the list right here. It's
Tank's not 30 yet.
Oh no. He's saying Postal was in his 30s. He's saying he beat Postal at 30. Okay. Crawford was at. Okay, I got you. All right. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
He plays 1 point. Okay.
Yeah. It is what it is. But yeah, man.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Ain't nobody beat that boy yet. He's 37, so it don't matter.
Nah, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is when it comes to Terrence Crawford. I don't know what else to tell you, man. It is what it is. I'm not gonna do it. Like, what do you want me to say, bro? The man is a two-weight class undisputed champion. He may be on a path to become a three-weight class undisputed champion. We don't know how he's gonna carry it. I'm not gonna argue with you. He's just nothing to argue about.
I know what he needs, Clay.
Salute.
I know what he needs. He needs a hero. He needs a
here for boxing. That's why Earl and Porter were in a dogfight with each other, but Bud stopped them both. Yeah, here for boxing. Those fighters, but you know what they're gonna say about Bud? They're gonna say, what they're gonna say about Errol? Oh, he was high. He had a broken rib.
He was high.
He had a bad weight cut. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what else happened? I'm an Earl fan. You know what else happened with all that?
He got his ass whooped.
All that he got walked around that ring like he had no leash on.
That was before the car accident. Yeah, boom. There you go. See, there it is. I forgot about the car accident. Thanks for reminding me, King Sakuna. I forgot about
he still, not to mention, he climbed in the ropes. He got dog walked from pillar to post. And I'm an Earl fan. And as much as I hate to see it and hate to admit it, he got his ass whipped.
That's how it went down. Let me see. Blank man. It does help being undefeated when you only fight once a year. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, when you're trying to get the best fights possible, and you're going through all types across the street and all types of you need to sign to me and do this deal to make it happen, and he's trying to be independent. Look, these things happen, man. They're part of the game, bro. They're part of the game. Yeah, I got Boxing Hacker coming up here right now.
All right. How you Black Naruto in the building. I don't know where you got Black Naruto from, but I'm still gonna salute that every time I see it, for real.
That's right, man.
You know what I mean? I'm about to make a Black Sukuna person too. You know, I can do that. Person? Yeah.
What's up? You know, this is Naruto hidden in the hood, you know?
Yeah, actually, I like Yuji better though. You know what I
mean? I'm a Demon Slayer fan more than I am.
Demon Slayer, you too? I know you are. You know what's funny? I'm sorry, Clay. I don't mean to move the needle. I just think you don't rock with Demon Slayer because Black Tanjiro got uses Demon Slayer. I just figured that. That's in my head, bro. My bad.
Black Tanjiro is somebody else, but yeah, I'm a definitely.
No, I know who he is. I'm just saying. I just figured you didn't want to use it.
No. I love Demon Slayer. Yeah, Demon Slayer sort of Jujutsu Kaisen for me a little bit.
Yeah. It's that shit, bro. I be telling them. I'm waiting for the new season. I'm waiting for the Culling games to start, bro. But we'll see. But anyway, back to this boxing. What you had to say, brother? How's it going? Salute to you. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
I mean, always a pleasure having you up here. Thank you for the super chat.
Most def.
All right.
It's crazy how people like start to hate on Crawford all of a sudden, you know. And I get it, you know. I was an Errol Spence fan, you know. Errol Spence is a Dragon Ball Z fan, so I had to be an EJ fan. And I was one of those dudes that cried, you know, when EJ got tore up by Bud. But Bud's nice. Like, I ain't got to hate a fighter because he won. I mean, he's nice. We need to respect that. And when it comes to that Madrimov fight, Madrimov is nice too. Like I didn't know him before that fight, but I looked him up, and then the fight himself, you could tell he was really schooled in the what's that style called? The Soviet Union style of boxing, you know, that, you know, fencing style where he keeps people at a distance and jumps in and out. And to me, it was just like a really good technical fight. You know, you saw Terrence Crawford had to make adjustments way more than he normally had to, you know.
Facts.
You know, you saw him actually get hit more than you normally would, you know, in fights, you know. So to me, that fight was, I don't know, it was amazing to me, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Boxing Hacker, this is my Earl Spence excuse book right here. You see how thick this is? Look. So I'm just letting you know.
Dude, I was hurt. I'm not gonna lie. EJ was one of my he's still one of my favorite fighters, you know.
Yeah, no, listen, that boy
I had two heartbreaks when Devin lost and when EJ lost, you know, like those are they were both, you know, rough.
Let me move the needle a little bit and ask Boxing Hacker. I got you up here, bro, now, and I want your opinion on that Teofimo. What do you think about the look of Teofimo training with Canelo right now and training with Eddie Reynoso? Like, what does that mean to you? Does that mean anything to you?
He needs to get Olympic style testing. That's what it means to me.
You know what? That's funny. He said that.
That backwards looking. Yo, he did have that turtle shell back
that's
going
funny
on.
They said that. Yeah, I seen a lot of people putting that in the chat and on Twitter about the need steroid.
Yeah, we need to check his tea. We need to check his eggs. We need to check his burritos.
You saying he just had a nice steak? He looked like he had a nice steak before that. He looked like he just ate a nice steak, like a nice good old Mexican steak. He looked like he had right before he got
exactly, man.
I don't know, now man. He on the snack program, huh? That's what they're gonna say.
But let's keep it 100, right? Like, that's part of it. That's definitely part of it, right? Like, we got to keep on that. Does it benefit him? Do you think is that a you know, like I was telling Ray earlier, like the acknowledgement of an adjustment, the acknowledgement of the dysfunction, and that he needs to step it up, whether it's translating power or whatever it is. If he's talking about competing at 147, if he's talking about fighting a Terrence Crawford at, you know, at a 154 or you know, I mean, whatever have you, and the power hasn't translated at 140 the way he expected it to, is this a good sign that he's acknowledging that and stepping up like that and getting involved with Eddie Reynoso?
No, I don't think so. So when you look at Teo's main problem, he has a problem with like slick fighters who move, you know. You know, Eddie Reynoso's gonna have him doing repetition stuff. Let me be fair, I haven't been to his camp, but just based on his fighters like Valdez and Canelo, I don't think like he's gonna teach him the footwork he needs to like fix that. I think he needs more of like a coach who can show him that slick style as well. You know, give him like a completely different look versus a guy who's gonna help you build your power out. You know, I never felt like Teo had a problem with power. I think he has a problem with like movers. Because that's, he always starts crying about it. Oh, they're running from him. But hey, man, if they're moving, you ain't cutting off the ring. That's a problem, So yeah, I don't know. I think he needs like a Bozy Ennis type coach. I know he can't go Bozy if he goes to 147, but he needs that type of coach versus like a Reynoso. That's my personal opinion. But we'll see. Okay. We'll see. I do wonder though, like he could go 147 and this is pure speculation. I have no proof, But Tank is looking for opponents, so there is that. People are wondering, is that what he's getting ready for?
Yeah, he left me. He's definitely working on getting stronger. He was working on a lot of power punches. He was working a lot on a lot of if I get you on the ropes type energy. I would think that he's trying to figure out how to cut the ring off better as well. Yeah, I think that for me it's a good thing. I like to see him getting there with a coach whose strategy or who's focused on strategy. I feel like him and his father weren't doing that, and there was a lot of freestyling going on in that ring against Claggett, a lot of freestyling going with Jermaine Ortiz, a whole lot of lack of discipline that I could tell in the ring that showed in his performance, right? And also got him punched on a lot by Steve Claggett. You know what I'm saying? Even though he won that fight, I'll give him that, but he still got punched on a lot in that fight. And he got exposed with Santa Martin. You know what I'm saying? He got punched on there. You know what I'm saying? So I think at the end of the day, him bringing in a Reynoso was a good thing. Do I think Reynoso is going to check all the boxes and get him where he needs to be? Time will tell that. I don't know. I never thought about him getting with a Reynoso to fix his problems. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think about that. But seeing that showed me that he acknowledged that he's gonna, the change is needed. You know what I'm saying? Now let me ask you guys a question. Where do you see his next fight being? Who do you see it being against? Who could you see it being against? Because we have somebody here who's asking, could him and Brian Norman still come together? What do you see for Teofimo?
For Teofimo? So, didn't that Brian Norman fight fall through? I thought they tried to make it happen.
Well, they definitely tried to make it happen, but it was more so like a location situation. But look, Teofimo is still the WBO champion at 140, and if he's going up to 147, that mandatory, he can activate an opportunity to fight for that WBO title that Brian Norman has. So it's always going to be realistic.
You never know, Teo, man. Teo might pick somebody you never even heard of before,
Oh, we didn't hear that.
I think Teo's going to try to make the biggest fights possible. I think he's going to try to make the biggest.
Yeah, I agree. I think what we see is, in my opinion, I think we see Teo staying down at 140. I think he makes a defense. I think he fights either the winner of Jack Catterall and Regis Prograis, or he fights Aaron Barbosa, who's been his mandatory for like 2 years now. And he takes that fight in. Arnold Barbosa, I just said Andrew. I don't know what I said, but anyway, Arnold Barbosa. I think he takes that fight in. I think where we're missing points are, and I didn't get to touch it on the last part, but I'll make it quick. Is that it's the footwork. I actually agree with Sakuna in the chat. It's the footwork, coming forward in the footwork and able to walk down his opponents, not just cut off the ring, walk him down and use his jab to do that and set up big punches. It's always been a problem for Teo. Teo sits there and he uses the counter. He's a very good counter puncher, and he likes to lean people in on the ropes and use the uppercut. He's never been really a good jabber, and not being able to use the jab or double up on the jab when he does that are things that that hurt him in the long run. So I don't see him making many changes in that with Eddie Reynoso, especially that Canelo doesn't even do those things. Also, we got to remember that him training right now, there's no one punching on him, so there's salute blue blood, salute King. There's no one punching on him while he's doing these trainings and these things that he's developing. These are only skills and drills to try to get him into a mindset of using these antics. These things and situations in the ring, which he already does these same tactics. All he's doing is just looks like he's adding power to him. So if he's just adding power to him and just adding size, that means he's probably going to move up to 147 soon, but he's going to take the winner of one of these fights. I don't see at all. Promise you, I don't see him at all making any adjustments that seem to be clear as water or paper, transparent paper, as it should be, with him making really big changes to make him significant in the game. I just think his skill set, and maybe he'll gain a little bit more confidence, which I think he lacks of, can change it. But I just see him fighting one of the three guys. He could even fight Richard Hitchison. Richard Hitchens, excuse me, I did what Clay does. That could be a fight that can be called over. He's in the
TEO
ranking
Richard?
also. Yeah, that's another fight that's in the
bring in
ranking.
Richard Hitchinson into the conversation as well, because that's definitely something we can talk about, because Mill interviewed Hitchinson's coach, and Hitchinson's coach said they're making a run for that IBF. They don't see, I mean, I'm telling you, I don't think that Devin Haney Liam Paro fight is something that Devin's all the way looking to get involved with. When you combine the fact that Devin Haney's potentially going to be underneath that rehydration clause, number one, number two, Hitchens is the mandatory. That's what he fought that fight against Lemos was for an eliminator. You know what I'm saying? He's the mandatory for that belt, and Hitchenson's coach made it clear that they're going to be activating their mandatory. They want that fight with Liam Paro. So unless they're going to pay Hitchens step aside money, you know what I'm saying, to make that fight happen, Hitchens is looking to activate that and fight against Liam Paro. That's what he wants. Now, if they allow that fight to take place and Hitchens is able to walk away with a win, which I think is going to be a very competitive, difficult fight. I don't think
hard fight. I favor Paro on that, actually.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Hitchens, I favor Paro. Yeah. And I'm going to also say this, Clay, what you left out a really, really, really big point there. Hitchens' issue is he didn't want to fight when Sabril had the belt. He couldn't make the weight. So all of a sudden he can make the 10-pound weight cut. Like, seriously,
it's not that he couldn't make it. He made it.
Right. He said that. Words. He said, I don't think I can make the weight much longer for this the IBF. I want to go fight for the WBC. When Devin Haney had the belt at the WBC, he wanted to go that route. But now all of a sudden that Liam Paro has it, he thinks that's an easier fight. Liam Paro will chew his chin up, bro. He'll do Montana Love Part 2 on him. I promise you.
I remember that. I remember that so clearly.
Bro, there's no way he's going to move into that. If he does, he's overthinking things. And if he thinks he has a shot on Devin, I already told you, I think he's a bizarre word, Devin Haney. Yeah, he has a skill set. I just think he just lacks a few fights and a few talent points in the scale to be compared to Devin Haney at all. He needs to actually probably take that Teofimo fight. That might be a better move for him, or fight Arnold Barbosa to get that shot for the WBO, because if Teo moves up and that belt's abandoned, he puts himself in the winning circle for that fight. That's my opinion. But he can move over there. Let him jump. I don't mind.
The only thing about Devin now is that he had that rough outing with Ryan. So we have to see how, if he comes back 100%. I feel like he's gonna be Paro. I don't see Hitchison beating him. But also him and Hitchison have sparring experience, so that sometimes plays a role. Like familiarity, I think, with your opponent plays a role a lot.
I think at the end of the day, however it looks, whatever people think the results are going to be, the mandatory is there for Hitchens to activate, and if he does do that, that's an obstacle getting in front of Devin Haney and Liam Paro fighting for that IBF title. Period. However the fight turns out, however the weight cut turns out, that's up for time will tell that when they get involved in that part of the conversation. But
I'm all for it, Clay.
Hitchens beat Gustavo Lemos. He earned that spot. The coach came out and publicly made it clear that's the fight we're looking to make. That's the fight we want to get done. So I don't know where Devin Haney's coming from with. That's what he said. I don't know where Devin Haney thinks he's going to get that damn fight at, unless they talk about paying some step aside money. That's what he said. He said that. I don't see how they plan on doing it, how they plan on getting around us. That's not an option for them as far as I can tell, but let's see what they try to do. He's saying that shouldn't happen. On top of that, I don't know if I haven't heard Devin Haney even speak about this fight. Right. Yeah. Second of all, a 10-pound rehydration clause at 140. I don't know, bro. For Devin Haney, that's gonna be rough. You know what I mean? I don't see that man. That means that man can't he can't wake up the next morning and be over 150.
But they did say they were trying to Eddie Hearn said something like to the effect that they were gonna try to skip over that based on his championship and champion recess, situation. But I don't think that's possible. I feel like unless you're the full champion, that's the only way you can.
Well, they have him listed as champion and recess on in the ranking, so he's actually at the top with a belt. Here's the key though. I want you guys to pay attention to this one. So I've been watching Devin Haney in his last interview and him going to the fight that they had in Riyadh season. People are making crazy assumptions that Devin Haney is oversized and bigger than this person, and I even heard another podcaster say that he's bigger than Andre Ward. I don't know how big Andre Ward is. Crazy, ridiculous, and out of your mind. Devin Haney is probably really under 160 right now, under 160, and he's purposely doing it because Devin Haney's been walking around with towels and everything under his garments to try to keep weight down, and he's trying to get into this whole I need to be at this weight situation so I can make weight easier without struggling. He's trying to put himself, and you can see that he's been toning. He showed himself training. Devin Haney is probably walking around close to 152. I'm going to be honest with you for what I say. I think he could easily make 147. He could easily make 140, and it shows that. What do you say? Man, come on, man. Stop putting crazy stuff in the comments, bro. You bugging. Anyway, Fight Night was last year in October with Regis Prograde. I don't care about that, bro. And that wasn't 165. That's what you heard. So let's get it. Stop with the nonsense. It's just trolling. So anyway, I think that he has the opportunity to, because of the way he looks and he's been walking around at a smaller weight, he actually has the opportunity to be to come into that ring at 140 with no problem, and he'll be able to make that fight and make it with ease and show us that he can get in that ring at the IBF weight and come back up to 150 easy without sacrificing and being held to the weight restrictions and not getting that title fight. And if not, then guess what? Then he moves a different direction. Maybe he goes after TEO's belt. Maybe he goes after the WBA with Jose Venezuela. It's definitely it's 4 belts out there, and he's in recess for the WBC. Which I heard somebody else say that he's scared of Puello because he beat
Antoine
Russell. I was like, this guy's. That's the first one. That's the most silliest and ridiculous statement I've ever heard. Anyway, nobody's scared of nobody. First of all, when they're fighters, that's what they do. And I think he'll beat the brakes off of Puello. So it is what it is. It's just people just out here, just like I said, they're just spreading narratives and saying crazy stuff. But I think he has a very good opportunity to go for any championship in his sights right now. I just think that he wanted to utilize something to go and get a good fight that fans would like. And I think Eddie Hearn was just presenting it to him. That's all I think it was. And salute Frequent Flyer for being in the building. Peace, brother.
Yeah, salute Frequent. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know what Devin's gonna do. You know what I mean? I've already pushed back on the idea of the weight issue with him. I just don't like the aggressive weight cut. So if he is sitting there walking around at 150 something and you know what I mean, has no problem with a rehydration clause and coming into the ring, or not coming into the ring, but coming, you know, the next morning under 150 or, you know, no higher than 150. We'll see how that turns out for him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't got all the answers. I don't got all the answers. So as far as what he weighs right now, what he's able to weigh in at, and you know what kind of precautions he's taking to make it. We'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? But I know for this IBF title, it's not promised. You know what I'm saying? With Hitchens in the conversation right now, activating his mandatory, it's just not promised. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is when it comes to the technical aspect of the whole thing. This is what's real. There's a mandatory there named Richard Hitchinson, and he has all plans on fighting Liam Paro. He has all plans.
That's a good move.
Definitely.
That's a good move.
But you know, one thing I'm happy about that Devin's not gonna do is rematch Ryan. God. I am so happy that's not happening anymore.
Oh, they're gonna fight again. They're gonna fight again, bro.
No, Ryan called it off too.
Not that I think he's gonna lose or it's like a bad matchup. Just because, you know, when Ryan initially won before he got overturned, he lost his mind. He became it was this race stuff that was going on. I just feel like somebody talking to Ryan it's just not a good look for boxing. You know, like if to say the worst happens and Devin Haney loses it, what happens next time? Ryan just loses his mind again. You know, I mean, all those racial comments, all those extra comments were just way too much. You know,
I agree.
It's too much, but it don't matter. Turkey's gonna pay for the fight. They're gonna fight again. Watch.
Oh,
put it on paper. Watch it happen, and then talk about it when it's happening. They're fighting again, bro. Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney fighting again. There's way too much money involved in it. Way too much bread. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Turkey said he'll make the fight after suspension. As soon as Turkey gets involved in it, that's it, bro. The money's going to be too long for Devin Haney to walk away from it. And Ryan Garcia is already tried true in his ability to pull the fans into watching. No matter what anybody wants to think about his mental state or his whatever it is, he's going to bring all that shit to the promotion, and it's all going to work out to get them both paid like crazy. Extra testing. Make sure he's honest. And I'm gonna tell you something else. The fight's not gonna happen at 140. That's why I'm still in the air about this whole Devin Haney coming back to 140 conversation. I don't
like him coming back to 140.
I'm still in the air about it. I don't necessarily know if that's what we should be expecting to see. I know what Eddie Hearn was trying to line up. I don't think Eddie Hearn's communication with Devin Haney is as open as it used to be. I think there's some strain on their relationship, and I don't know if Devin Haney's communicating to Eddie Hearn what his future plans are and what he wants to get done. I think that Liam Paro's fight with Devin Haney was more of an Eddie Hearn trying to put his fighter Liam Paro in position to take advantage of a Devin Haney who he probably knows doesn't make 140 easily. Yeah. Eddie Hearn is on the opposite side of the street now when it comes to the Devin Haney conversation. Devin Haney is working more exclusively with Turki Al-Sheikh more than anything. He's on some independent. He's in the same space as like a Terrence Crawford right now. Like he's working very independent with Turki Al-Sheikh. So I don't see that necessarily being the thought process of Devin Haney is coming at 140. I think he's looking at doing some catchweight fights, potentially getting into that 147 conversation. And I think Devin Haney's probably getting ready for a Ryan Garcia fight one way or another. Not that Ryan Garcia will be his next fight, but he does. I don't think him cutting weight, cutting muscle, getting weaker, being smaller is what he's trying to focus on. I think he's thinking about Ryan Garcia. He's thinking about that bag that Turkey's talking about giving him. And we'll see what he looks like when he comes back. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
I would like to see him at 147 or even maybe 154. You know, Devin has, 154 might be two-weight class too much at the moment, but I mean, we've been watching Devin Haney go through like Jurassic weight cuts. I always feel bad for his brother because I'm pretty sure like in the gym, he's like 100%. He's probably killing sparring partners. But then when it comes to fight now, he's probably like 70, 60% of who he really is, you know. I would really like to see him finally, like, you know, be able to come into a weight class that's very comfortable and just be good, you know, versus like having to struggle, you know, have to use techniques to keep down your weight, you know, and stuff like that, you know.
Wait a second. Shout out to Too Rich, Mr. I Respect the Belts in the building. But shout out to you, King. Let me see here real quick. He needed to fight Jermaine Ortiz to reintroduce the sport to the nervous system. Henny beats Barrios and Saptillion.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I feel like if Haney went to 147, he beats most of the fighters there.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, I feel like he beats Brian Norman. I feel like he beats a lot. I feel like Boots is the biggest challenge.
I definitely wouldn't be shocked to see him at 147. I'm gonna be real with you guys.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be shocked to see him up there.
People sleep on Devin for some reason. Devin is, to me, is really nice.
Very good fighter. I think I think three fighters give Devin trouble at 147. Jerron Ennis, Blair Cobbs. They don't go. I know he gives him trouble, and Conor Benn, because I think Conor Benn's speed is really ridiculous, and a lot of people sleep on the speed that Conor Benn has.
He looks fast on the mitts and the back. He don't be looking that fast in the
well, you know, because somebody's hitting him back. You got to remember.
Yeah, you know, maybe it's different when you're in there.
But his footwork is really, he has really good footwork, and he is very quick. So I think that could be an issue to Devin moving up. But everybody else, I think, is fair game.
Yeah. Would you favor Devin over Conor Benn and
Yeah, I would definitely favor him. I favor him probably be over everybody but Boots Ennis and probably, let me see, probably Blair Cobbs. I think Blair Cobbs actually has a really good shot of beating. I think Blair Cobbs, people sleep on Blair Cobbs. Blair Cobbs is a really good fighter.
He's a very awkward fighter.
He's hard to beat.
Hold on a second, guys. Too Rich, Mr. I Respect the Belt says, why hasn't Hearn mentioned Boots versus Conor Benn?
Yes.
I'm gonna be honest with you. He's probably more so focused on this Karen fight, being that Boots is looking to not we got to see how Boots is going to handle the situation, because he's got to fight Karen next if he doesn't fight. If he doesn't get this fight with Brian Norman squared away, or he's going to have to vacate that belt.
Is that for my computer?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know.
What
But I don't think he wants.
Go ahead. I didn't hear anything.
I don't think he wants to vacate that IBF belt. So he's probably not going to bring up Conor Benn until that situation kind of gets resolved. And we're probably going to see him and Karen fight in Philadelphia on November 9th. That's probably why we haven't heard anything about Conor Benn yet. And plus, I would think that the NS team is taking some real consideration at moving to 154 as well. You know what I'm saying? I would have to believe that they're taking some real consideration into that. If Eddie can't line up these fights for him, these unification title fights, or even, if that's not realistic for Ennis, I'm telling you guys, Eddie Hearn has a 3-fight deal with Boots to prove that he's supposed to be over there with him. He can't waste too much time. He has to make those fights count, man. Let me see. Yeah. Texas 16 said, I bashed Devin, but now that's over with. I want to see him never let that happen again, no matter who he fights. Same thing with Lubin. Don't want to see him get crushed again either, no doubt. King Sakuna, fighters don't usually recover from fights like that.
Like what?
He talking about the beating that Ryan gave him. Okay. Boots beat Karen, but Karen is going to make Boots look bad.
Yeah.
That was Boots' worst fight. It's a risk, right? Too Rich. How about this? Let me ask you guys a question. Mm-hmm. If Boots is able to dominate Karen, cut that ring off and catch him and put him down, understanding that history that they have and how Karen made him look before, does that help Boots? Does that benefit him in any kind of way? Or does it mean nothing?
I mean,
nope. He's supposed to do that. He was supposed to do that the first fight. He's supposed to do
it. It'll show that he improved a lot, but I mean, I don't know how much that counts.
You can't improve on something that you were already supposed to do. Yeah, he got into the point of trying to showboat and chase this guy around to put some highlights out, and instead of getting highlights, you got highlighted chasing around the ring.
But sometimes we have to wonder: is it Boots wasn't just able to come, or was Karen just that athletic that he was just able to? It looked like he was extremely athletic in that fight.
Yeah, I was gonna say he got some pop shots in there. He came in and fought him a little bit, but Boots just failed to get in front of him. Boots was trying to hit him with hooks and all types of quick, hard punches instead of trying to utilize the ring and use it properly. Even his dad said, "Yo, what are you doing?" Like, I remember the fight like it was yesterday. Not at all.
Karen strikes me as a guy like that runs marathons for fun, that guy.
That was all fight.
Yeah,
full energy, all fight.
Oh my gosh, I got stabbed. Those crazy. I mean, shouts out to Karen. People hate Karen, but that dude's very athletic. I mean, he might not be the greatest boxer ever, but
no, he comes to that Eastern European. Like he got the foot movement.
He got that Willie Pep spirit,
The high guard was on point. Him absorbing the punches and moving with the punches was on point. He did a lot. He showed a lot. You know what I mean? That was just, like I said, that was just Boots out of his element of trying to hurt him and put him out quick. And Karen was like, "You're not highlight filming me, bro. It ain't happening." That's what it was.
Yo, but imagine if Boots fights Madrimov. That would be crazy. I don't know what would happen in that fight,
Yeah, that would be a good fight.
That would be a good fight. If Madrimov comes in.
Well, we already know we can't say that because Madrimov is nobody, bro. We just learned that today.
No.
He's definitely somebody. I don't know if people think Madrimov looks like he's better than. I'll put him over some of the champions of 154, man. I don't know, man.
I think that Karen is that Eastern European, that Ukrainian ish gets real in there. You know what I'm saying? And I keep saying it over and over again. Those Eastern Europeans are complicated fighters, bro. They're not easy fighters. You know what I'm saying? They're really not. They either come with a lot of movement or they come like a Madrimov who's, going to come with that feint. His ability to even adjust and fight a complete different fight against Terrence just shows you the range of his pedigree. You know what I mean? So I think if Boots,
right there.
Right. I think if Boots was able to stop him, I think it does, speak well onto Boots. I think there is some redemption in there to be able to stop him based off of the fight that they had and how it looked and how frustrated Boots was also getting in that fight. Boots was getting very frustrated in that fight. So for Boots to be able to just lock down, cut that ring off, not allow him to get away with what he was getting away with that night and stop him, does put some light on Boots. Let me see here. I think Karen's from Ukraine. They can always fight 100%. Texas said the energy you get from realizing how you lost, but be taking to every fight after that. Yeah, it depends on what level they are. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Definitely depends on what level they are.
And for the fans, I'm going to say this one time. Karen Kukashagin. Got that? Karen Kukashagin. I said it twice. Nobody can say his name. And I said it.
And nobody's gonna say it.
Everybody
gonna keep that
listen, I'm gonna tell you. I told you. I told you. I done broke it down. You want me to put it in the chat? Boxing Hacker gonna say it right now. Watch this. So I'm put it in the chat. I'm gonna break it down for you. So all you got to do is say the name that I'll type.
Let me ask you guys. Let me ask you guys in the chat. Where are we leaning at this point? I mean, me personally, my mind has been moving left and right on this topic. But Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev, are we still in the same place? Oh, there's my guy, bro. Yes, this is gonna be good. Shout out to my guy.
Oh man. Is that Echo?
Echo in the building, bro. Looking like he just finished running 5 miles.
Hey, Echo, how's it going, dude?
Echo, I have to say, you look like the British Chuck Norris right now.
Yeah. How's everybody?
Good, man. We're doing good. We're doing good. How you doing, man?
I'm really good. I'm going to go for a run in a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, see? I told you I could see.
You're going to stay in shape, man.
Well, you have to.
Yeah, definitely.
No, you don't have to. You should, because I ain't in shape. So.
I'm in shape.
There's a difference between you should and you have to. You know what I'm saying? You definitely should.
Shape, you know?
You definitely should.
Is that Boxing Hacker?
Yeah, it is, brother.
Oh, how you doing, man? How you doing,
man? Good.
Oh, we got a panel right now. We got a panel. I got Too Rich in the building.
What up?
What's good, Rich?
Where you at?
I think Echo came in at the right time. What's that sound I'm hearing? Is that you?
Too rich.
Is it me? Y'all still here?
Yeah, turn the volume down on the.
Yeah. You good now, Rich? I don't hear you. Well, I hear it a little bit, but just like mute yourself when you're not talking, and then unmute yourself when you're talking. Try to like manage it. But I'm glad we got this panel up here because the conversation that I want to bring up, I think this is the panel to do it, especially with Echo and Too Rich in the building. No offense, you Boxing Hack, you was already here with us. You know what I'm saying? But adding him, I want to talk about this Beterbiev and Bivol fight, man, coming up. I want to talk about this fight because I want to talk about this fight, and I definitely want to talk about this Anthony. Listen, man, this Anthony Joshua Daniel Dubois card is looking all right, but the response that England is giving to this card, I'm hearing rumors of north of 90,000 tickets getting ready to be sold for this fight. This fight is getting the attention like I didn't know it would get this kind of attention. I knew it was going to get some attention, but it seems like it's getting some real attention. So, but let's go with this Dimitri Bivol Beterbiev card because first of all, it's interesting on how they're handling the pay-per-view with this situation, right? They're taking Dimitri Bivol and Beterbiev off the top of the card, seemingly looking like they're going to put Shakur Stevenson and Cordina at the top of it, but that's not really what's going to be in the building, right? And the building is still going to be what it is, but they're taking that pay-per-view, they're taking that fight off of the pay-per-view and they're making it a free fight or fight that's available on the ESPN app. But that being said, not even talking about that, what do we think about this fight right now? Have our minds changed? I've been going back and forth between Bivol and Beterbiev. I can tell you right now, I am leaning towards Bivol today, but I do feel like the Beterbiev I saw against Caleb Smith was a more impressive Beterbiev than the Bivol I saw against Malik Zinad. What say you to the panel?
I got Bivol winning, man. I always tend to lean toward the boxer because I think they probably on equal playing ground. But I will say in that last fight, even though Bivol got the stoppage, he did get touched a little bit, and I don't think he can sit there and take those punches from Beterbiev. But I think I'm going with the superior boxer, man. I got Bivol.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm on the same notion. I think Bivol knows how to move very well. You know, and this is just saying like both men are just like tip top shape, I would lean towards Bivol, you know, because he can come in and out of range really quickly, you know. Beterbiev, I don't expect him to get into any kind of firefight. I think he needs to really box Beterbiev because Beterbiev is hitting. That brother is hitting, you know. So that's my take on that one.
Okay, I take Bivol over Beterbiev. I don't care that he got touched because that was a fighter that they just threw in the ring with him over 2 weeks, that he didn't even train for, and he got the stoppage. Then I take Bivol because I seen the aggression after getting hit so many times. He turned it up and said, "You ain't gonna be hitting me like this. Let me show you something." Because I've been prepared for a guy to hit me, not as much as you, but hit me to make me mad, and now I'm mad. Then we have Beterbiev coming off an injury, supposedly. And if that injury was his Achilles, I believe, or something with his legs, that's not a good look because that's saying right there that there's a possibility that could be re-aggravated, or you know, what I mean, he could be sensitive to that, so that can cause a big issue with the fight on his part of him being able to address the onslaught of the boxing style of a Bivol, being in motion and using the whole ring to fight Beterbiev.
All right. What about you, Echo? How you feeling about it?
Bivol should win this. I've got my reasons why, and as somebody already said about the boxer, and the other thing, Bivol's very good at the pendulum footwork, and he's very good at distancing. He's got a rapier jab, which means he uses it long, and it's strong as well. And he doesn't do like a 3/4 jab. He'll keep the distance better than any of the other fighters that Beterbiev fought. Also, the injury, the ACL, that's an hard injury to come back from. And it all depends, I mean, how he's recovered from that. Because one of my friends, he had the same injury, and he had to have titanium in his knee, and he was never the same again.
Yeah,
and it's a very, very bad injury to overcome. It is, and also, I mean, people talk about the injuries, certain injuries, bones usually they mend a lot better because they recalcify and get stronger. Tendons and ligaments, they usually take longer to heal, and sometimes never do, because the tendon attaches the muscles to the bones, and the ligaments attach the bones to the bones.
Right.
Once they've been damaged, they're never the same again.
Right.
Right.
And once they've been overstretched, they never go back.
Nope.
And if he's had the operation, which I think he would have had, it would have been titanium, because that's the only metal that can be the body can take. You just can't take any other metal, and that injury doesn't get back to 100%.
Well, they can do. It's two things they can do, which I doubt they would. Is they can replace the ACL, which they've done that, or they can just remove it, which would be stupid because you need your ACL to bend your knee, right? So that doesn't make any sense. So, I think I'm going with the injury being a flaw because, like I said, you said, if it's extended or it's like a rubber band, but it's like in a rubber band, if you stretch it, it stays stretched. It doesn't bounce back. It's supposed to. And if it doesn't, guess what happens? Then it's just wobbly and you're never the same. So hopefully it wasn't restricted. It was restrictive. It was just like a simple injury. But if it was really bad and they're calling it for what it is, easy win for Bivol, especially if he moves his legs and keeps his footwork around the ring.
It will be the jab, I think, the rapier jab. If you watched him when he fought Pascal, he's a very long jab. He very rarely did it 3/4. It was always basically side on, and Pascal couldn't counter it at all.
Yeah, I agree. I'm leaning towards Bivol, man. I ain't gonna lie. I am leaning towards Bivol, but like I said, I was more impressed with the performance against Caleb Smith that Beterbiev have, and than the performance Bivol did against Zenad. But Yeah, but I think that boxing, moving around, I think if anything's going to go away from Better Biev, it's going to be his movement. That's where he's going to be suffering in his fight. That's where the age is going to show up. I anticipate that showing that between the age, between the injuries, you know what I mean? I think that you're going to see his movement be not as fluent as it was against a Caleb Smith or in any of his other fights. And Bivens going to take advantage of that. He's going to make him move around. He's going to give him those angles, give him those looks, and have him constantly adjusting to what he's seeing in the ring. And I think ultimately that'll be the downfall of Better BF. You know what I mean? I think, and like you said, Echo, that jab is going to be an issue. That jab.
I think my knowledge of the game and how the body works and everything else, I think it will come into play at some point. And also, Bivol doesn't use his muscles to move around. He uses his own tendons. He uses the pendulum footwork the way that it should be, to use the tendons, not the muscles. His calf muscles won't get tired in this fight. He'll use the tendons that he should do, because that's what pendulum footwork is. He's not to use the muscles.
Yeah, Texas 16, I think, said it real good when he said walk him and deceptively change directions all of a sudden. You know, yeah, make him work on that on those tendons, make him work. You know what I mean?
Shoulder feints will do the job as well.
Exactly. Now, would you guys see this being a stoppage, or is this going 12 round decision?
No, I can't see Bivol stopping him. I can't see it.
Nah, 12 rounds. 12 rounds.
9th round stoppage.
You think it's a stoppage?
Yep.
Man, I think he tried. I think they get knocked out.
I think the age shows too a little bit with Bivol in the layoff. So I think we get the stoppage in the 9th. I think he just can't take too many of the jabs, and I think he ends up he gets TKO'd.
And also, he's always coming forward, so he's going to walk onto a lot of jabs.
Right.
So you guys don't see it a 50, like even close to 50-50 at all? You feel like it's wow. Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
it's going to be a good fight, though, regardless who wins.
Yeah. Wow. Let me ask you guys. Because we got the panel for it. Keyshawn Davis, Gustavo Lemos. I think this is fight of the year candidate, guys. I am not going to lie to you. Styles make fights. This fight has fight candidate of the year written all over it for me. What say you to the panel on that fight?
Anybody want to go first?
I like Keyshawn.
I go, man. I got Keyshawn in a good. This is gonna be a good fight, man. It's gonna be a tough fight, but I think Keyshawn made for it, man. I really think. Who Lemos fought last time? Was it Hitchens?
Hitchens.
Yeah.
We won that fight. People feel like
I felt like. But Hitchens wouldn't let his right hand go. His jab was working, but he wouldn't let that right hand go for some reason. I think Keyshawn gonna let that right hand. We know he gonna let it go, and I'm hoping to get a stoppage. But even if he don't, I think it'll be an exciting fight, and I think Keyshawn wins.
Yeah, I think Keyshawn's better than Hitchens, to be honest with you.
All right, so.
Yeah. Wait, Ray, don't go yet. I want to let the other guys go, and then you go last, and then
I'll go last. Yeah, I'll hold up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Keyshawn. I mean, Lemos showed really good against Hitchens last time, but I just feel like Keyshawn is just his time. He's young, he's strong, he's a little bit more polished. You know, although Keyshawn does go straight forward, you know, he's not much of like a boxer. He's more like a boxer puncher. But I think I feel like just his time. I think he's gonna pull it off. You know, that's my call for that fight.
No doubt. What say you, Echo the OG, man?
I agree with what everybody's been saying. Nothing else to add. Yeah, he'll win that fight.
Do we see a stoppage, guys? Do we see a stoppage? Are we talking stoppage here? Can we see that?
I hope so.
I sense, you know, let's see, you know, but I feel like
Keyshawn, potential fight of the year here. Potential fight of the year here, right? Like, so fight of the year, sometimes it'd be a nice stoppage. You know what I'm saying? It'd be a nice stoppage in a fight of the year, you know what I'm saying?
You know, the difference between Keyshawn and Hitchens is more like defensive, like a more
Oh
defensive.
yeah, there's a big
lineup.
difference between
Yeah,
those
big,
two guys,
yeah,
bro.
and
Keyshawn's gonna bring
Keyshawn,
that fight. He's
yeah,
he's a
coming.
dancing partner for that ass. Pause.
Yeah, he's like
You know what I'm
a
saying?
junkyard dog a little bit, you know.
And he's his timing, and he punches while you punching. He
Mhm.
gets in between your punches and makes stuff happen. Keyshawn is a I've been cheering on Keyshawn for a long time, bro. You know what I mean? I was scared. I was kind of nervous about what it would look like him coming off that marijuana charge that, you know, when he got in trouble for smoking, and the way he reacted to it, I didn't like it. The way he was like, "Oh, I should be allowed to smoke, and I'm going to protest this, and I'm going to continue." He
It is
sounded like he was
legal in
going to
some
kind of
places.
he sounded like he was going to kind of turn into a pain in the ass about it. And I'm like, come on, bro. This is your career, bro. Don't give up your whole career over smoking a joint. But I like the way he reacted to it and kind of gave his life to Jesus and was like, you know what I mean, kind of like repented a little bit. And I thought treated it real mature. Now, by the way, shout out to Keyshawn Davis, who just had his son. Just had his son. You know what I'm saying? I think yesterday his son was born, his first child. So look for a motivated Keyshawn, mature, motivated Keyshawn now, who's got a mouth to feed and wants to leave a legacy out here and wants to make a statement. Look out for a very motivated Keyshawn Davis in this fight, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, man, I think it's going to be a great fight. Ray, what do you think?
You stole my whole entry.
That's what I
shout out to Keyshawn Davis on his new child,
yes,
being
sir.
a father. Thank you, Claymore. Don't give me the evil eye.
Anytime.
But here's the problem: if we see Keyshawn fight the same fight he fought against Moderno. Thank you. Got you. Medueno. I got it. Just make sure. There's too many people with similar names. My bad. If we see him fight,
they all sound the same. Come on now.
No, your names do sound similar, but let's not go there. If we see him fight a similar fight, he could be in a world of trouble, because I think the problem is we had a Medueno who was just trying to lay his power on and wasn't defensively at all. He was just going in there absorbing shots. I think we have more skilled fighter that knows how to use a high guard, go in, and he attacks the body. He doesn't try to headhunt. And I think he's more precise with his shot. So he can actually hurt Keyshawn if Keyshawn goes in there too happy-footed. I'm going to use the word happy-footed, where he thinks he can bounce around and move and slide some punches in and be slick about it. He's going to have to be very crafty and very wary of what he's getting in the ring with. I think this is a very dangerous fight for him. I do think Keyshawn wins at the end of the day. Not by stoppage, throughout points, and I think that when we look at it, it's going to be a very close fight, and when he wins it, it might not be as close as the fight was with I don't think the other fight was close at all, but it might not look like the fight with Hitchens, but it will be a competitive fight, and we'll be saying that this is probably the best fight. If not the fight of the year, as Clay would say, but this would be the best fight that we ever seen Keyshawn Davis has. This is the stepping stone for him right now of his career to put him in a position or the contention of a title. This is going to be the one that makes him or breaks him, and it's possibly could break him.
Out of all those new school people, who y'all think is the one that's the like? You got Abdullah Mason, you got Keyshawn Davis, you got Andy Cruz.
Wait. We're not doing that yet. Because I definitely got to get my Keyshawn Davis. I got to get my Keyshawn Davis breakdown. Hold on.
Clay got a part two. Hold on.
Listen. So, first of all, congratulations to him having his child. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a very important thing. And I say that not reluctantly. I say that straight up, because at the end of the day, oh shoot, we got Blaze in the building, man. Shout out to Blaze in the building, King. What's up, King?
You want to touch it?
Listen to everybody cook.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me get my Keyshawn spiel. So, you know, I think this is going to be a motivated Keyshawn Davis, man. This is he's headlining the card. It's in his hometown of Norfolk, Virginia. He's going to show out. He just had a son. And let me tell you, man, I think we're gonna see Gustavo Lemos get hit with some clean shots in this fight. I think he's going to be coming forward, trying to bring that Argentinian slash Isak Cruz slash Marcos Maidana slash Brian Castano type of approach to this fight, and I think it's going to work. I'm looking to see it work with Keyshawn's style, the way Keyshawn likes to fight. And one thing that happened at Medueno's fight that was real significant is showed that Keyshawn's ability to stay in the paint, hold his position, and was able to land a lot of clean real powerful shots against Madueno. Now, Madueno showed the dog and the grit that he had to be able to weather that storm, but it did not take away how clean those shots are. And, you know, I mean, is Lemos going to be able to weather those type of storms? Because it seems like that's the way he fights. Punches in bunches, pressure, and Keyshawn has that real. I like the way Keyshawn shells up and the way he catches people with those uppercuts in the middle. You throwing all those shots, the way he's able to really just get that timing down. I'm looking for a stoppage, man. I think Keyshawn stops this dude in the late rounds, man. Maybe even like a referee stoppage. Maybe he gets caught up on the rope, but I think Lemos puts himself in a position the way he gets hurt, probably early, and he's going to be on recover mode where he's going to react to the recover mode by overcommitting and trying to like push forward through it. And I think that gets him hurt, and I could see him getting stopped somewhere like, you know, between like 7th and 9th round, you know what I'm saying? Somewhere in that range. That's what I'm hoping to see. Fight of the year candidate, 100% in my opinion, one way or the other. What say you, Boxing Hacker? I mean, not Boxing Hacker, sorry, not
Blaze.
you, Boxing Hacker, sorry, Blaze.
I already went, guys.
Yeah. Blaze, you in the building? Yeah, I think he bounced off from the
No, yeah,
camera.
nope, I'm here. I had to get to my mic. No, I'm just a fan, man. I'm a Keyshawn Davis fan. Like I said, I just came to listen to y'all tonight. You know, one thing about Keyshawn got the tape. He got power, he got speed. He'll box you and he'll bang it out with you. And he's been climbing, and his level of competition that he's been fighting, fight after fight, has been higher relative to the other prospects. And that's my opinion. Somebody can make an argument, win percentage, rankings, whatever. You know, if they've got something that can refute that, you know, I'm not tripping. I might change my mind about that. But outside of that, nah, he got the tape. He's a dog. And he's headlining his own town. This is his biggest fight of his career. This is his show. This is when he get to show it. He get to put on for his city and put on for the world because he's had the ability, like you said, fight of the year. He's going to have an opportunity to make an exciting fight. And so he's, you know, that's what I like about Keyshawn. Keyshawn's a complete fighter. Only question is the level of competition. Like you said, when he finally gets a championship shot, when he's in the conversation, and he's right here, and he got the opportunity for that conversation to be made right after he handled his business in his hometown, the professional. And with that, I'm complete.
Okay. So here's where I like to do my devil advocate play.
Wait, hold on one second. Salute to JR Spock. And Thomas Hill said Lemos is tough, 100%. Go ahead, my bad, bro.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Lemos is a very tough fighter, and the problem I think we're going to have to see is Keyshawn is going to have to establish his jab to control this fight. If he does not establish the jab and make Lemos respect his jab, it's going to be a long night for Keyshawn Davis. And I'm telling you, Lemos is a person that's going to attack and relentlessly attack. He doesn't care how many times he gets hit, and I think that these guys walk in with like helmets on because they're like the juggernaut when they walk in there and they're fighting. These guys are definitely here to take taxation on the body and break them down and to make the stoppages. It's a very possibility that we've seen with Hitchens that the jab does work with Keyshawn because we've seen Hitchens actually keeping himself at bay at times, even though it wasn't effective enough to keep Lemos totally back. He had to use his feet more. I think Keyshawn does have a little bit more of a pedigree, but we're also talking about a 140-pounder bringing himself down to 135 with the extra power. So when he rehydrates, it's not an IBF contingent fight. This is a fight that's going to be happening on the scale of boxing itself. So there's no I don't know what sanction it's under, but whoever it is, if it's not IBF, that means no rehydration. And this guy's going to come in full flurry, full weight from 140, and he's going to bring power and pain. And unfortunately, added a great clever lane behind Claymore Ring's head right there. You know what I mean? That could be a long night for Keyshawn. Come on, man. You ain't got flex on him. I got Echo flex for me, bro. Show him.
Echo got the rip. I got a little chub around there, but there's still some power there. You know what I'm saying?
But anyway,
that's why Keyshawn handled his business. It's going to be great. That's going to make him great.
That's what I'm saying. So now they go to flip it back to what I was saying is if Keyshawn can go in there and show that he can handle these skill sets, if he can not be just slick and be smart in the fight, he can win this fight walking away and showing us that he's really a great fighter that I expect him to be. That's what I see him. I don't see him getting a stoppage, though. I do see it going the distance.
Yeah, so, listen, man. I think Keyshawn's going to showcase his power, right? I think Madueno was getting hit with some clean shots, and it kind of made Keyshawn look like you saw Medueno's kind of like walking through the power a little bit. Like he had a couple of times when he kind of like the legs kind of went out under him. But I think Meduenos was really that a real gritty fighter like that who's able to do that. I don't think anybody is able to take that. I think Keyshawn's power translates to 140. I think him at 135, you know what I'm saying? He's going to show like I think that's going to be Limos's mistake, is that grit that he's going to bring in there and feeling like he could take those shots and feeling like he's going to take one to give one. And I think Keyshawn's going to make him pay. I think he's going to make him look bad. I'm telling you, man. I'm going for the stoppage. I won't be shocked if he doesn't stop him though, straight up, because Lemos is who Lemos is. But I think Lemos is there to be hit. I think he's there to be hit, man. That's all I'm saying. And I don't know if you want to get hit by Keyshawn Davis. Like, I think after a while, that chin gets cracked. I think after a while, the chin just gets cracked. And definitely I definitely see Lemos getting put on his pockets in this fight. Whether he stays down or not, I definitely see him getting put on his pockets.
That's a bold call.
That's because he sees that Keyshawn punches like that. He's gonna hit him clean. That's one thing about Keyshawn. Though Keyshawn has power and accuracy. Like it's spot on. You feel me? Like, so that's be my thing, where it's like he's gonna game plan for him. He's gonna line up his shots, and he's gonna be able to hit him straight clean in this fight. And so that's going to be the question. If he can handle with somebody bigger size than him, if he can handle that, that's why it's a real challenge. That's why we say, like, this is a real step up level in competition. And I don't care what no casuals say after the fight. I don't care about nothing they say if Keyshawn handle his business. Just like if he has to go 12, it's like, nah, this is how you get it. If he had to figure out a way, even if he's struggling this, it's like, this is what boxing's about.
Right.
And he's doing it in his hometown. That's why I said I'm just a fan, bro. I'm a fan. I watched all this fight.
Motivation. But let me ask the question to the panel right quick as well. So Keyshawn stops this dude, or Keyshawn sits him on his pocket and just wins a unanimous decision, like really dominates him, showcases fight of the night, main event card. This is Top Rank putting some money, putting their money where their mouth is with Keyshawn Davis. What's the next move for Keyshawn Davis after a dominating win against Lemos? Where does Keyshawn
calls
go
out?
This?
You know what he's gonna do. The young boy, whether you agree with it or not, he's gonna call out Tank. Come on, you know what he's gonna do. You know he's gonna do it. You know he's gonna do it. So this is what I love about it. This is what I love about boxing. This is when we're getting to watching people, chase greatness right before our eyes.
And
you know what I'm saying? When you watch,
I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna finish, but this is what I'm saying. This is the essence of it. This is the anticipation, where you watch a guy climb, and you feel me? Like, if he handles his business in there, any which way, he gets the W. He says, "What's up, Tank?" You feel me? Shakur's his homeboy, so we ain't gonna even talk about that. They're brothers, so that's not gonna be happening.
The likeliness of him calling Dennis Berinchyk out, being that he's ranked so high in the WBO.
He's calling anybody out with a belt. But he's calling Tank out, so he's calling everybody. This is what I'm trying to tell you. They give him a title shot, he's going to take it. What do you mean? Right. We know that. We know that.
I don't think he goes after Tank, though, because I think he understands, because Kenny already told him that he's not on the list. So the only way he gets on that list is if he gets in the way. That's if he gets a title. I think he should be aiming at getting a belt so he can call out Tank. I don't think he's
Clay, he's going to call him out. They're not going to send him a contract. He's going to go get a belt, and he's going to still call him out. That's how it works. That's how it works. That's how you guys. These is young. They're young. We want it too fast, fellas. We want it too fast, bro.
Yeah.
We don't let it build up no more. You don't let the top people clash. You don't, bro. Especially when they're in their mid-20s. Like, we're spoiled. Like, these guys is pups.
Right.
These are pups.
Here you go.
You're a contender, though.
But hold on. So this is what happens. So because they're only both ranked in the WBC and in the WBO. It's going to be one of those divisions. So at that they get the shot, and he's not going to chase down Shakur, because that's not going to be the fight he's looking for. So he'll probably go to Dennis Berinchyk, Chuck over there. Sorry, you can get him right, Dennis Berinchyk, because too many of these B's and these names. He goes over there and he fights him, because that'll be his only option. I think Maratala is probably going to be next up for him, but I don't think they move Maratala that way. I think they're trying to move Maratala in a different direction. I thought they were going to try to make this Dennis fight with Maratala first in December, and that'll be the fight they would make. But if they can get into the way of of a Raymond Muratalo and get that fight and solidify with Baranchak. He gets in the way of a Tank Davis where he can call out that fight and get that belt and make it worthwhile for a big fight in May, April next year. That's easy. But again, to counter what you guys are saying, and this is where I think you guys are really sleeping on what Lemos bring. Not you, Blaze. I know you don't want to confuse you. I'm saying I'm talking about in general. Sleeping on the fact that
No offense.
doesn't matter what Keyshawn brings to the table. It's the fact that this guy doesn't mind getting punched in the face. He has a high tolerance to punches. He goes in the ring expected to get hit so he can land the shots that he wants. I don't think he gets buckled. I don't think he gets hurt and none of that. I mean, it may be later in the fight, but I don't think that happens at all. And I think if he can apply the pressure and keep Keyshawn guessing and make him start thinking, it's a trouble matchup for Keyshawn Davis. And I think we're all forgetting that because this is boxing. This is not just who we. I mean, this is not the case of what he did last week. Yes, we look at the last fight that the fighters had, and if we do that together, right? Because fighters shouldn't fight boxers off of losses. I forgot that just happened. But this guy's coming off a loss to Keyshawn fighting him, and he's a tough fighter, and he's coming down in weight. He's a bigger fighter, the stronger fighter, and if he rehydrates right, which it looks like it's going to be a WBO sanctioned fight or WBC, that means there's no rehydration clause. That means that he comes up as big as he can to that 140 rehydration, and he fights Keyshawn as a stronger fighter, putting some pressure on Keyshawn and making Keyshawn think about the fight. And if he does that, then Keyshawn's in trouble. If Keyshawn is successful and he's able to evade and move around and be more of the a slick fighter without being touched, using great footwork, and put this guy and set him up in traps with hook shots, check hooks and things of that nature, and uppercuts, then we could possibly see him go down. As far as I see the fight going, I don't see that happening as much. I don't see the uppercuts and the check hooks coming in. I see that the pressure of Lemos coming forward, pressuring Keyshawn. I think Keyshawn tries to utilize that jab to keep him back, and I think what happens is he uses a lot of side steps to hit him. I mean, he's turning the fighter, as Echo would say. He has to turn him, and he's going to have to keep hitting him off those turns, and that's what will win him the fight is the counters and the work there, and then attacking the body as he's doing that as well. That's what's going to win him the fight. As far as him hurting him, I don't know.
This fight's at 135, right? Or is it at 140?
Yes, it's at 135. But Lemos is a 140 pounder. He came down.
He came back down. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember.
I think, man. Look, we'll see. I'm not trying to use triangle theories necessarily in this fight, but I'm going to keep it 100 and say Keyshawn going to hit him clean. Okay. And I don't think nobody's supposed to be. I don't think nobody's supposed to be getting hit clean by Keyshawn too many times. Yeah. I don't see Lemos just getting hit, eating those shots, and just being this machine that's just getting hit. I think Lemos needs to not be getting hit. Lemos likes to get hit. I'm not saying like he comes in and like, please hit me, but he doesn't respect getting punched like he should against somebody like Keyshawn. I think Keyshawn separates himself in the 135-pound division as a power puncher, as somebody who can manifest power and who can hurt you if you sit there and you get too comfortable.
I think Keyshawn can outbox him in the mid rounds and then
100%
by the seventh. Right. Like he can pick them apart. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He can box.
Yeah. I think
he can punch.
Lemos is a type of dude who needs to be convinced. And Keyshawn's the kind of guy who can convince you. You know what I'm saying?
Remember, that goes both ways.
I mean, listen, man, everything goes both ways, man. Nothing's guaranteed, right? So we don't know. Things can happen. Lemos definitely has a pedigree to hurt Keyshawn, to stop Keyshawn. Keyshawn needs to be conscious and aware of that, and he needs to be on his game. He doesn't need to be up in there slugging it away with this dude, you know what I'm saying? Going shot for shot with this dude and playing like he got a chin like that. He need to be slick. He need to be defensively responsible, but he showed that he has ability to do that under fire when he fought against Meduenos. He showed that he can be defensively responsible, but at the same time sit up in there and be available for those counter shots or them uppercuts up the middle. He can get that timing down. So Lemos needs to show the respect to Keyshawn that I don't know if he comes in the ring with. I don't know if I see Lemos coming in there with, especially coming down from 140, really probably just sleeping in that Argentinian machismo. You know what I'm saying? That he's going to be walking in that ring with, feeling like, yo, this kid is small. This kid ain't got nothing for me. I'm going to bully this kid. I'm going to show this kid how I give it up, and he going to get clipped because he thinks shit is sweet. And I think Keyshawn's like, I'm feeling
And
myself.
Limos, keep in mind, Limos is only 5'5" too. So
Yeah, he's
the
not
size
that big,
difference is
bro.
significant. He's gonna have to get in there with Keyshawn. And Keyshawn could probably control him with the jab. And he's
And I
coming
think
down
Keyshawn's a lot
135. So
stronger
it's
than he
like,
looks. I think
yeah. And
Keyshawn's a
so
lot stronger than he looks. I think them
and
clinches
so
are going to be different.
if Limos is coming down 5, then that would probably take away from whatever so-called power he got up there.
So we're going to
You know?
find out, though. But that's what
Yeah,
this
we
fight
have
is
to find
about,
out.
man. I love these different opinions. I love them because that's what makes this fight potential fight of the year candidate. You know what I'm saying? It has the ingredients to be that kind of fight because everything that everybody's saying on here, I respect it, and it'll make the victory by Keyshawn Davis that much more significant. It just makes it that much more significant that he has all these odds, that he has all this adversity he has to get over. It just makes it that much better of a fight to have all these thoughts, you know what I mean, behind the fight. And yeah, after the fight, Dennis Barancek is what I see for him. Not even Raymond Mortala, bro. I think this fight blows out. What Raymond Mortala, his last 2 performances have been you know what I'm saying? They've been all right, you know what I'm saying? He's been doing his thing. But Keyshawn puts on that stellar performance with this one. That's 2 back-to-back barn burners, bro. Bob Arum going to be like, that's my boy. That's who I want to see get that WBO title. That's who I want to see in the conversation with Tank, Shakur, Lomachenko. That's my representation. That's top-ranked representation outside of Lomachenko, of course. That's who I want to see carrying the torch. That's 2 fighters I got in that conversation. So that means undisputed is that much closer to top rank. You know what I'm saying? That much closer.
One more thing I want to add too. If you look at Limo's record, the guy's last 19 fights are all KOs. So I mean,
Even
besides,
better.
you know what I mean? So he's definitely pro. Except for the Richard Hitchens fight, which went the distance.
Even better.
Okay,
even
so
better.
that's important to know.
Oh yeah, listen, man. Listen, bro.
He's got
Gustavo Limos is recognized in this room for who he is. Nobody's sleeping on him. He's not no fly by night journeyman. This dude is the truth. You know what I'm saying? Without a doubt, this dude is the truth. We know who he is.
Okay.
Go ahead. Echo.
I think this will bring the best out of Keyshawn, I think, this fight. Because every time I've seen him fight, he's always fought confident. And he's always been able to adapt. And he's very good at the pull counters as well. And he throws the uppercut to the right hand. He's very good with the timing. And I believe this is the fight which will show his true measure. I really believe that. And it's a good fight, really, for him. And the good thing about Keyshawn, his career's been developed the right way. Not too quick, but he's good enough to go where he's been and do what he's done. And he's always done the thing confidently. He's always fought confidently in the ring, whether it had been a tough fight, whether it had been a rough and tumble. You know, when he fought, he fought Pedraza. And that fight was quite rough a lot of times and messy, but he adapted to it, and he wasn't willing to back down, and he knew when to punch and he knew when not to, and that shows a lot of maturity for somebody that's not had so many fights.
That reminds me of that's why he almost got body slammed, didn't he?
Yeah, 100%. Echo. Listen, Echo. Even looking at his record right now, right? This is gonna be This is gonna be Gustavo Limos's best fighter he's been in front of, hands down. Keyshawn Davis is a whole nother level above everybody else who he's fought before. The fighter who he fought before Hitchinson was 30-10. Before that, Lee Selby, 28-3. Maximiliano Ricardo Veron, 12-3. You know what I'm saying? These are all TKO wins, but these guys are not on Keyshawn's level, and I'm gonna tell you why.
I don't care about that. They're fighters.
I mean, they're fighters, but I'm just saying here's where I'm going with it, right? Where I'm going with it is he's a very confident fighter. Gustavo Limos. He's very confident, and he's been his matchups, his matchmaking has been real good for him, real good to him, but at the same time can come and bite him in his ass against Keyshawn Davis, because that confidence that he's built from fighting all these fighters and being hit, and all these fighters were able to put hands on him. All of them were able to put hands on him. You know what I'm saying? He gave up. He's been hit. You know what I'm saying? He's confident in being hit. He thinks he can take it. He's just coming off a fight with a Richard Hitchens that he thinks he won. A lot of people feels like he won, and he got hit in that fight sometimes, but he didn't get hurt. Keyshawn has a very high probable chance of clipping this dude, bro.
Yeah, I agree with that.
High probable chance of clipping him.
You know, to add something.
You
have to ask something is right. Like, so let's say Keyshawn wins, right? I don't want to see him fight Bernacek because if he gets the title, we're not gonna get undisputed at 135 because him and Shakur are friends. Tank is probably not gonna fight him. You know, if I'm just to guess, I don't think Tank has any plans on fighting Keyshawn. I might be wrong, but I feel like that would just stop the undisputed train right there, right in its tracks. You know, because
then it would be a duck. Listen, man, people are being held accountable for what they said, bro. If Keyshawn Davis being a champion at the lightweight division turns it into a problem for people to chase undisputed, that's a duck.
Yeah, but
right.
Keyshawn Davis not fighting Shakur already, and you know Tank.
Nah, they fighting, bro. They fighting.
Man, nah, like
Keyshawn fought Jamel Herring, bro. They had that same shit going on between them, and he fought Jamel, bro, for Jamel's title. When it comes time to have undisputed and get that jewelry, Keyshawn gonna put that to the side, and so is not Keyshawn. I'm saying Shakur. Shakur fought Jamel. Sorry about that. But Shakur is willing to do that, and so is Keyshawn. They've spoken about this. I'm very convinced that they've already talked about this. And if it comes down to this conversation, where each one of them have a belt, they will unify. I believe it.
I'm trying to tell you it's not gonna happen. You'll see what I'm saying, Claymore. I highly, if Keyshawn gets a belt, it's like Tank getting a belt at 140. Like those are bad scenarios because then those undisputed is just not gonna happen. You know. Because one thing, Tank picks his opponents, and regardless of what people say, I don't think Keyshawn was a part of that list. I think they even said Keyshawn was a part of that list.
No, Keyshawn's not part of the list, but Undisputed is part of that list.
Is
Undisputed, yes, he said he wants Undisputed. He said
notice the term Undisputed changes when there was part of previously it was used to be belts don't matter, you know, when
we know that
all the belts. But then when that certain said fire disappears from that division, then now it's undisputed, you know.
Because I know exactly what you. Yeah, Clay, I said it. Yeah, I said it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's true though.
No, I'm not reading you. I'm reading Juice. I'm wondering if that's my daughter who's supposed to be asleep at this time, who got school tomorrow on this damn thing right now in Florida. Juice, is that you? I don't know. Juice, that ain't my daughter, right?
Hold on.
Hello?
What does she want to channel?
Nah, listen, I don't know that's her. I think that's her. Her little 15-year-old ass up at this time at her mom's house in Florida. Yeah, all right. I see you up on this damn internet. Anyway,
frequent, you know they do. I won't say cherry picking, but Tank picks. They carefully select their opponent for
most. Take your ass to bed.
Yeah. Oh man.
Nah, I'm cussing my daughter out. Bear me. I'm sorry. Anyway, but yeah, man. Listen, man. Look, I see what you wrote, Ray. You know what I mean? I see what you're saying. It is what it is, bro. Look, it don't matter, bro. We ain't gonna figure it out tonight. We ain't gonna figure it out tonight. So the argument we put up, that's what it's gonna be about. The fight's gonna happen November 8th on a Friday night. We're gonna watch the fight and we're gonna find out the answers there. We ain't gonna get the answers tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, man, if any, it can be broken down and we can find ways for Lemos to win, and I can find ways for Keyshawn Davis to win, bro. There's not one over the other, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's just about these arguments being made. November 8th, the questions will be answered, bro. Period. I'm definitely pushing for Keyshawn and rooting for Keyshawn to win. That's a fact. So let's get it did. Let's get it done. Let's get it past tense. You heard?
I'm just messing with you, Clay. I had to do that, man. I just didn't know. I was like, dang. I was like, yo, he's
it's a natural outstanding game. Those are his best attributes.
The one thing that you can say, because it's a fight where you can give each guy a chance that he could win, makes it a great fight.
Yes.
Period.
Rather than somebody going in there and think, well, this guy has got no chance whatsoever. So there's no point in those fights, really. They're fights for people to build a career up.
Right. and at the end of the day, in all due respect, I know I'm just having fun. At the end of the day, it's going to be a good fight, and that's what we want to see. We want to see the best fight the best. We want to see the tough fights. We want to see the up and comer fighters, not just keep fighting people that they put in front of him. We want to see the test, and this is the test that he has in front of him. And I think we all agree that he's going to win the fight. I'm just throwing things out there on the other side of the street, you know what I mean, or the fence. I'm not going to say street because it's not PBC I'm talking about, but on the other side of the fence. I just want to throw things out. Stop laughing at me, Boxing Hacker, because I want to make sure that we understand that there's two fighters in the ring. And I'm not saying you guys don't know, but I got to also do this for the chat and the people that are listening outside the chat, because, you know, there's always spies in the building. So I want to make sure that we're covering all grounds. At the end of the day, but I do think, respectfully, I do think Keyshawn Davis wins the fight, especially it being so important to him, being home, kid being born. There's a lot of things he's putting on the line there. But it can also be a foreshadow of blockage. What's up, Ryan Frazier? Boxing. No, what's up, bro? I almost said your name like 3 times.
Ryan,
about it.
Salute.
But yeah,
and that's the Keyshawn Davis fight. There's so many other things going on here. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about the did you guys because I know me and Ray seen it, but did you guys see the Diego Pacheco fight?
Yeah, I saw it.
I didn't watch it.
I saw it.
So how'd you feel about the fight? How'd you feel about talk about the fight, but then ultimately tell me what you think about the future of Diego Pacheco at 168. But what'd you think of the fight?
It was a very good finish. Perfect liver shot.
Like, shout out to Greg Hackett, like the video game. It was perfect.
That's the way it should be done. You know, with the elbow tucked in and angled with the fist the right way. Perfect. The way Tommy Hearns used to do
right?
it.
It was just accuracy. Like, it wasn't like he hit him super hard. It was more like, boop, the button.
Well, that's what it is. It's accuracy. I mean, it's like if you hit it, it's like the jaw. The jaw will break quite easily if it's hit at the right angle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, same as the organs are not meant to be hit. Liver, spleen, all those places. They're not really meant to get. They don't get tougher. You know, so they're always dangerous. That's why boxers should learn to protect that. You know, that's why boxers are built differently to different athletes. You know.
Yeah, let me ask you this. And by the way, salute Thomas Hill in the building for sure. I'm gonna let you speak in a second, Thomas, for sure. Future wise, was there anything that you walked away from the fight and that you like, an attribute that you liked of Diego when we're talking about future bouts with the big dogs, with the Christian M. Billies, with the Jaime Munguias, with the Eric Bazinians, with the, you know what I mean, with the big dogs of the division, Caleb Plant, even, you know what I mean, Edgar Berlanga, you know what I'm saying, the conversation with the big dogs of 168. Did you walk away feeling like, you know, that you like what him and Jose Benavidez was able to manage as far as the game plan and the execution of the game plan?
Yeah, the punch selection. It's sometimes not just throwing any punch; he's throwing the right one. He threw the right ones. He picked his shots. And that's the key. It's not just knowing how; it's the why and the when, and that's what makes a really great fighter.
Yeah.
He picked the shots.
I think Sulecki gave him the looks. I think Sulecki tried to put that pressure. I think Sulecki gave him just enough adversity to kind of like make the victory sweet at the end, to end the fight that way. Like Sulecki, you know what I mean? He gave just enough. He gave enough. He gave the looks. He pressed. He didn't run away. But at the same time, he tried to be defensively responsible. But once that right hand started to find him, it got bad for him. And then I love it because once the right hand started to find him, the left to the liver was just on its way. It was on its way. You know what I mean?
Well, that's punch selection, Clay. That's not just throwing punches. That's throwing the right one at the right time. It's all timing, not just timing the punch, you know, because the more speed you've got, the less timing you need. That's why fast punchers, you know, they didn't need to have as much timing because there's no timing. In other words, if you throw a punch at, say, I don't know, 5/8 of a second, and another punch is quicker, the punch that's quicker needs less timing. people that are not as fast need to have more timing and better selection.
No doubt.
Somebody like Mike McCollum, wasn't super fast, but he threw the right punches. That's what made him so great. And this is what separates a lot of good boxers, or somebody from being great.
No doubt, no doubt. Let me bring Thomas Hill in the building. Thomas Hill, what's good with you, family?
Oh man, everything's good right now. I'm just sitting here listening to this good boxing talk.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoying it, man. I'm glad. Did you get a chance to catch that Diego Pacheco fight?
Yeah.
How'd you feel about it?
Diego just showed that, there's a reason why there's a lot of hype and buzz around his name. I mean, pretty much what Echo said. I mean, it's timing. And it's timing with the way you throw it, because he said speed as well, but I mean, he changes paces with his speed too, and that's another good thing, because it's not always coming at the same speed. So you don't know exactly when the punch is going to land, because he's changing the speed with it, and he's changing the area in which he's attacking you as a fighter. I mean, and in doing so, it creates openings in itself. Like you said, he was doing very good to be defensively responsible. But when somebody is focusing that much, then you can kind of it's like, what, we're running footballs, and we're going to the right off a tackle, off the guard, off tackle, sweep here, dive there. But then you fake the sweep, and then you come with a reverse. And the misdirection got them going, looking this way, that backside is open, and a perfectly placed shot. I mean, like you said, that's a debilitating shot if it's landed right. Many people done sat down on that and never got up.
Big facts.
I mean,
Big
hell,
facts.
Oscar De La Hoya got sat down with that same exact punch.
Hopkins,
yeah.
And, people don't fully understand how debilitating that punch is. Man, I remember
I've been hit with that, so I know.
I'm sorry, Echo, what'd you say?
I've been hit with that many times, and
so you can definitely speak to it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been in the ring with some of the people that the greats, and sparred people that I've been with the greats, so I know what it's like to get hit like that.
But can you actually explain it? Because there's a lot of people who can't relate to it.
A lot of people have been hit with it and seen flashes and stars. It doesn't just affect the body; it affects the head as well. It can do. That's how it can. The liver shot, and the thing about when people get it with the liver, it just sets the feet in concrete, and they feel they can't move. The best thing to do once you get a shot like that is to move keep moving, because once you get hit with that and you stay still, if you can move. But a lot of them can't, and it's different. It's like a solar plexus or a side forward process shot. They're different from getting hit in the stomach. It's short. In the short ribs. The floating ribs. They're all different. In the spleen, all the organ shots are different from any other shot. Yeah, and you can't toughen them up either. You just have to weather your way through it.
Right.
It's a battle, to overcome those things. Same as everybody when they're in the ring. If anybody's ever done a lot of sparring or fought in the ring, at some point they've been buzzed.
Oh yeah.
Right.
But it's how quickly you can recover. It's like people say Devin Haney is chinny. He's not chinny. He just hasn't got the punch resistance. If he was chinny, he'd have been knocked out by Ryan Garcia.
Yeah,
right.
That's the difference. There's two different scenarios there. Chinny and punch resistant.
and when they say something funny about that, it's like Ryan stopped so many people with that same was it left hook?
Yeah, exactly.
And Devin got up each time. That was crazy. So
yeah, same as look at somebody like Floyd Patterson. He was dropped about 17 times in his career, but he only took the full count from Sonny Liston twice. That was the only time he ever really got counted out. So that just shows you the kind of power that Liston had, and the chin that Patterson had.
You know what I think, Echo? Like when you look at somebody like Amir Khan, for instance, I think what happened to Amir Khan is when he got hit by British Prescott, he got concussed, and then he never fully his punch resistance just dropped from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think a lot of fighters, like once you've been knocked out, like it's just easier to get knocked out. Like I don't know if your punch resistance just
your chin
lower.
been cracked. Once your chin get cracked, it's cracked. That's it. You susceptible. You're susceptible to the.
It's more of a mental thing, Clay.
Right.
It's not.
I
It's not physical.
I don't think that's
Yeah,
the case.
I'm not saying like it's a physical
It's a
thing. I'm just
mental
saying
thing.
that.
It's not
I'm saying
physical.
cracked. I'm saying cracked as far as tested, cracked as far as I'm talking about mental. I'm not talking about like there's a bone or something like something cracked in his shin. I'm saying once the body recognizes and knows what that is, it kind of goes into like
that same
caution.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it gets hit, it's like, oh, I know what this is. Turn off, or I know what this is. You know what I'm saying? Especially like in the UFC, you've seen that a lot with like the Chuck Liddells and the people like that who just kind of lost it. Even Anderson Silva kind of started suffering from it a little bit as well. You know what I'm saying? A little bit where you just kind of like your body knows how to go to sleep now. It's ready to do that. Exactly. You know what I mean? When you get hit. I've seen it happen a lot of times with a lot of fighters.
Roy Jones is a perfect example. Don't say that Clay's a big Roy Jones fan.
No, but straight up, Roy Jones is a great example of that. Just somebody who just like, I know how to go to sleep now. I know what to do when I get the body says, when you hit me in my mouth, I know what to do now.
And
I've been trained.
And I'm going to tell you, it wasn't the Tarver fight that did that to him. It was actually the Glenn Johnson fight, because he actually took that whole fight on to that time when Glenn Johnson kept pressuring him, and he was getting hit in the face a lot. He just got hit with that too many times by Glenn Johnson that put him out. I think that's what made him shaky.
You don't think that it had a little bit or not a great deal to do with the fact that he scaled all the way up and then scaled all the way down?
Yeah, I mean, of course, that plays a part. That plays a part, but that would be the Tarver fight, right? So I think that knockout from Tarver was that case. I think Glenn Johnson's pressure and constant punching on Roy in the face is what actually put Roy out. Like, we're knocking him around the ring. I think that's what made him more chinny and susceptible to knockouts than Tarver. I think the Tarver shot was just him, like you said, just coming down, being drained a little bit, and that caused him to just go out on that fight. But when you look at the next fight, he came out, he starts fighting Glenn Johnson, and look what happened. He didn't knock Roy out in one round. I mean, it took him to the 10th round before he really got knocked out. But Glenn Johnson was on Roy the whole fight, just punching at him, through his guard, swinging his head back and forth, punching him, jabs, everything. And then I think all those punches had a play once he got knocked down. Like, look, my head is jelly right now. Clay, I didn't know if you wanted to talk about the Zepeda situation.
Wait, yeah, we can talk about that in a minute. I thought Echo was about to say something.
Yeah, no, I'm waiting. I was just asking.
So
it was boxing.
Yeah, my bad. Oh, Echo, you want to go first?
No, I'm good. You can go. It's okay, no problem.
One other thing that also affects punch resistance is weight cuts. Like if you have brutal weight cuts or you were drained, that affects your punch resistance a lot. Like, and I think that's why I always say, like, people always talk about like weight bullies, right? And I'm always like, I don't really believe in that term, because if you blow up, if you're big, if you're coming from big weight and you try to make weight in a drastic way, it does more detriment than it does help you in the ring. Even if you rehydrate completely, there's always a chance that your punch resistance stuff will be way lower than before, And we've seen that so many times where, like, a fighter, like, even though he was knocked out, Oscar De La Hoya versus Pacquiao, where it was like Oscar looked super drained and he had to just quit in his stool, And so many, like people that have been having like tough weight cuts are normally the ones that get susceptible to get knocked out a lot, or at least knocked down in weird ways.
I agree. But you want to get in that Zepeda fight?
Yeah, sure. I think that's something that we didn't talk about, and we were talking about boxing and all the news of this week that took place.
Oh, the Juice ain't my daughter, by the way. That's somebody else called Juice. 2012. Okay. Yeah, that ain't my daughter.
You didn't chase somebody offline that was.
Yeah, I was like, what?
I was like, that's his daughter?
Listen, my daughter's nickname is Juice. That's what you call her. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what the fuck she doing over here right now? But I don't know her YouTube channel anyway.
Oh boy, that's funny, Clay.
Yeah, I literally
Get off the panel right now. Go to bed.
Get your ass to bed.
I'm like, his daughter really knows her boxing.
Like, I just got here, yo. Like, what kind of
I
channel?
wanted to say also that I think Pacheco is a pretty dang good talent, and I would love to see him in the ring with a Mungie or Mbili or whomever they line him up with. I just think that he boxes cleanly, and he got a little oomph behind his punch. And it's like Echo said, if you got timing down, then that makes your punches even that much like sharper, that much harder. So like I think in the ring it would be a great matchup to see. And I mean it's moving into the direction where we start placing people that's contending versus other contenders. I think the Limos fight with Keyshawn is another excellent example of that. I mean, sure he wasn't awarded the victory in that Hitchinson fight, but he made Hitchinson dig deep to go find something deep down to pull that fight out. I mean, if he didn't have that ability to do it, he would have lost that fight and could have gotten stopped. And that's what I believe Keyshawn's in the ring with. So now you get to see his last two fights are going to give him a serious test to see if like he really that dude. The last fight where they was wrestling and stuff like that, that was a tough fight for him too. A lot of extracurricular stuff that was going down that he also likewise initiated. But it still was a tough fight for that young boy to get up in there and mix it up and get it done. And he looked extremely sharp in that fight. Now you got somebody that mixes it up in a different kind of way. Like he takes the punch to get his punch off. So we're going to see, like you said, he's going to be there to be hit. But if he can absorb it and he can hit him, we could be in for a dog fight. And like you said, it could be a potential fight of the year. So I like the move by Keyshawn. I really hope he calls out Tank. I really hope he gets in the ring with Tank.
Can I just add something, please? Yeah, about the timing when it was mentioned about the speed, and that is correct. If you slow your speed down, that can sometimes disrupt the opponent. But really, when it comes to punching, it's like I said, the right selection. But you think of it like American football. You don't throw the ball where he is. You throw the ball where he's going to run and catch it. In boxing, you've got to make the guy move where you want him to move and throw the punch at the right time.
Exactly.
You know, so it's not just about just throwing punches where the guy's head is. You've got to make the guy do what you want him to do. And that's with feinting, because people call, you know, boxes, well, feinting's a waste of time, you know, it's a waste of energy. But there's a difference, you see. You can feint with the shoulders, you can feint with the head. But the key to everything is not just to feint, it's to feint and fake. Because you feint with the tool and you feint with the body.
Right.
So you've got head feints, you've got foot feints. There's a very difference. And once you vary the cadence as well and the broken rhythm, somebody can become a very big puzzle to solve when they're not predictable. Same as if you throw a jab at me and I slipped it to the left, then one time I slipped it to the right, another time I caught it, another time I ducked it, another time I did something else. You cannot plan against that so easily. But if I keep parrying it with the same hand, you can work a way around that. And I think that's why a lot of boxers don't have a lot of variety. When you've not got a lot of variety in your approach to how you deal with different attacks, it makes it easier for the other opponent to plan. And this is where the strategy comes in the corner, because the corner wins fights a lot of times. It's not always the fighter. Just like when Marvin Hagler beat Roberto Duran, it was because of Goody Petronelli, not because of Hagler. It was the strategy and adaptation.
So
Do you think? Wait, hold on 1 second. Let me just ask a question right quick. So, yeah, I mean, so basically with that Diego Pacheco fight, you know what I mean, and also I think even more so with the Rayo Venezuela fight against Isak, you got to see some real great corner work, right? Like you got to really see Robert Garcia really win that fight from the corner, really take a Rayo Venezuela who we not used to seeing fight that way, do something that he's not used to doing, shocking himself as to the results that he got against a relentless Isak Cruz that was headhunting him. And of course, with Diego Pacheco in this fight, that game plan, you could just see that that Jose Benavidez and him really worked on that. That they set that up for that liver shot to land. Like they really planned that out, and Diego was able to execute it. Great corner work.
But the thing is, though, Clay, the Venezuela fight was an easier fight because Cruz really just throws hooks. Right. He hasn't got a jab. You know, I mean, he's shown some good defense against Tank by catching that uppercut, you know, with the right hand. But really, he's very limited in his approach. And when you've got somebody like that, it's very easy to plan against him. His timing, and I mean, look at when he fought Tank. Sometimes he'd throw a hook, a wild shot. Tank would move back 2 inches, and he'd miss by 6. That is not good distance.
Right.
He was missing by sometimes, you know, as much as a foot. Sometimes it looked really bad.
With that being said, I'm glad you said that, because actually my question was going to be on Pacheco in this fight previously to this, where a lot of people thought it was not only a tough fight, but he potentially even lost some rounds in that fight that could have cost him the fight. It was a very difficult fight with McCollum, sorry. And that fight being difficult, him not getting a knockout was a unanimous decision, by the way. Does that play any part on what you're talking about right now? Like, you know, him coming in, he had a difficult fight. Maybe it was a harder hit opponent to hit. The guy was also undefeated, had a decent record of 15-0. Was that more of a showcase of who Pacheco really is, the type of fighter that he needs to avoid, or is that just saying that, you know, he can, you know, after seeing this fight, he can box with anybody, fight with anybody. Maybe he just had a bad night.
Well, styles make fights, and it's a learning thing. That's why, you know, a lot of the boxers of the past, you know, I'm talking about a long, long time ago, they had 60, 70 fights. I mean, Sugar Ray Robinson had 75 fights before he won his first title against Tommy Bell in 1946. He was boxing 6 years before he became a champion. People don't realize that, you know, so it adapted to all the styles. But that's a learning thing about fighting different styles. That's why it's good to bring the fighters up the right way, not just stick them in there with anybody without the right preparation.
Fighter development, right?
Yeah.
Preparation's the key.
Right.
That's why having like high amateur like record is good, you know, because you get that practicing before you even get into the pros, you know. That's really important. That's why when you see some of these Olympic fighters or see somebody like Madronov who had like over 200, 300 amateur fights, you know, you're like, wow, this guy's really nice. But they've been doing it for so long, you know. Yeah.
Let me ask the panel something right quick. We got a full panel up here, and I want to get everybody involved. But yo, this Brian Norman Boots Ennis situation. Is Brian Norman a duck? Is he a duck? Is he a damn duck, bro? Is he a damn duck, bro?
Is it DuckTales?
Is it DuckTales? Is it doom 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 doom? What happened, man?
Yo, so if I can go first. So, like, you know, when it comes to, so it's hard to call people a duck, you know, especially when they're in negotiations. And, you know, I'm not one to say, like, how much a person is worth, you know. If you believe you're worth a certain amount, it's respectable. My only issue, Brad, was that it just seemed like they were focused more on proving themselves to the court of public opinion. They were focused more on proving that they weren't a duck on social media than, like, you know, trying to, like, see what they could do to make the fight. Like, for instance, one of the things that was brought up, I think it was yesterday on Mill City, was that they were worried about fighting in Philly because they felt like they weren't getting a fair shake. You know, and I actually posed a question to Brian Norman Sr. on that channel. You know, I said, well, why don't you guys just negotiate the refs and the judges? Because that's really what it is. You know, like when it comes to the fair shake, it doesn't matter where you're at. You just need like, you know, good refs and judges. I remember Bill Haney said when he went to Australia, that's what he did, you know, and they didn't seem like they had like an answer for that, you know. So I can't say he's a, you know, in my personal opinion, I feel like the want for that fight on their side isn't as much as they make it appear to be. And that's just my personal opinion about, you know, it just seems like, because I feel like if you have a multi-million-dollar fight on the line, I would not be on social media. I'll be calling, this is my biggest payday. You know, I'll be talking to Eddie Hearn at midnight, 2:00 in the morning. I said, come on, Eddie, we need to make this work. You know, I'll be trying to figure out, make something shake, you know. I wouldn't just be like, well, you know what? You know, he's still young, because they kept, you know, they bring up the whole age thing, you know. He's still young, he's still developing, you know. To me, that just screams like we're just gonna take our time and do our thing, you know. It doesn't show that urgency on my part, in my opinion. So that's why I land with that.
Okay. What about you, Echo? Echo, you gonna call it, or you gonna be neutral?
Well, I can give a perspective about what I think. First of all, I think he should have asked for a bigger price, even though he probably wouldn't have got it, but he would have got down. I mean, if I was going to sell something, I would ask for more than that, you know, than. So you're going to give me the lowest offer, a lower offer, you know. So if he wanted what was it, 1 point, was it 2? What did he want?
He started off at 2.8 is where he started. So he did go higher. And then he ended up trying to get it at 2.2, but Eddie Hearn closed it off at 1.7.
Because he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was worth, or what he only should pay. You know, if you went to a pawn shop and you had something that was quite valuable, you'd go there and first thing they'd ask you is, you know, you'd say, what would you offer? You know, what are you going to offer me? And they'll say, no, what do you want? And then as soon as you say, I want this, they'll drop you down. It's always going to be that way. And for somebody to be offered 1.7 when he got maybe 200,000 for his other fight, I mean, I think it's not very smart not to take that, even though there was lots against him. But if you really believe that he could win the fight, it doesn't matter where he fights.
Uh-oh. Are you saying that he was questioning his ability to win this fight,
Yeah,
Echo?
Of course. Because if he'd been fighting somebody else, he would have thought, well, I can knock this guy out, because he believes he can knock people out. So, I mean, that is what it boils down to. Of course, it's questioning himself, because why would you say we don't want to get screwed by the judges? That means he knows he can't knock him out.
Man,
it's like a Freudian slip.
That's a word right there.
It's a Freudian slip, basically.
Yeah.
So what? Yo, Salute fighting where it bangs in the building. So Echo,
Yeah.
give it straight, no chasing. You gonna give it straight, no chasing. So, is it reasonable to say that that he was trying to price himself out? Maybe.
No, I don't think he was doing that. I think his management want more money, because it's more money for everybody. Why do you think his manager said, I wanted more? Because, you know, a lot of times, you know, when you've got these teams, you know, we talk about father and son thing. They all say we did this, we did the sparring, we did that. They see it as a joint effort, which it is. But what it is, it's all about not just what Brian Norman's get. Everybody's going to get the same amount. If he got 10 million, how much do you think his manager's going to get? He's going to get more as well. So obviously they all want more. So, I mean, I can understand somebody wanting to be paid what they think they're worth. But you're only as good as your last fight, usually. And what did he make in his last fight? What was 100 and something thousand?
People said 190. I've heard as low as 100,000. I've heard 150. I don't know.
Apparently, it was 150. He's making 100%. They offered him 100% more.
Yeah, and they're saying that with the deduction, the 20% here, the 10% here, whatever. Now in his next fight, he's going to get 300,000 maybe. He's still got those deductions.
True.
Right.
And it ain't going to be much more than it's not going to be 1 point. It's not going to be 1 million or 800,000. You're going to end up with, and also it gives him a chance to become a unified champion. I mean, this is why Floyd was very clever when he fought Oscar. He gave away he gave away a lot of things because he knew that he could be the man once he beat Oscar, and he believed in himself. That's why he did it. He didn't make as much money as Oscar. The gloves, the weight, everything was all Oscar.
Yeah. It sounds like some the confidence is definitely not there. You believe in yourself, then you bet on yourself, and you carry it a certain way. And he didn't carry it that way.
Yeah.
The duck talk is it's one. Me personally, I don't like calling people ducks, but I ain't gonna lie to you. This to me does have duck written all over it. I feel like to allow a unification to escape a 23-year-old fighter who you say has, that's another part of this whole situation that says duck to me, is how much he was amping this fight, how much he was gaslighting the fan base, saying what he would do to Boots, and that Boots was was going to be exposed, and that he hasn't fought nobody, and that he hasn't, what I mean, he's never had to stand in front of somebody who's going to give him a 50-50 fight. To say all that and allow $300,000 to get you out of get you out of legacy, I mean,
he could still lose as well. He could still lose that fight, and get 300,000 rather than 1.7 million. So
again, I gotta play devil's advocate to this again, because I like what you guys are saying, and I believe what you guys are saying is very true. But I just have to say, again, when you sit there and tell everybody what you want and what you're willing to pay, willing to do to get what you want, that guy has the right to price that value and see what you're willing to pay. So I think as far as him ducking, I don't want to use the word duck. I just think he's sitting there saying, hey, look, let's see what the value is of what he really wants. If he's really willing to stay here and do 147 and wants all the belts, let him pay for it. If we need the payday, you know what I mean? Even though I think it's weird that he just said we don't need the money. It's not about the money. But then he turns around and says that he wants the money. I kind of call that as what it is. You know what I mean? That's what Brian Norman said. But if you're sitting there saying that and you know that you can take advantage of it with Boots and say, hey, look, you're going to have to pay for this title. And it's not just him, because you can actually see Stanionis and Barrios had similar situations with their negotiations. It was about the money. They were like, hey, you're going to have to pay for this. So it seems that there seems to be some type of a negotiation tactic of them knowing that that's what he's want, and he has to be willing to pay for his time to unify or eventually get undisputed, and he's going to have to pay those dollars. So the problem is it opens Pandora's box. If he accepts the deal with Brian Norman, it opens Pandora's box to it. Brian Norman, on the other hand, back to what you guys are saying, he's making more money than he's ever made. 1.7 at now, what is currently sitting at, from what we know, is definitely more than 100 times of what he made in his last fight. And I don't even see the point of us even discussing it even further of why he shouldn't take it. That's crazy. That's ludicrous. You're going to make some money, regardless if you come home with 800,000 or 900,000. That's still a lot of money. That's more than what people make in a year. But guys that make a lot of 6 figures all the time, that's more than what they make. So I don't think it's a duck. I just think that, play your cards right. If they play their cards wrong, and I think that's a scenario, but then it also can play back in your favor, because now if they offer you that $2 million and you still turn it down, then we can talk duck, because then we're going to see something different. We're going to see that you didn't really want to fight. You were just sitting here pumping Kool-Aid into the scene and just seeing if you can make the profits go your way. But if he says he wants $2 million, I say, hey, you know what? Let's see what he does. Let's prove his worth. Let's see if he's value that much.
I think it can be considered not a duck if he took the fight. I think if you trick yourself out of the fight, if I find you at the end of the negotiation fighting on an undercard, on a Keyshawn Davis undercard for $250,000, $300,000, I think you ducked. I think if you take it to the end, if tomorrow we hear that, listen, man, we agreed to do this at 1.8, right? Or we hear something, you know, if this fight happens, then I'll entertain negotiation tactics. But if this fight doesn't happen, I go into duck tactics, because at the end of the day, the fight didn't happen. I mean, I think it's as simple as that. You know what I mean? I think that's what it comes down to now. I'm lighthearted with the duck word. I don't want to give him the duck. I don't want to give him the duck, the you know what I mean, the duck tails. I don't want to play the music, but I might have to download it into the I might have to download it into my board. You know what I'm saying? We might catch a little, you know what I mean, 2-3 days from now, we might get that don't. We might get that in the board, bro. We might get like an aeroplane here in Duckburg. Stars lasers. Y'all know how the song go. You know what I'm saying? It's got duckish energy to it. You know what I'm saying?
Like a new episode.
Definitely, yeah. Don't do that. You know, you got that song in my head. I was about to sing the whole bar.
You know, that was one of my favorite cartoons. I used to love to come home to that cartoon. Bro. That was one of my favorite cartoons. Shout out to my guy.
Shout out, Bang. What's up?
Hey, fellas, I gotta jump off. You know, I got work, y'all.
Well, you running from Bangs, bro? He ain't that scary. I know. Come on. I gotta go. That's the guy that beat me up with us.
The guy's here. I gotta go, guys.
Man, I don't want no trouble, man.
All right, fellas. Hey, good chat, people.
All right.
Salute.
That work, man.
Tap in. How you feeling?
Man, hey, man, first of all, salute to everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat, man. You know what I'm saying? This a nice growing podcast right here, man. I love this podcast, man.
Thank you.
What I was gonna say, you know, I'm a little bit more unfiltered, man. I think I'm gonna call it a duck, bro. Period. The reason what makes it a duck for me, 1.7 is not enough to go to Philly and take all that risk. This is verbatim. We don't want that. I want my son to come home with $1 million for fighting Boots. This is quotes. I'm quoting Senior. So 1.7 is not enough to fight Boots. I want my son to have $1 million. But if we move the fight to Vegas, I'll take that 1.7. It's all of a sudden enough money. It's all of a sudden enough after taxes. It's all of a sudden enough for us to get in the ring and fight Boots. So if it's the money and the taxes and all this extra stuff that the daddy's saying, why are they willing to take the same amount in another spot? See, because now you saying, so first you saying it's the taxes and you want your son to walk away with $1 million. Then you saying you will take those same deductions from the same purse in a different location. I don't understand it, bro. I don't understand it. So Claymore Rain, I'm the champion. You want to fight me? You the number one. You the other champion. I ain't gonna call you the number one contender. You the other champion. And I run around saying, "Hey man, I'm the biggest, baddest man on the planet." Whoop-de-whoop on a bleep-de-bleep. You know what I'm saying? and then I say, and then Claymore like, "Well, shit, I'm the A side, man. I give you 1.7. 1.7, man. Look, man, give me $2 million and I'll fight you." And then all of a sudden you telling me no. And I'm saying, "Hey man, come on, man, give me $2 million." And then you say, "Okay, I'll give you $2 million. We're gonna do it in Philly." Oh no, man, it gotta be somewhere else, man. It gotta be like, bro, like come on, bro. Like it sounds like I don't want no smoke with Claymore. You feel me? I don't want no smoke with Mr. Rain, man, because they keep giving me everything that I'm asking for, and I keep going up on my demands. I'm not even in position to have all these demands, bro. So instead of fighting you for the biggest purse ever, I'm gonna go fight on a prospect's undercard in his hometown as a champion. I'm a champion, but I'm finna play second fiddle to a prospect and get less money. That's a duck, bro. That's a duck, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. You ain't said because I know it. You know what I mean. So I ain't quoting you. So anybody that's mad at Claymore about this being or Mr. Ray Davis about this being a channel where they calling him a duck, don't take it out on them. Take it out on me.
I
Know
had
what
no
I'm
problem
saying?
with it.
take it out on me, man.
There's definitely
Yeah, man.
some duck sauce there. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm just trying to
Oh
play
man.
devil's advocate. You know, I got to put both sides.
Mhm.
It's duck energy, man. That's what I'm
Right.
gonna say. That's as close as I can get to it. It's duck energy. It's duck.
Right.
It's duck
Look.
energy. It's duck vibes. It's duckish. It's duck
Right,
bird.
right,
You know what I'm saying? Like, he definitely-
right.
you know what I'm saying?
If-
It's duck bird, but I'm not gonna
Right.
call him a duck. I ain't gonna call him a
Listen.
duck. I've done everything but call him a duck. I ain't gonna call him a duck, but I'm gonna say everything but that. But I'm damn
I
it.
can dig it. I can
I
dig
ain't
it.
put my
So,
words out yet, Bang. I'm sitting there like, if Canelo a duck, he a duck. You asking for more
absolutely.
money, asking for more money at the end of the day. So I don't want to hear either way it goes. Like I'm
Absolutely.
with you on that. So I get it. You know what I mean? I don't care. Oh well, Canelo asked for 200. I don't care. Price out is price out. You know what I mean? It's still
Absolutely.
a percentage. If you look do the percentage of the numbers, that's actually more than what Canelo was asking for his last fight. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I don't have no problem saying it. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate to the fans. You know what I mean? To the chat. So I want them to see both sides of it too. That's all.
Right. And then Canelo, I think Canelo averages the deal that he had with DAZN originally was 35. I think it was like 30 to 35 million per fight in that $365 million deal. 10 fights for like 35 million per fight. You know what I'm saying? So if you averaging 30 to 40 million a fight, and all of a sudden you want $200 million for one fight, hey man, we got to call it what it is, man. Okay, so look, let's give you the 200 million in Vegas. Oh nah, man, I want it in Mexico. Oh nah, man, I want it in the UK. You're like, come on, bro. Like, we already rolling a red carpet out for you, bro. Like, what else we need to do for you, bro? God damn, bro. Like,
It's supposed to be a fight,
come.
man. I don't know, man. I don't wait. Hold on a second, Bang. So wait. Echo.
Yeah,
Is it a duck? I didn't get. I don't think we heard it from you. Like, is it a duck or is it not a duck? What is it? What is it, Echo?
it seems like a duck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the
The thing is, it's like, I can,
Hey, look.
I can say,
I'm on my 15-minute break, man. I love everybody. We love the love, man. I got to get back to it, man.
Word,
All right,
word.
salute,
What's up,
Ken.
man? Be safe.
All right, salute.
We go tomorrow.
Salute.
you know, like I said, we can believe it is, but we don't really know. Only
Right.
they know. Only they know.
Right. I mean, we're not. Yeah, listen, man. Like I said, this is not one of those channels where we're doing that. We're not really out here like calling people ducks like that. But I think we can identify certain characteristics of a duck. You know what I'm saying? And say that other people who are calling them a duck have reasonable. You know what I mean? They have reasonable reasons to feel that way. We can understand where they're coming from with their feelings, right, Echo?
Yeah, but this is where where the home court advantage is a lot of times. But when you really believe in yourself, you don't really care about that. I mean, look at Crawford. He went to Scotland to fight for the title. You know, I mean, that's not an advantage to him for sure.
Right.
You know, and lots of boxers done this.
Boots is the A side. Boots is the one paying you. Eddie Hearn is paying you. You know what I mean? Like everything is it's supposed to be in Philly, and you see what Boots did in Philly in his last fight. You already know you're going to get the crowd there. You're going to get, it's going to be a packed building. It's going to be the biggest show that it could possibly be for you, for who you are, for what you've done, for what you've accomplished. And then the money's there. The 1.7 million is there for you to walk away with $800 plus $1,000 in your bank account that wasn't there before. When your last fight, you probably walked away with like 50 to 70,000, right?
Exactly.
In your account after the taxes were done. So, I mean, look, man, you were super motivated for the fight. You said that was a fight. You said that's the fight we want next. So how can we let $300,000 turn us away from the fight we wanted next to become a unified champion?
That may be the biggest mistake he's ever going to do
in his life.
Well,
because there's no guarantee he's going to keep winning and fighting for 200, 300,000. Because he won't get much more than 300,000 in the next fight.
Yep.
If that depends on, because it depends on who you beat. I mean, if Keyshawn Davis beats, say, somebody that was really, say it be Frank Martin,
Right.
he could demand more money. For sure. You're only as good as your last fight, and that's how you can leverage the negotiations on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't do much more than that.
What were you saying, Thomas?
Well, I mean, I think pretty much the last two takes basically covered the ups and downs of it. I also believe Ray got a little bit of leverage with playing the devil's advocate, and I'll go over that right now. But this is the thing: he's about to take a fight, like my man said, as a co-main or just somebody on the card of somebody else's main event in somebody else's city that ain't even as big as Philadelphia. On
To me,
top of
that
that,
doesn't make
he's
sense.
about,
That doesn't.
yeah, and then on top of that, he's not about to be paid more than what he was even asking somebody else to sacrifice so that they can make the fight. So now you're asking somebody else to sacrifice out of their purse a number that is still 2.3 times the max you've ever made in a fight. As Echo stated, you're being offered 1.75 million to fight for a unification bout. When you say that, you're going against a pillow fisted fighter who's fighting stage fights. He really not like that. You worried about getting robbed of a decision when you said you would knock him flat out.
Yeah, that's not standing by your belief in yourself, or the belief in
Exactly.
your fear, or the belief in your son.
This is
It's not
prize fight.
looking good out here for the Normans, man. And the thing about it is, across the whole boxing space, there's only a handful. Oh man, look what Ray put up there. There's only a handful. There's only a handful. There's only a handful of people who are empathizing with this dude, bro. Like, he's being attacked. I saw a dude straight up tell him, like, you make me not like your son. Told him to his face on Mill City. Like, you make me not like your son, bro. Like, you like, you know what I mean? Like, he said it to him, like, yo, you need to, like, step out the way, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I like Brian Norman Jr., but the way you talk, senior, you make me not like your son, because you popped off so much. You said so much. You've been on social media nonstop. You made Bozy say something.
Yeah,
if anybody know how Bozy get down, Bozy don't say nothing for nobody. He is silent as it come. Bozy came out and said, I don't know what's wrong with this dude. I gotta say something. Like, he said, I gotta say
You've got to
something.
back up what you say. Talk is cheap, really.
Ooh,
so that's why it's going to be bad if they ever get in the ring because of that very fact. But I'm going to tell you this also. 1.75 is exactly like 8 times the max he's ever made in a fight.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's not something that you write home about. Like, especially when you never cracked even half of $1 million. You're turning down $1 million and almost, and what, 3/4? $1 million and 3/4?
Yep.
You turning down, because it's prize fighting. You're turning down the money. You're turning down the chance to be unified. Because in somebody else's city, if, like you said, if it was in Vegas, it would be okay. That's not good. Like Echo said, how does the change of location make it a good offer? It does not, because location don't help you win in that ring.
I'm going to say something quickly. When Floyd Patterson was going to fight Sonny Liston, they were going to change the venue. And Sonny Liston's reply was, I just as hard in Chicago as I do in New York. I don't care.
Period. Just like that. So, you said the word energy, and I like that, because I like, especially when it comes to like the will of men opposing one another, I like to spell it INNER and then a capital G. Like, where is your energy? Because if you had energy, and if you had some energy in you, you'd be like, yo, I'm whooping you in your house for whatever we did. Because when I'm done, I'm taking everything. But this is the problem that I do have with it, though. Eddie Hearn signed Boots saying that I'm going to make you the biggest name in boxing. And I'm going to do what it takes to make sure people know your name. Well, you know what? You know the numbers of that. You just fought there. So you know what he can do. You know how everything's sold for. We can bump up the parking a little bit here. We can bump up the concessions a little bit here. We can bump up the price of the ticket just a little bit here because now it's a unified belt. You know what I'm saying? Now this belt, this bout means so much more. This really about to put Philly on the map because now you're about to have a unification match in Philly. So you can do things to check it. And then you got the big dog who's supposed to be the savior of boxing, Mr. Ali Sheik, whatever his name is, Turkey a la Shecky. He can be the force that he said he was because they worried about paying Bob. You can get Bob to get in on this and co-promote. There's so many ways to have gotten that fight done. But yet and still you let 500,000 that you said some other fighter should be able to relinquish and part with so that you can make the fight. And you've never headlined. You've never sold out a venue. You never main evented. And you accepted a fight for less than what you're asking that person to give up to make the fight on somebody else's card in somebody else's city that ain't as big as Philly. It don't make sense. None of that makes sense from either way too, because it don't make sense what Eddie did. What, because he could have made this fight somehow, some way.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, man. I think both sides can because at the end of the day, Boots' unification is there to be made, and it wasn't there with Stanionis, and it wasn't there with Mario Barrios. It just wasn't, right? At least the Normans gave a number that would get him the fight, right? Like
yeah. And I wanted to say one more thing. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but Ray Davis was also right. If the team submits and gives up, see, that's why I say you do it through the concessions, the parking, and everything. Telling me you get the back end of it. We'll get you on the back end. We'll do it, and nobody has to. And that's another thing that the Normans did that messed up. They went public with this. Nothing gets negotiated on YouTube channels.
Yep.
No, I know Echo can speak to that. Ain't nothing ever been public and been done like that. So like, they messed up from that point right there. But I would say that if you do, now that they know that the money is out there and other people have said, "Oh, you're not offering me enough for you to fight, go across the street and fight." When he gets his money, what do you think the other guys who are a little bit more established gonna do? Man, if you got $500,000, you gotta give me $1.5 million.
Yep.
Like you said, you open up Pandora's box because now everybody gonna barter the belt. It's like they don't respect their chances of winning so much that it's almost like they getting fired from a job and I want a severance check. You're gonna pay me for this belt getting traded.
That's a fact. You know what I mean? That's a fact, man. It's opening up Pandora's box is the perfect way to describe it. It's part of the cost, right? The cost isn't just the 500,000. You know what I mean? And that might be what Eddie Hearn might also be wrapping his mind around as well, to say, listen, man, all right, we can make this fight happen. We can concede. We can concede to these requirements, but the 500,000 might be the least of our problems if we do that, because we give up this 500,000 for a fighter who we know damn well ain't supposed to be getting this. What are the fighters who have a better argument to be getting this gonna say when it comes time to negotiate with them? So it's just not checkers. But this is, but I feel like this about it. I feel like Eddie and Boots should have considered paying the 300,000, like compromise. I'm not gonna shoot you to 500. I'm gonna shoot you 300 and get you to the 2. But I'm gonna do that because I'm gonna go ahead and knock your boys' block off, and I'm gonna take those belts, and I'm gonna go leverage those belts to go up to 154 and get myself in a better position at 154. Go ahead, Echo.
What he could have done, he could have said, "Well, I'll give you 300,000 if you win."
Oh, would have tested him. That would have tested him right there, because that would have had him looking
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you even
500,000.
500,000 if you win.
Yeah, 500,000 if you win.
Yeah, if you win. But if you don't, you didn't get it.
Or he could.
That's like poker, isn't that? That's call your bluff.
Yeah,
And
that's fair.
remember in poker, you don't always have to have the best hand.
You just gotta play it the best.
How about we do? I give you the 2, but we bet $1 million on the fight.
Well, I don't think he hasn't got that kind of money, has he? So
I'm giving you $2 million. You just shoot me $1 million. Now you walk away with $1 million. You know what I'm saying? And you get the taxes taken out of that. You walk away with like 400,000. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying at the end of the day, put your money where your mouth is, because you're talking about what you can do and what you will do, and how many holes you see, how many holes you see, and what I bring to the table. But put your money where your mouth is and come get rich.
But that would have called his bluff for sure if he'd have said, "We'll give you the 300,000 if you win."
Yeah, let's make it happen.
So then where can you go? What can you do then? That means if he doesn't think you can win.
One thing I noticed is, and one thing I notice is, they've convinced themselves that who cares who thinks we're ducking. They've convinced themselves that doesn't matter, right? Like they've convinced themselves that and I credit that to a lot of wishy-washy fans who don't demand a lot. Like, they don't have respect for the boxing space no more. A lot of these fighters don't. A lot of these fighters, even like Shakur, like, I don't care what y'all think, bro. I'm gonna go do this. You know what I mean? And here you go with the Normans who are saying the same thing, right? Like, they're not even listening no more to what you're saying. Terrence is doing that. I don't care what y'all want. This is what I'm doing. Canelo's doing that. I don't care what you guys think about David Benavidez, me ducking David Benavidez. I don't give a damn. Not only am I not giving a damn, but I'm gonna give you Edgar Berlanga, and you're gonna buy it too. And you're gonna buy it too. I'm gonna make sure you buy it.
Yeah, but he's in a better position. They're in better positions than Brian Norman.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, 100% they're in better positions. But I'm saying, just in general, it just seems like a lot of boxers as of late are not considering these fans anymore. These fans don't mean nothing to them no more. Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you guys this as well too. I got 3 things that I really want to chronicle. Mm-hmm. First and foremost, he's comparing himself to Boots in his last fight. Was Boots not the A side in the fight?
100%.
Was Boots not the champion in the fight?
100%.
He just became a champion, and it was after somebody got elevated, right? He was elevated. It was an interim belt at first, right?
Right. He got elevated once Terrence let go to WBO.
They're both email champions, aren't they?
Yep.
He didn't even compare himself to the challenger. What did the challenger make in Boots' last fight? What did Avanesian make in his last fight? That's who he should have been comparing himself to, because he is not Boots in this fight. He's not the headliner. Likewise, you can't make 150 to 190,000 and ask for $500,000 like it's chump change, only to accept another fight that's at maybe roughly $300,000. And then ultimately, what they should have done is get advised not to say anything over the line no more. Stop talking, go approach them and see if they can compromise. Because like I said, if you don't put it to public, you can actually scale that price tag up on concessions, on parking, and on ticket sales, because it's a much bigger fight, being a unification fight. They could have done it that way. But I agree with Echo. I would have called the bluff and say, "Yo, you know what?
Yeah,
you win. You can get a whole $500,000."
Yeah, $500,000. That would, if you don't take that, then well, obviously we know what it is. But really, when you think about it, how many people that have not headlined are getting 1 million anyway? How many boxers are doing that?
Exactly.
That's a lot of money. Name one that's getting that.
I don't know. Maybe Ryan.
Not headlining. Obviously not a heavyweight, because they probably
maybe Rolly.
Yeah. No, Rolly's not making the 1 million.
Yeah, but he headlined. He was with Tank, so he was a headline.
Right.
Yeah,
and then Isak too. Yeah.
Name one that is not.
I think he got 600,000 for his fight with Tank, right?
Huh?
Didn't Esau Cruz get 600,000 for his fight?
That was a replacement fight. That was them throwing him a bone.
Yeah. But you see that 600,000 had him on the fight Tank again. That's how much 600. I mean, it's chump change to us, I guess, out here. But to him, that was life changing money right there.
Chump change to who?
To them, they said that my man should eat. It was a tax. The man said it was a tax write off.
Well, listen.
What I'm saying, like, he's trying to justify his
150 give me money.
I'm about to definitely start playing the music.
It's a tax write off.
Go for it, boy.
It's definitely about that time. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. We've been on him for 4.5.
Yeah,
hey, man, y'all been cooking for 4.5, man.
Yeah, we've been cooking.
Hey, Echo, do you coach?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
you train? I mean, I shouldn't say coach, but train.
I've coached in a lot of different fields, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, man. What you were saying about that being predictable, man. I mean, I have shout out to my man Hannibal, and also shout out to it was somebody else up in there, you know. Let me see who
I respect the belts.
Yeah, not Rich respect the belts too, but it was another person. It was
J Pitt.
Oh, it was a Texas 16 South. You know, I don't think they big respecters of Tank, but like the stuff that you was talking about, Echo, is some of the stuff that Tank doesn't get credit for doing. The nuances of not doing something predictable the same way every single time. And, you know, it keeps people off balance. And
yeah, of course.
Like those little things that you say, man, I mean, it's a lot of fighters that are not getting that tutelage, not getting that knowledge, man. And it shows in the way that they get in that ring and they constantly do certain things.
Well, I can say one thing is when people faint or whatever, is varying the length of the fake, varying the length of the fake, especially with a jab or whatever. If you're going to feint long, then you can't punch short with the same hand. You have to punch short with the same hand. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people are boxing, you know, they're feinting short, and that works well against a nervous fighter. But somebody that's more composed, the feint has to be longer and more convincing. As Jose Torres said, the famous box from Costa, he said, a feint is an outright lie. You've got to know when to throw that. And the person that can get away with that is the person that can sell that lie when they feint by varying the length and the speed of the feint.
AKA like the famous Nets.
And then I got Nets. Yeah, and I got a question for the two of you before we head out. Really, me and Clay was debating this earlier. Let me ask you all a question, especially Echo. Tommy, this is perfect for you because you like Tank Davis. So why in January, right? Clay hates this question. Why when in January when Rayo won?
Oh my God, no!
Oh, I'm asking it. Let it go. I want to hear their perspective. When Rayo won in January, why was all the Tank fans saying that he was not worth the fight? But then all that switched up. Now because he beat Pitbull. What makes it more relevant now besides the Pitbull fight?
Why he should fight him or why he shouldn't?
No. Nobody wanted to see the fight. His fans were saying they didn't want to see the fight. It wasn't worth it. There was no value in the fight. We don't care about Rayo, none of that.
It's because Pitbull did pretty well against Tank. I mean, probably that was one of his hardest fights. So they're comparing that, I think, well, if Rayo can outbox, Pitbull very easily, and Tank really didn't. So obviously there's like that triangle theory, but that doesn't work.
Right, thank you, triangle theory. Okay, that was what I was going to go with. I was hoping not to hear that, but that was the word I was going to choose to use. What about you, Tommy?
Well, I really don't want to see that fight, to tell you the truth. I think if there's one fight, the only thing makes it worthwhile is that you can put that belt up and Tank can get that 140 belt.
Okay.
Even if they bring him down, they can still put the belt up, make the belt available for the fight. However, if I were him, I would want him to come up to 140, and that way the belts can be on the line up there as well too. And that's the only thing that gives it credence somewhat for me. But for me, the fights for him is at 135 Loma, because you know that there's people in the chat who say that Loma will give him that thing that the variety and that variance that Echo was just talking about, and it will make it difficult for him. I don't see it that way. I see it as it's going to end up in a knockout. But Shakur, because that's the fight that they say that they really want to see him in. And unfortunately, those two fights are the only fight at 135 I'm interested in. Every other fight for him, for Tank, has to take place for me at 140, because those are the best fights to be made.
Okay. Fair point.
All right.
Appreciate it, y'all.
Appreciate you guys, man. It's been a great night. You know,
one more question
tomorrow.
I'm just playing, Clay.
Kurt, you know, play the whole damn song. Play it again.
Another
One.
question.
Salute.
King Sakuna.
Peace. Salute you guys. Remember, subscribe if you haven't. Hit the like button on your way in and out, whatever have you.
Yeah.
And you guys tomorrow night.
When you elevate, the second of losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way up, way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go all out in Vegas. Living